Right. Hello, everyone. I am double checking the audio settings, but welcome back to the Team JYCT podcast. I am your host, Raymond McNeil, and joining me as always is the wonderful Twilight Guardian.
Hello.
The waggish Kaiser Shonen.
What? I'm sorry, the what?
Oh, I have no idea what this word means. It's
the waggish.
Waggish. Oh,
humorous in a playful or mischievous manner.
Oh, it's a nice
okay,
one.
all right,
yeah,
the fun. Yeah, so it's bougie and funny. Got it.
We've all learned a word today. It's great.
And
he's also glowing green.
Yes, that is because settings on green screens are tricky. Here, I will now make him completely transparent.
No.
Beautiful.
Wow.
Actually, that would work. He's like a ghost robot.
I mean, yeah, I guess.
Finally, we have a ghost in the machine.
Oh yeah, true.
And resident comedian also joining us. I know nothing.
What up, everybody?
Yes. Hello. And we are back today talking about, well, two things that we talked about together last time. Silent Hill and Synthetic Man, which are just a wonderful combination. What were some of his comments? Again. What were some of his comments from the last one? Did he make the Sargon joke? I wouldn't even
Yes.
Yeah, he did.
towards
he did.
Angela,
He didn't do,
an
I don't think he
actual
did it in the
survivor of that.
review. I don't think he did it in the review. I think you showed us a clip.
He
from,
put
one of
it.
his
He put it
streams
from
where
his live stream. He put it in
yeah.
his review.
Okay. Oh
Um,
shit. Never mind. All right.
And he
So-
was just screaming about different things in the game, about the one actual psychopath. I can't even remember his name. I've played Silent Hill 2 since that stream. It's a good game, by the way. Play it if you can. But I cannot remember the rotund gentleman who is crazy.
But
Silent Hill.
Eddie.
I mean, the
Eddie.
Eddie, yes.
Okay.
Like he had comments on Eddie, trying like, where's like the justice
Oh, he
for Eddie
started
and
like
everything?
idolizing
Oh my
Eddie.
god, he's an Eddie apologist.
Oh my
It's
god.
like-
That's
Bro.
so.
I forgot he was that. That was insane.
Yeah.
Yes. Yes, Nameless. I am taking the form of the Cursed Tome of Forbidden Knowledge with a very applicable Kagami on my face right now. And
Yes.
Sky Slasher Eddie is probably the biggest psychopath in all of Silent Hill 2, and that is very much saying something.
Absolutely. The man, like, he had a road to like atoning, and weirdly enough, he has done the least worst things, arguably, but he was quite frankly the worst person. Like the worst
Yep.
thing that Eddie could have done that we know of is killing a dog. Meanwhile, everyone else, barring Laura, has killed a human being up in that point of the story. But he was just so unrepentant about it and so lost in his own head about it.
He
God.
probably would have done it, you know. Yeah.
Yeah, he tried. He tried to kill James.
Oh right.
The
sure.
attempt was made. It didn't work.
Yeah, James was just
Yeah,
better
yeah,
at
it
killing
didn't
back.
work.
So future things, Robert Glendinning, thank you for the 10 gifted memberships. Congratulations to everyone that got caught in that. Please enjoy your complimentary emojis. They are all very fun. We have a message using the membership, who is now, this is from Celestial Warlock, who I believe has just crossed over into being, I believe it's Sparrow Twin Talon. You are now you've been a member for 6 months. Happy Spooky Month, everyone! Thank you, Celestial Warlock. Happy Spooky Month to you as well.
Yeah,
Happy
thanks.
Spooky Month.
Sky Slasher says, "Crazy. I was crazy once. They locked me in a rubber room with rats, and rats make me crazy."
Eh.
What is that a reference to something? I don't remember.
I'm pretty sure it is, but I
It
don't.
sounds
Creepypasta
familiar.
from something, I think.
Okay.
I was gonna say that's just us reading Ratfic.
Mhm.
I'm not
Us
even gonna
reading
ask.
Shadow of the Conqueror. We're trapped in a book, a horrible book, a bad book that makes us talk about things.
Izanagi saying, "Hello, just off the bat, I'm looking at the thumbnail, and oh boy, some of those talking points feel like the stuff grifters talk about. This could be an insane stream, and I will either have an ejection button or popcorn." Well, what's wild about, I was pointing this out because I was looking at the time codes for his video. He only talks about that stuff in the last 10 minutes. So
What's the first 30?
a lot of gameplay, like bosses stuff. So I'm curious what he's going to be talking about. Like,
I actually
Well,
kinda
he's
wonder
going
if
to.
if he's mellowing out a little bit, like he realizes that all of his firebrand shit against the wokeness isn't doing the numbers that he wants them to.
Guys, we all know what he's going to say. He's
Yeah.
going to say that the gameplay is bad because you're playing as a woman and you win fights. You can't do that. That's not allowed.
don't fucking tell Hinako. She'll beat the fuck out of him with a pipe.
I was gonna say, I have met a lot of people in my life. Hinako is one of the people that I have, that if I met them in real life, I had labeled them into the "don't fucking mess with them" category.
Yeah. I love Hinako as a character because in many ways I relate to her on several levels for a lot of good reasons. Because she has uniquely feminine struggles, yes, but she also has a very just basal human one that's really solid.
Yeah, like we'll probably get into this when he is talking about disgusting woke propaganda. The end result of Silent Hill F, if I could make a bold claim, is the importance of having a choice. It could be a bad choice, it could be a good choice, but it's still a choice that you can make.
Yeah.
And the importance of being able to make that choice.
Like, just going from, like, if he is supposed to be a right-wing grifter, right wing typically leans on a lot of very individual freedoms. Like, if you go far enough right wing, you are in the libertarian space. So, like, I know that's not necessarily true for right wing grift. Why can't I not say that word?
Grifters.
White
wing. Oh no, I'm becoming a racist caricature. No,
you're becoming man dog.
Mahaha, 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 mahaha. Okay.
I do want to say very quickly, because you were talking about people who just like they just have that aura of like, don't mess with them. That was what one of my roommates had said about me once. That she feels safe walking down the street at night with me because I just have this aura about me, and I'm like, how?
Well, it's a type of person that they could not like be violent at all, but it's sort of like an animalistic fight or flight response where you look at them and you sort of sense danger. It's a type of charisma that few people have, honestly.
Yeah,
but
it's the Toguro power. That's what that is.
It's most prevalent in the people that I've talked to. I know a lot of people that will have gotten into like street fights and are just they seem tense and ready for that sort of thing. And that's what gives the air.
Yeah,
that's normally where it comes off. For Twi, I don't know. You could just be scary. I don't know.
Since out of the three of you, only Raymond has seen me in person. What do you think about that?
You're squishy. I can definitely see, like, you can, if you're, like, have a neutral face and you're in an uncomfortable situation, like in crowds and such, I could see you being tense in a way that looks, like, intimidating. And the most terrified I am is that you're like one of the few people that's allowed to get away with hitting me. Not that I'm comfortable with it, but you're allowed. Yeah, I don't like it.
I don't like the sound. I don't like the sound of that.
When have I hit you other than like a light smack with the back of my hand on like your shoulder?
You have hit me harder by accident. Like you were trying to do that.
By accident.
Yes. No, it's fine. Like I'm mostly just poking fun. It's all fine. There is no abuse going on in this dynamic, as far as I'm aware. At least I hope not.
outside looking in, you're fine. Also, nameless, $5. James, this place is crawling with political dingbats, and you're just sitting here eating pizza?
No. You gotta do it like the actual
I can.
This place is crawling with political dingbats. And you're just sitting here eating pizza? That's the delivery.
Fair enough.
Sky Slasher for $5 says, "What's wrong with Silent Hill? Hills don't talk. It would be weird if those hills weren't silent."
Very good point.
Yeah,
he's right.
That's fair. That is a fair point.
That's something an abuse victim would say. Celtic blink if you're in danger. Oh no! My PNG tuber just blinked. No.
No. Okay. No, Isa, I have not met Raymond or Twi in person. Yeah, I mean, I'm more than willing to meet them in person, but I don't think either of our schedules would make that easy.
Isa is one of the few that actually have met both of us in person, so he can speak to a lot of it. So for those of you,
tell us, am I intimidating or am I squishy?
I don't know, Raymond. How much ore does your girlfriend have, dude?
My God.
Also, I don't know if Isa's really the best judge of a character. The man might be like 6 feet fucking tall, but he would blow over with a fucking leaf.
Dang,
very scary, but I'm also socially a mess.
Yes. Exactly.
That is true. You just raise your voice the slightest amount at Isa and he will start crying and like
no.
Well, he won't cry. He'll just like he'll curl up into himself.
I need to send this to we have our first art piece of the stream, I think.
Already?
Give me a second. for when you see something amazing, by the way, Celtic. Absolute cinema.
Oh,
It's in the art.
That's amazing.
Oh my God.
Here,
Hold on.
I'll paste it over this so that people can see. As layer.
Oh, geez. Wrong
That's
layer, but
fantastic.
we'll get to that one later.
Oh my God, go away.
Okay, I'll leave. Sheesh. Just got
God
here.
damn.
No,
Can I
I'm
not-
sorry. There have been just these bots that have been friending me over and over and over and
No,
over.
I know.
I've
and
been
they
getting
suck.
them. I've
They
been getting them on
suck.
Twitter. Weirdly enough.
Oh, I've only got them on Discord, dude. Like
Yeah,
they're
that
so
is-
annoying.
Also,
I've
I'm
only
glad
been
I
getting
found
them on Discord. I'm not active on Twitter.
Klecky. Is this? I like this website. Klecky. It's an online paint website. It's good.
Oh, yeah.
Ugox, you have choice, pro-choice. Are you telling me this game promotes abortion? Said the right-wing strawman caricature. Well, I mean, it's a very God, this game gets into some pretty heavy topics, and that may be one of them. I thought, Twy actually did some interesting due diligence, and she researched feminism in the 1960s in Japan. And while it wouldn't be directly relevant, there is a fan theory about Hinako that may or may not be relevant to some of that research, as I initially dismissed, which I didn't know. There is a lot of interesting stuff that I like about this game.
Yeah, I actually can't wait to get into what I have learned about feminism and the gender equality of Japan. Hopefully, maybe we'll get into it when we get into the last part of this video.
Would you call it first or second? I mean, I know we have it in the West. We have first, second, and third wave feminism, and typically speaking, I'm on the second wave spectrum. I third wave, I think, gets a little wacky, and I'm probably gonna get killed for that. But where would you say that feminism in Japan back then landed? Would be somewhere along the first or second wave spectrum?
It was second wave. They were about a decade or so behind America in terms of second wave feminism. But the thing is also feminism in Japan was quite different from feminism in America, whereas feminism in America was definitely about individual freedoms because of the collectivist mindset of Japan. It was more about seeing women as a whole, as human.
Yeah.
Keep in mind, Japan kind of still to this day treats women as second-class citizens.
Another thing to add on is that a good chunk of the people and the society and the culture around this time, most of them are World War II vets.
Yes.
Yep.
Remember, this game takes place in the 60s. What was only 20 years ago? Less than 20 years ago? The
World War II.
Bombings.
Yeah. And to be clear, it is mentioned that post-war had a massive effect on the town of Ebisugaoka. So it's not a superfluous detail to the story that its setting reflects a lot of the people in there. Thorough says, shout out to Mahler's 4-hour supercut of synth becoming more and more horrific on an everything-ist gremlin.
Yeah.
It just gets worse. Curious how this will go. You know what? That might be fun to dig up and have on a stream at some point, because just a supercut of that supercut, my God.
That's supercut.
I mean, I can grab it quick. I think I have friends.
We don't have time for that tonight.
No.
Yeah, their show is not
obviously,
40 minutes.
I told a friend that we were going to talk about this, and he said that to me, and he goes, just to remind you of what you're getting into.
Yeah.
So, because we have a lot to probably cover, I'm going to touch on my thoughts, at least on Silent Hill F, as the only person that has played it directly. Everyone here, I sent a pretty good story recap and an analysis video that covered a lot of the big bullet points. There's going to be some details that only I'm privy to, at the very least, because I got the full experience. What?
I started playing. I was gonna say I started playing it last night. I'm just starting it.
Good. All right.
I'm only a little bit in, so reviews. Good.
Oh, almost forgot. Did you read Ugox and Nameless's super chats?
Did I miss the?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, I did. Miss
Yeah,
it.
I think you missed it.
I read you Gox, but Nameless said, just a reminder, there's a Winnie Pooh game that's essentially a hybrid of Resident Evil and Silent Hill out there. That is certainly a thing that exists.
Probably.
Just like Winnie the Pooh, Blood and Honey, which we don't need to acknowledge.
I don't pretend. Oh, you never heard of that?
No, I feel like I have, but I just
that was the shit. Minute that Winnie the Pooh, the first stories went public domain, there was already a horror movie in development for it, and it's awful.
Yeah,
it's not even a good slasher. It's boring.
That's all I heard about it. I never watched the fucking.
It was literally just meant to be shock value fodder for the fact that a beloved children's book series is now adult and scary and ooh.
There's one coming out. There's a sequel coming out involving Tigger because Tigger entered the public domain.
What?
And well, yeah, obviously. And now there's also, I think, I don't know if it came out or not. There was one developed after Steamboat Willie became public domain, for Mickey Mouse. So.
It's a cash grab. Yes, Titan, it is.
Yeah. All those kinds of horror, like you might strike upon someone that wants to do something interesting, creative with it, but that's such a rarity.
Yeah,
I was about to say.
If any of you guys watched it, I will be any of those cash grab slops. I will be slightly disappointed in you.
So,
I ain't touching shit.
Start touching on the actual game itself. Getting kind of out of the way, one of the biggest and probably the most divisive element of the game is that the gameplay, the combat is very action heavy. It has counter mechanics, it has dodge mechanics, it has equipable items and some light RPG elements where you can level up stats. I did not find these very intrusive. In fact, I thought they borrowed just enough from games like Dark Souls, which themselves were also inspired by games like Resident Evil and Silent Hill. It felt like a very natural kind of borrowing combat elements from those games in order to help intensify the actual setting. Because famously in a lot of horror games, you have a fight or flight option. There's a lot of resource management. And I thought a lot of those were handled really well, where it made fleeing a tricky thing to pull off, but also fighting a tricky thing to pull off. So you're always kind of debating which to choose, what kind of resources to spend. I thought it balanced these things pretty well. But the biggest complaint comes... Oh, you were going to say?
I was going to say the combat itself is probably just the evolution and refinement of something that we saw in, say, the Silent Hill 2 remake, which was pretty bare bones overall. You mentioned like Souls games, and look, I have 3,000 hours in Elden Ring and Bloodborne. I played these games way too much, and my personal opinion is that no, it's encroaching on that sort of territory, but if the closest thing that I can analog to it is a mix of like Resident Evil 4 remakes combat and Silent Hill 2 remakes combat, if that makes sense.
Yeah, no, it's borrowing elements from them, but like people always try immediately jumping to them. It feels very different in terms of just how it all works out. There's a lot more of a click to it as opposed to the little nothing that couldn't.
Wait, what? What?
Little nothing that couldn't? My true form is that? Holy shit!
Wow!
What?
Wow!
Dang, man!
Wait a second. Hold on.
I can just zoom
on
in
my
here.
phone.
Okay, that's great.
Celestial Warlock, correct. Heavy weapon supremacy, that is correct. But still, my god, man. Gosh darn it. Thank you, Titan. That got a good laugh.
What the shit?
But yeah,
that's great.
So to the point is, the greatest flaws with it is that counter timing and perfect dodge timing, which there are mechanics for, are not always consistent. There is a mechanic where if you're attacking or dodging, if an enemy makes an attack that's counterable, the attack will not be counterable. Like, it won't give the prompt for it. That felt sometimes, I would say probably about 30% of the time, inconsistent, which does hamper a little bit of the experience when you're trying to really nail those down. And then on top of that, near the end of the game, there are several sections where you are locked into combat as opposed to being given the option of fight or flight. And that gets very frustrating very quick because it turns into several, not just one series of gauntlets, but I want to say 2 or 3 back-to-back series of gauntlets. And it's just not, it drags both the pace of the story and the narrative nature of the combat down. I can definitely attest to this. I should say that I have gone through 6 playthroughs of the game at this point, maybe even 7, depending how you count the UFO ending, which is more of a gag ending. And that includes all difficulties. I'm almost done with the Lost in the Fog combat difficulty. So I'm very attuned to the combat. It's very difficult to get a grasp on, but once you do, it's very fun and very rewarding, especially when you start getting charms and equipment that modify how you engage in combat. And you figure out a really good combo. Like, I have a series of charms equipped to my character by this point in the game that allows me to do counters after a perfect dodge. When I do a counter, I don't lose any stamina. And when I do a counter, I regain a bit of my health. And when an enemy is stunned, which often after a counter they are stunned, you deal extra damage to them. So basically it layers on that, like, I'm getting regularly multiple counters, and when I do, enemies are super weak. Oh, I also have a charm that every time I counter, my attacks get a little bit stronger, stacking up to 5 counters. But when I get hit, I lose that effect, so I have to rebuild it from scratch. It's a really good mechanical. So basically, by that game, either I'm countering and killing everything in my path, or I'm getting the shit kicked out of me. That's basically how it goes.
Okay, that I can now see the Dark Souls comparisons. Either you were doing really fucking well, or you getting destroyed.
Pretty much.
This game is probably the most brutal a Silent Hill game has been combat-wise. I don't think there's a single one except maybe Silent Hill 4, and believe me, I'm going to reference Silent Hill 4 a lot in this video, I imagine. What difficulty did you pick? I've played it on every difficulty. I played it initially on hard, and then I played through most of the endings on story, and I'm almost done now with Lost in the Fog. And I've done that for the puzzles as well. Although I did cheat on some of the puzzles. I'm not going to deny that. The puzzles get really fucking hard on hardest difficulty.
They do. I've been told that, but Sky Slasher, how much Silent Hill is too much Silent Hill? So I know it's a joke statement, but at the same time, I'm going to take it seriously so we can jump onto a different topic. In that this series treads a very fine line of almost being, I guess the way I would describe it is like it's close to being a story that's like too pretentious, if that makes sense. Of just like,
yes,
it loses itself in its own ideas, its own themes, its own grandiosity of the ideas that it's doing, that it loops all the way around to being, wow, you were like shallow as fuck. But to Silent Hill's credit, it has stayed on the opposite of those lines of like getting close to like nearly hopscotch with it, but still keep things serious.
Yeah.
Cool.
So in regards to story, I love the story of this game. It is very intricate. There's a lot of character connections you can see on screen. And there's several layers to each character. Now, the delivery of this is hit or miss. A lot of this is conveyed through a journal that conveys the main character's thoughts on the matter. Which is both good and bad because we get to see a lot of the character's internal thoughts, more so than any Silent Hill protagonist to date. And you really get a feel for Hinako as a person. But at the same time, it falls into the trap of almost telling too much. Like, you kind of figure out, this is maybe the easiest game in the entire series to kind of figure out the symbolism behind, as far as I'm aware. You can put a lot of pieces together very quickly. And this all goes to that the writer for this, very much hailed as the guy that wrote Higurashi When They Cry and other such visual novels. What? He's a visual novel writer, so it makes some level of sense that this is where he leans into.
I was also going to ask, was the creator of this game a male?
Yes, it was.
Yeah.
That also makes sense.
And trust me, do not get me started on a Higurashi or an Umineko rant, but to the man's credit, I will say that one of the best things that I've seen in this game and his other storylines is that he's very good at melding the supernatural and the common in ways that you're not sure which is which, which very much adds to the as Daigato put, the absolute cinema.
Yeah, judging from what I've seen, at least the first couple parts of Higurashi, I will agree in regards to that.
Which gets to one of my big points that a lot of people are complaining about, because the ending of the first ending you get in this game indicates that the entire game is happening inside of the main character's head. Like, there's an indication that might be the case. Standing aside that that's not exactly alien to the series as a concept, because the bad ending for Silent Hill 1 revealed that it was the dying dream of your main character after he got in a car crash. Standing aside, I do not think for a second that this game is purely happening in the main character's head like a lot of people are theorizing. I actually propose, and we'll get into this, that this is a story that's happening simultaneously at two different points in time, and it's supernaturally linked between the two.
Yep.
So
it's one of it's one of the author's big I want to say
calling
the things
cards.
that he loved. Yeah, calling cards is the best way to describe it. He
loves
loves
playing with time.
And especially supernatural elements that are commanding different characters to do different things.
Yes.
I see.
Before we get into quickly recapping the story, which is going to be an impressive feat if I can pull it off, let's go through some of these super chats. Nameless says, no, Piglet's big game is actually good. Unlike that product, the public domain opportunist who wanted to make money off of shock value without substance. I know nothing about that game or story or whatever.
Movie, I guess.
Also, Ryan, please don't be speciesist towards my little boy here. Not all virus type Digimon are evil, and especially not all Myotismons are evil. In fact, if you watch my Digimon video, you'll watch in Digimon World, one of your allies is actually a Myotismon.
Yes.
Guys, virus lives matter.
Look,
Okay?
don't look. If you see the centrally appealing fan art drawn of Myotismon for husbando material, don't be afraid. Don't be afraid of those feelings. They're perfectly all right. That's not the evil Myotismon.
I'm fucking sorry.
Oh my god, you just reminded me that there was going to be a time on my roleplay Tumblr account for Mimi. Somebody was going to start perhaps shipping the anime Myotismon reincarnated.
Oh no! Sky Slasher says, was one of the bosses based around a geometric shape with a big weapon? No, there actually is some similarities in terms of like two different. There's a generic creature / final a boss character that does have a giant knife, but has no other resemblance to Pyramid Head, and the knife actually has thematic relevance. It's not just thrown in there. And there is a character that is like Pyramid Head for our main protagonist, but that's a much more complicated story. We will get into that.
I mean, the big joke is that the Pyramid Head of this game is like, what's that one meme where the little guy is looking up to the large chick? Like, Pyramid Head is looking up to the chick in the game.
Yeah. Did you do Theos Rex EFAP, the supercut as a drinking game, 11 plus hour? No.
I'm good.
No, I like living.
I'm good. I'm all right.
We can probably break that up into like several, I don't know, 4-hour sessions.
Yeah. Yugok says, watch a movie. Nah, I watched an over 1 hour 40-minute essay about Claire Obscure Expedition 33 by The Dark Show. Highly recommend for fans of the game. Oh, cool.
Unironically, Expedition 33, the meme is absolute cinema, but no, it's my game of the year. Nothing comes close.
I have heard nothing but good things about it. I want to get to it, but I just... They
got Daredevil and fucking Gollum to voice the main one of the main characters and the main villain. No, Andy Serkis is the main villain.
Yes.
What?
Yes. Yeah. Andy Serkis.
And Charlie.
Yep.
And Charlie Kirk, the actor for Daredevil, is
Charlie Cox, not Charlie Kirk.
Wait, what?
You got the Charlies confused, my man. I'm sorry.
I know. It just sounded natural to be. Wait, is there a Charlie Kirk?
Yes.
No. Yes.
He was the big
The
political
one
pundit that got shot like a month ago.
It shows how much I pay attention to actual news. Okay. Anyway, actual Daredevil is the main character for Exorcist 3. I'm so sorry.
I think out of respect now, someone needs to draw Charlie Kirk as Daredevil.
No.
Prove me wrong. Or change my mind.
I know nothing. I know it's your name, man, but come on. Okay, look, I'm sorry. I am so sorry. That was
better
legit.
yet, what we need is Daredevil behind a desk booth that says "Crime is bad." Change my
yes, that exactly.
Okay, so I apologize. That was 100% a Florian slip. I did not mean anything.
Nah,
by
that
it.
was
My
Florian
apologies.
cinema, dog.
Okay, you know what? I'm not going to keep this chain going. We got to move on. Shark Jumping Walrus, thank you so much for the 5 gifted memberships. Congratulations to the 5 people that got caught in that. Okay, so story time. Now, the actual story, I'm not sure when the dates exactly are. It is sometime between 1960 and 1965 that this game takes place. There were a couple of calendars that indicate 1960, 1962, and 1963, but I don't know exactly how those skew up. I haven't done enough research and study into the timeline itself, but I can vaguely pin at things. We start off the game with Hinako reflecting on her childhood, reflecting on her relationship with her sister, and then eventually getting yelled at by her parents. These are all temporally separate. She gets yelled at by her parents, and she leaves the house after a fight with them. And after strolling through town and discovering it basically abandoned, save some whispering she hears, she runs into her friends at their town candy store, basically. And while they're there, they're having a good time. There's some awkwardness between everyone. And there's some weird behavior going on by some of them. You know, one of her friends calls her a traitor. One of her friends seems to be disappointed that she's hanging out with the boy. That's her best friend. But they're soon attacked by a creature that will become known as the Shiro Muku. It's this thing right here. And we'll get to that soon enough. Basically, it ends up killing her friend Sakuko, who is here, and it forces them all to flee. And this leads to a series of events of her and her friends, or her and later her friends as she joins them, kind of exploring the town and trying to find a way to get out. Periodically, Hinako will pass out through one mean or another and wind up in a place called the Dark Shrine, which for anyone familiar with Silent Hill, this is this game's version of the Otherworld. And as she does, these two stories are happening. You think that they're happening concurrently, that one bleeds into the other, but what is like Hinako passes out in the real world, the fog world, and wakes up in the other world. What I'm going to hypothesize is that both of these are actually happening simultaneously, but in different time periods. And that may not make sense, but what I mean to say is that there are two different Hinakos experiencing these two different events. There is a Hinako in the fog world that keeps passing out, and there's a Hinako in the Dark Shrine that also keeps passing out. And the narrative just swatches back and forth when one passes out to the other. That's just a narrative device to get us from point A to point B. But they're two separate Hinakos at two different points in time. Because as the story goes on, you basically learn that the entire story is an allegory in the Dark Shrine for Hinako getting married to a gentleman named Kotoyuki, who is referred to as Fox Mask for most of the game. She is getting married to him, and by the end of the story, it is revealed that the Shiro Muku that has been attacking our heroes periodically through the story is actually this version of Hinako that we met in the Dark Shrine. She is the one that got married to Kotoyuki, and she is coming back to kill past Hinako, who we learn is the embodiment of Hinako's childhood, is the embodiment of Hinako's basically free will, for lack of a better term. This all it's a whole mix of different people that are all pulling on different characters, because in the bad ending, you don't really learn too much. In the bad ending, it's revealed that this entire game theoretically has been in her head, and she has overdosed on pills that have been given to her by her friend Shu here. She has overdosed on them, and she has had a mental break. She has ended up killing multiple people at her wedding and has basically gone on a crime spree, fleeing back to her town of Ebisugaoka. Ebisugaoka. I can never pronounce it right.
Guauka.
Dude, don't expect me to say any names.
Maybe that's why they retranslated Hikarigaoka to Heightened View Terrace in Digimon.
Honestly, yeah. And
well, I mean, to be fair, Ebisu means fisherman, and Gaoka means hill. And apparently fishermen are related to silence. So it is the town of Silent Hill.
Oh my god!
And to add on to this, the town where all of this comes in is steeped in different mythology to the point where the town itself is kind of a character in a good way.
Yes, it is very much a good way. And we can get into that because the major players are actually the two deities of the town. One that has...
Are you showing the chart, by the way?
Yes, I am showing the chart.
Okay. Just making sure.
So, the two deities of the town are the Tsukumogami, which is really hard to pronounce, and Kyubei. The Tsukumogami is a religion that was eventually formed around the reuse of tools because they didn't have access to like outside trade routes very well. So in the town, it became very reverenced to try and make the most out of old tools and leaving them behind for someone when they got worn and broken, for someone else to come along, take them, and repurpose them in some way. And this all stems from a 1,000-year-old tree that is seated at the heart of the old shrine in the town. What?
I was going to say, for a little bit of like pop culture thing, it's a part of the similar mythology that led to the spirits, because the whole thing with this mythology is that like old tools gain their own sort of sentience and spirits, and this is what inspired Bleach and the swords inside the souls inside of the swords. My God, I cannot speak today.
Yes.
No, apparently nobody can here.
Yeah.
Not QB, Kyubei. Although it is very similar in that it starts with 9. Because Kyubei is a 9-tailed fox who... The Tsukogami religion was based around a 1,000-year-old oak. And presumably, that was the oak that was protecting the town from the head of a... Is it Orochi? Is the...
Yamata no Orochi.
Yamata no Orochi. Okay, so trying to just rewind this back as far as possible so you all have an idea of the timeline. You have the Yamato no Orochi that had its heads cut off, and one of its 8 or 9 heads landed, allegedly by town myth, landed in the lake near the town and poisoned the water. Meanwhile, the 1,000-year-old tree was seen as a deity that was purifying the water and protecting the town and allowing people to stay safe. And this is all thought to be started because of poisonous springs that would actually release themselves, or onsens that would release themselves around the town. And that's where the Tsukumogami basically was born. It was like a combination of this ancient tree and this repairing religion that formed around it. However, the tree got struck by lightning, and it was presumed killed in it. So the reverence then turned to the next oldest thing in the area, which was a statue of the fox, a statue of Inari, a goddess in Shinto religion. However, the association between the foxes and Inari, they are not one and the same, but people were worshiping them as one and the same. So instead of worshiping Inari, a fox messenger of her ended up getting the worship instead, and that is Kyubei, who became the guardian deity of the town itself. This guardian deity ended up basically, I'm trying to remember all the lore detail because there's a lot here. Ended up basically giving blessing to a particular family in the town, and as that, members of this family would take a wife every 8 years that would be particularly attuned to the spirit world. And we'll get into why I think this is related to why I think these are events happening simultaneously and why it's not just all in her head type deal. I think that's a very, like, the Fox wedding is a very important element that has gone unrecognized. Someone going to say something?
I was going to say that this all started because Susanoo got drunk and now it's everybody's problem.
Well, no,
Yeah.
no.
Well,
Didn't Susanoo get Orochi drunk, and that's how he
yes,
caught
he
his
did.
head? Yes.
Well, the start of the story overall is, well, Japanese mythology time, I guess. The big three gods of the Shinto pantheon, Tsukiyomi, Amaterasu, and Susanoo, are obviously siblings, and basically Susanoo is the Japanese mythology crash out where he just got super drunk and he barged into Amaterasu's basically meditation chamber by throwing a cow into her room.
I mean, I was going to say,
hammered.
in the list of things that would be able to defeat me, throwing a cow into my room would be a good start.
Yeah, he threw a cow into her room. Obviously, she got pissed, and Tsukiyomi and Amaterasu are basically tied for the most important gods currently remaining because their father and mother, Izanagi and Izanami, are currently having the worst divorce in Japanese history, and we'll get into that later if anyone's interested. But regardless, Amaterasu basically said, you know what, brother, you need to fucking chill. So she took away his divinity and threw him down to the mortal realm where he had to basically do Herculean trials to get his divinity back. One of them being slaying the 8-serpent-headed Orochi, which is basically Japanese Hydra, the size of a mountain, super poisonous, yada yada. Susanoo's response to fighting that is, fuck that, I am not fighting that fair, so I'm gonna get hyper drunk and then cut off its head while it's drunk.
He just gives it a bottle of Jack Daniels.
And then after that, he was just like, this is all just a big pain in the ass. I'm just going to go work at a fast food shop. And that's how we get my devils a part-timer. Anyway.
Sorry.
But yes, we're learning some intriguing lore. Yes, because I love this story. So what ends up happening is that Kotoyuki here is the latest in line of this whole magical thing involving Kyubey, where the fox lineage and that sort of things. He is technically possessed by a lesser fox known as Shichibi.
Gesundheit.
Which I believe stands for 7 small tails, something like that. Whereas Kyubey is 9 tails, 9-tailed fox.
Yeah.
So he is the latest in line, and that means he needs to marry a particularly spiritually attuned young woman, or girl. They say girl, but you could probably presume that the gods don't care about age of consent. But basically he's going to end up marrying Hinako. Like, he actually reaches out to Hinako. They actually have a combined past together where as children they knew each other, but then he had to move away because of family stuff. And basically what I presume is what we see at the start of the game. She is engaged to him at the age of 15. That is what I presume is the start of the game, and the reason why everything takes place when she is in her first year high school uniform, even though we never visit a high school. Orange Man, hey, how's the redo of Healer review coming? So anyway.
You had a diabolical joke, by the way, the Orange Man. You could have written that last word differently.
Ew! We're already going to be talking about some gross stuff. Oh.
I'm priming everybody.
Yes.
Well, no, I'm not saying that.
So
I mean, synthetic
my
man
apologies.
is pretty gross,
I'm so sorry.
So, that's kind of comes with territory.
So what this goes all into, and what I propose the actual story of this game is, 5 years after getting the proposal, Hinako, 20 years old now, is about to get married to Kotoyuki. And what I presume would happen if she successfully married him is because this is something that is said about the nature of the Fox wedding. The person goes missing, and soon enough, it's treated as if that person never existed at all. Which is why I think a lot of the supernatural elements are happening when she's 15. I presume the point of her getting engaged is actually the point that she would have gone missing as per the Fox marriage. Like, she would have been retroactively written out of the timeline. And everyone would have presumed her missing and dead. And that's where a lot of the mysterious discussion about Hinako being dead comes from a lot of her friends, including Shu, Rinko, and not Sakuko. She's dead through most of the game, and she's only in like flashbacks and such. A lot of the story that we see is these two things coming into conflict, these two different time periods, where in the present, in the dark shrine, Junko is basically trying to convince the older Hinako to let go of her childish feelings, her sense of independence, and the like, and basically trying to help her acclimate to marrying Kotoyuki, which is one of the endings. One of the endings, you choose to marry Kotoyuki, and you basically feel like you have given up a part of yourself, and you're going to end up becoming a wife like your sister is and like your mother is, both of whom you feel you don't like. That is one of the endings. Of course, we've already gone over the bad ending, where it turns out that you've been taking a bunch of pills, and you go, Hinako goes on a killing spree and basically kills a whole bunch of people, which may also be referring to, all the death talk and such. There are other endings. One ending is where instead you choose to basically leave the wedding, leave Kotoyuki, and you become basically a 20-year-old Hinako that's free. There is no Shiromuku. And you run off basically to have an uncertain future with Shu. But the last note of that ending is that the town of Ebisugaoka is basically evacuated because of the springs that have popped up. Basically, the Orochi curse has rearisen, basically confirming that by breaking this tradition, you've ended up dooming the town. Which is one of the biggest pieces of evidence that this is not just happening in Hinako's head. That there is a layer of reality going on. And then, of course, the final ending is that Hinako basically has an aside with herself and manages to talk shit out with Kotoyuki and with Shu and with the Shiromuku, the older version of herself. And they come to the decision that they're not going to get married now. However, they are open to it. There is actually some level of affection between her and Kotoyuki, but she wants to basically be able to think for herself and wants to decide whether or not going into this marriage is her decision or not. And it leaves on an uncertain future for her, but not one where the town is destroyed. It's simply her having time to think over her decision whether or not to marry him. And the indication is that they're going to continue their correspondence and get to know each other. And it seems like they're on the path that maybe, yes, she will get married to him in the future, but it will be under her own volition.
Which is very significant considering Japan and how it treated women, especially back in like the 60s, and the whole feminist movement that was happening at the time.
Yes.
So, going all the way back to the topic of this particular meetup with Jack Streams is these whole like anti-nationalist, anti-marriage, misandrous dog shit.
Which, by the way, you can't even call this shit. You have no right to call something anti-nationalist when you can't even fucking spell it.
Well,
Wait, did he spell it wrong? I wasn't looking. Did he spell it wrong?
Yeah, he
did.
It spells anti-natalist.
No. Oh, sorry. That's not nationalist. That is anti-natalist.
What's natalist?
Natalism, as in birth?
Babies. Having babies.
Oh.
If you're anti-natalist, you are against the concept of having children.
That's okay. Then that was my dyslexia reading it as nationalist. But
I don't blame you guys, but it is natalism.
But moving on from that, the whole like anti-marriage, as Raymond has just said, is the last ending considered the true ending, where they say we'll not get married yet?
While true endings are hard to come by in Silent Hill in general, like Silent Hill 1, I think is the only one that has the Silent Hill 1 and Silent Hill. The only Silent Hills that have confirmed endings, at least along the ways, is that the world isn't ended, and Silent Hill 1 has one confirmed, like the actual set in stone ending because it has a sequel.
Okay.
So whether or not any of these are the true ending is up for interpretation. Anyone can choose what they want, but a lot of people are accepting the final ending as the true ending.
Then the general consensus of the fan base and people who've talked about it, you can't call this anti-marriage. This is very much... I nearly made a joke.
I don't think that you could call it anti-marriage anyway, because even in the final ending, the true ending, whatever you want to call it, she did say, yeah, maybe I'll get married to you someday, just I don't want to get married right now.
Yeah,
she's
literally
15.
the ending of
she's like 15.
Well, to be fair,
isn't arranged marriage.
She is 20. She was engaged at 15. That's my supposition.
Okay. Theory-wise, yes, but textually, like without the subtext.
Well, to be fair, there's a lot of interpretation that mentally Hinako hasn't grown up. Like that's another thing that's a huge element of this, that Hinako is resisting becoming an adult. She's actually very much disgusted with herself when she starts feeling like she might want to, she might like boys like that. She might want to have a family. She is actively rebelling against that because she has such a bad relationship with her family, her dad in particular, but also her mom and now her sister, which have all been poisoned by as she's seen it. What you learn throughout the game is that a lot of the story is very much colored through Hinako's perception of reality. It's not necessarily one-to-one that what we're seeing is true. One of the best examples of this that I find is what we see of Kanta, her father, is very negative. He's very verbally abusive, physically threatening, like he threw a knife at her once. He does throw things around the house. He's very, very aggressive and belligerent. But there's a moment at the end of your first playthrough where, as the Shiromuku, you approach him and her mother, and he's crying his eyes out, seeing Hinako leave the house, because in Japanese and a lot of Asian cultures, when a woman leaves the house, she is no longer a part of that family. She is now a part of the husband's family. She is no longer welcome back at that house as a family member. She is a stranger, effectively. It's a very, very tragic thing in that sort of tradition.
It's also true with divorce as well.
Yeah, even if you're divorced.
If you are a child of divorce, you will choose to live with one parent or another. Usually it's the mother. And once the father leaves the house, he is no longer considered a member of the family. You are no longer considered his child. He is considered to be childless.
Yes.
And that comes into a lot of different narratives in a lot of anime and video games and stuff like that. And even in real life, because I have met somebody who is married to a Japanese woman from Japan who is a child of divorced parents. And he told me that that was basically the situation with his wife. And also I have heard about like situations with government officials who got divorced, and there's actually one individual who tried to reconnect with his dad after he became an adult. And that was kind of a big deal because like that doesn't normally happen.
Yeah. I mean, there's other things that are kind of horrifying. If you marry someone in Japan and have a child with them, if you live in Japan, that child is seen as theirs, not yours.
Yes.
You have no rights. You have to ask your spouse's permission to take them out of the country. Like they're very, very they're very, very isolation and like relationships are tenuous in Japan. You got to be very careful with them.
So.
Again, it does also go back to basically the whole concept of this game, the whole autonomy thing, both with women and children. And the whole message of this game is rooted in what was at the time second wave feminism, which did effectively boil down to, should women have rights? And should women be treated as citizens and not as objects? Because back then, women were not considered people, really. They were considered objects. They were considered things that you own. And women at the time, when they were fighting for their rights as people, they wanted rights to be considered not as second-class citizens, but as full autonomous human beings.
Jesus, don't tell Synthetic Man about that.
Oh, don't worry. That's going to be a huge thing, I imagine.
It's why all the statements of it's like, it's anti-this, it's anti-this, it's all this
By
stuff
the way,
where... Sorry, from a guy who's so native... Sorry, not even native. So native to a culture so foreign to this.
I mean, yeah, but that's what happens. God.
That's why, like, if you're going to talk about a story set in another country, in another culture that you don't know about, you should read about that culture first to at least get a cursory understanding. Because I have a suspicion that what he's going to do is he is going to look at this purely in an American lens, an American point of view. Modern American. And he is going to complain about it on that lens, despite the fact that this story takes place in another decade than what he, like, before he was even born, before most of us were even born, if not all of us.
But Twilight, Twilight, with all that reading and research you have to do, we'll miss out on the culture war we have to fight. Come on!
I want to get to a point.
It's so sad.
Because Blaster made a kind of comment. So she should go and find herself first, then marry him when she's eggless. No.
What?
I want to clear up, and this is I wanted to kind of finish my thought about the relationship that Hinako's parents have. In the final ending playthrough, you get conversations between Hinako and her parents, where you learn more about their dynamic, because behind closed doors, away from their children, they have a much kinder, softer dynamic where they are very much in love with one another. And in fact, Kimie holds quite a bit of power over Kanta, but she doesn't exercise it in front of her children. She plays the faithful wife, the traditional wife, out in public. But when it's behind closed doors, they have a different dynamic because they're both trying to fulfill societal expectations. Kanta tries to project strength and doesn't like being talked down to because that's what's expected of the man of the house. He doesn't see it necessarily that he's doing wrong up until he realizes he has fucked up. Because the last conversation apparently Hinako has with him, he is on his knees, bowing his head and apologizing, trying to explain himself and trying to say, I'm sorry if I have ended up poisoning your view of men, because you are getting married to a good man. Kotoyuki is a good person, and so is Shu. If you want to go, I just want you to be happy. And what I love is that you have both Hinakos in the room, arguing whether or not, like, not even whether or not to forgive him, but to listen to him. And in the end, she doesn't forgive him, but she listens to him so that she can leave him behind with her life with a clean heart. And it's a very interesting, very complicated dynamic that it's all framed around Hinako's relationship with people and her view of the people around her, and not explicitly about the world and the time. It's more so about how people react within it. And it's
character focused.
It's such a well-written scene. I love it to death.
As I said originally, the theme of the entire thing is it might not be a good choice, it might not be a bad choice, but it's still your choice to make.
Yes. That is ultimately what the story is boiling down to is...
Okay. Hang on, sorry. There's just the conversation about the egglessness in chat, and to anyone who thinks that you can just get rid of all of your eggs, that is impossible, okay? Like, especially with us as humans, like, a lot of creatures get new eggs as they go into breeding season and stuff. We don't. We have our eggs from the moment that we're born until the day we die. there are enough eggs in a woman that it would be impossible that if she had a baby, from the moment that she could be able to give birth until the moment that she can't anymore, she would not be able to lose all of them.
I mean,
it's just impossible.
Yeah. Like, I mean, naturally, what you lose it on the average of once a month, 12 per year, going all the way up until you're 40 and you hit menopause. Like, what's the math on that? That's something like 30 times 12 if you're really being lax with it. Like, that's hundreds of eggs.
Though,
yeah. I will say, like, just because most women do go through menopause at around 40 doesn't mean that it's impossible for women to have children later than that. It's just extremely rare because by that time, most eggs are so old by now that they're not as viable as
the older you get. Like after the age of 36, you enter geriatric pregnancy, I believe it's called. And that's where you start getting higher rates of birth defects, possible mental malformities, sort of things like that. It's not guaranteed. I mean, my aunt had her daughter in her 50s, and they're all happy. Wow. And my cousin's great. Like she's really, really smart.
Also, if I could sort of put a pin in this entire conversation, I guess. Blaster, your comment, so not eggless, but dusty eggs. A reminder, by the way, that Himiko, despite everything, ends the story like 20. She's thinking about getting married in her 20s. So,
which is I was gonna say,
what the fuck is wrong with you? I gotta ask that.
I want to also.
This is a weird bit.
Another thing that I want to emphasize here is that Hinako is not the only victim in this. In fact, Koto Yuki is himself a victim in this. He was being manipulated by Kyubey.
Blaster.
But doesn't she? But she doesn't end it. Probably smart.
Yeah.
But I was gonna say Koto Yuki, like at that ending, also realizes, hey, I have been manipulated. I have been jerked around by my ancestral deity that has basically cursed. I have a curse inside of me that made me fall in love with you. I don't know if I genuinely love you or if it's this curse. So they agreed to annul the marriage. They actually did get married, but it got annulled. And they went their separate ways, but kept in touch to see if they could rekindle genuine feelings for one another. And with every indication, she might still, and he might still. They might genuinely fall in love with one another. By every indication, they're at the very least growing together as a result of knowing each other. It's an ending. In fact, I could say there's only one bad guy in the entire, well, I guess 2 if you count the gods. I guess 3 if you count the gods, but I kind of see them as genderless, really. But Kanta is the only one that I would say is kind of despicable. He's a coward. He's basically, that's his character. Even though you can understand where he's coming from, and I'm sympathetic to that, he fails as a good father. He has failed miserably, and it has ended up permanently ruining his relationship with his daughter, possibly even his other daughter as well, with Junko. And it's that can't be ignored. He tries to at least make some atonement, but it's probably too late. He even recognizes it's probably too late, but he at the least acknowledges that he fucked up. So even he, at this stage in his life, is grown a little bit. And it's a much more complicated view than just men bad. And I want to make that very clear. It's not a game that's bashing men. It is a game about societal expectations viewed through a young woman in that time period. It is a very different and much more complicated thing. And that's one reason I adore this, because it's so easy. It could have been so easy to make every single guy in this story a complete and unrepentant asshole, but they didn't. They didn't. They took the more difficult path, and I appreciate it for it because it's showing the complexity of gender dynamics in the era.
Yeah. Like it is very easy to, especially because the West is kind of dumb when it comes to a lot of these, but it is very easy to expect that whenever you have a story that is centered around women and society's views of women and cultural expectations of women, just stories about women in general, to have this very Saturday morning cartoon, good versus evil outlook on it. And it just shows people's general immaturity when it comes to topics like these.
Also, we did get another piece of fan art. We got Crime is Bad.
That's a good one.
If I can zoom in on it and get it nicely positioned for us here. There's that one. And then also, turns out Twilight Guardian is squishy, like literally for dinner or something. I don't know.
Hey, yo.
Oh my god,
What?
it's so cute. I have a little Twilight squishy toy.
Huh? Okay, I need to see. Aww.
Oh, I need to see this.
It even has a squeak sound effect.
Yeah.
Why is it Arby's though?
I mean, I do squeak. I am very squeaky.
Yes. She's
Why
incredible.
Arby's though?
Hey, Arby's is fine. I know a lot of people are harsh on Arby's, but get their chicken. They actually have some pretty good chicken sandwiches. Just saying.
Fair enough then.
I don't think I've ever been to Arby's. We don't have one in town.
Oh. Well, I mean, it's not something to go out of your way for. I'll say that.
Well, I don't know most restaurants like that because again, we don't have most of them in town. I live in a very tiny town, guys.
But to get on to some extra details that help flesh out this world, the main central conflict and why a lot of this stuff is happening is that the Tsukogami is trying to reassert itself as the main deity. The main deity of the town. And Kyubey ain't having none of it. And they are both manipulating Hinako through different means to pit them against each other. And basically what is decided is when one wins, the other loses. Which I guess means when the Tsukogami gets control, it fucks up and just lets the town get destroyed. The Tsukogami, one thing I miss is also the Tsukogami is manipulating Shu as well, but that's a more complicated thing.
It is very interesting though because the Tsukumogami are just yokai. They're something that is very common in Japanese mythology, but they are just regular yokai. So for a yokai to be a common yokai, I should specify, to be elevated to kami status is very interesting. I mean, and would explain why if it did gain control that it fucks up.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's whether or not these are true gods, like true kami, or if they are just massive guardian spirits, like that's always in contention with these, because everyone in the town, obviously no one knows for sure. Izanagi, so let me see if I got this straight. Silent Hill F is presenting a pretty progressive view with regards to gender dynamics in Japan, and we have cultural war-minded Nutter commenting from a Western lens. Yes, we'll be getting to him, yes. I imagine. Hikaru says, the deity of diets. Yes.
No, diabetes, greatest enemy.
Don't worry, guys. We're only, we're only an hour plus into the stream.
So things I just wanted to go over that were like my general theories. My biggest theory at current that I want to kind of cover is I think Sakuko, the girl that dies at the very beginning of the game, although maybe not, I don't think anyone actually dies. This ends up, I think, being the most wholesome Silent Hill in the entire franchise, except for the bad ending. I think Sakuko was originally the target for this turf war between deities, because in her notes, when you get them through all the new game pluses, she is being visited in her dreams by two deities telling her to do different things with different shrines, whether or not to resurrect the old shrine or to dedicate herself to the current shrine being the one dedicated towards the Inari faith, and the old one being towards the tree. I think she was the original target. However, one of the important points is that those pills that Shu gives to Hinako for her headache are actually related to the White Claudia that are from the original Silent Hill series, the original Silent Hill town. It's a flower that creates hallucinogenic effects. in the lore of Silent Hill F, they allow you to heighten your sense of spirituality and actually speak with yourself. It's the reason why there are 2 Hinakos, one in the present and one in the past. It is allowing Hinako to communicate with herself. I think that artificially, by accident, Shu feeding Hinako these pills offset the entire dynamic of these gods from going to the actually spiritually connected character who is Sakuko, who just naturally has a connection to the spirits. She's actually a Miko at the shrines. She's actually wants to become a priestess. She actually, when she was a child, would hear voices of gods and spirits. And she's also possibly mildly autistic. That's actually that is actually acknowledged. Although that whether or not that's just because she's spiritually attuned or she actually is mildly autistic, regardless, her parents treat her like shit against doctor's orders.
Well. I
Okay.
remember what we were talking about yesterday, Raymond.
Yep. I don't know if she made it that far. I hope she got that old to even have that be a risk. She might be dead. I don't know.
Girls, it happened to girls as young as 9 or 10 years old.
Ah, shit. Yeah. Okay. So what she's talking about is a lot of people in that time in Japan were forcibly sterilized. We're talking like 25,000 women.
Yeah.
I'm not
25,000
surprised.
women from the mid to late 1940s up until 1996.
Yeah, it not great. I don't think she would have reached that point, but I don't know. Her parents, literally, you find a message from a doctor being like, yeah, you're talking about these behavioral problems, but really she's just a normal girl. She might be mildly autistic, but just give her a bunch of love and care and understanding and be patient with her. And she'll she'll grow up to be a fine girl. And then you find more documents later about how they absolutely did not listen to that advice and they treated her like shit for her phobia of the dark and shit like that.
Also, I will say, doctors did not need consent of the girl, consent of the husband, or consent of the parents in order to sterilize these girls and women or other people with mental disabilities.
Yep. Although just be fair to this one doctor note, the doctor seemed pretty chill. It's like, just treat her with love. And then you find the document. Oh, I'm sorry, she acted out at school. We tell her that her fear of the dark is silly and that she shouldn't be afraid of it. But what can we do? Don't worry, she's been punished. And it's like, fuck off. But so my running theory is that basically Sakuko was supposed to be the target for all of this spiritual bullshit, but it got deferred to Hinako because of these.
Shu gave her
an opioid.
Shu just gave her trans-dimensional drugs, apparently.
Yeah, and to be fair, Shu is a pretty chill and good guy that sees Hinako as her own individual person and not as just quote-unquote woman. But that doesn't mean he doesn't have his own problems in that he did intentionally lace the pills with this particular substance because he experimented on himself and had very, very good conversations with himself about what he should do about certain circumstances. So he thought that he could help Hinako with her worries by lacing it into her pain medication. So
he could help her with worries by giving her drugs.
he drugged her.
Someone asked, why would they do that? That comes down to
eugenics.
Purity culture. Yeah, eugenics. Japan was very big into eugenics back in then. They're still kind of into eugenics.
You know,
just in a more mild form and fashion.
You guys know blood tests? Blood tests as a point of are blood types compatible? That's eugenics bleeding through into modern day.
Well, just pointing this out to everybody, just for the time period for this story. Again, 15 years ago, World War II. More importantly, 15 years ago, there was an emperor.
Yep.
Pretty much.
Less than 100 years. Like, it's not been 100 years since Japan has had an emperor right now.
Yes. I mean, they still technically do. It's just ceremonial at this point. That's it.
Correct.
Yeah, it's ceremonial, just like the
British
monarchy, the British Canadian monarchy.
Yep.
But
British.
like the point is that a lot of this is mired in all of the stuff that was going on surrounding, not directly related to stuff that is going on in the events of the game, but these inform you about all of this stuff that is directly related to the game. So that's why I did my research. I could have probably gone a lot deeper with it and looked more into it, but these are the bare basics of how women were treated at the time and all of the worries and the concerns and the desires of women at the time.
And to be clear here, what I also appreciate about this is it doesn't hold back from holding other women accountable for the treatment of other women as well. It isn't just a men are responsible for the bad things in our society. No, there is half of the population are women, and they are just as responsible in certain ways. So, chief among them, the reason why Rinko is here is that she is in love with Shu, and she is very much bought into the traditional idea of femininity in Japan. And she thinks that both Hinako and Sakuko are weird and strange and below her. She has a superiority complex over them, and she projects those things onto them, and she kind of lords it over them.
That's something that I never really discussed with you last night, Raymond, but a big propaganda thing that happened during World War II was the idea that women being more feminine and taking control of the household and being in control of the house would help Japan secure their victory in the war. So that was a big propaganda thing that was going on at the time. If you are more feminine, if you have babies and take care of the house and do all of these super feminine things, then you are helping out in the war.
Yep. You were going to say something?
I was going to make a bad joke of, well, considering what happens in the story, Rinko does end up above Himiko.
Oh, shut up.
I
was going to say,
don't ask.
Probably worse, but no, I know.
Further elaborating on that, you have Kimie and Junko, who also represent negative aspects. In fact, I would argue it's a little one-sided. All but the dad are really seen in a super positive light for the guys. Meanwhile, the girls are a lot more messed up in terms of how they're like. Even though Kimie comes off very nice at the very end, she is seen as spineless and conceding towards the father and enabling. She's seen as an enabler for his awful behavior. Meanwhile, Junko is the strongest source of person motivating Hinako to get into the marriage.
I can see that as sort of this this generational thing for at the time of like how women are perceived, and like Kimie would be seen as like the traditional woman, the woman of the war period. And then Junko would be kind of like this woman who is chafing against it, as is what a lot of feminists at the time would argue. And then, of course, Hinako is young enough to be able to better internalize all of those in order to sort of inform herself and make these decisions of whether or not she wants to go the traditional route or if she wants to try and go and be more of her own person.
Yeah, she is actively in the position to rebel. And that's where just all this spirals into just a nice net of a narrative that gives all the characters a lot of meat on their bones. Now, a lot of this is told in text documents, which has been a complaint, is that not all there's maybe about 40 of this presented on screen, maybe even less, maybe like 30% on screen with the characters, while the rest is in journal entries by Hinako and notes you find around the environment, which is a valid criticism. I feel like you could have done more in terms of presenting it in actual active narrative as opposed to epistolary. I love me my notes, but there comes a point where you should probably show more than tell.
Yeah, it's like with I know nothing's pins. You
Yeah.
have so many of them at the point you stab yourself. No,
I'm already too stabbed.
But I should also note, by the end, all of the female characters, at least all the ones that seem to have wronged Hinako, because Sakako and Rinko, you delve a lot into their animosity towards Hinako, especially on the first run-through. But on subsequent run-throughs, when you find more documents to them, you see that they're going through a transformational process, as well as, I presume, they are growing up from 15 to 20, like Hinako is. They are themselves doing some self-exploration, and they are both recognizing they value Hinako so much, to the point that I think I might be a little out there, but there is a note by Rinko that has a bunch of "I love you, I love you, I love you, I love you" all over the place, to the point that it might actually, she feels stronger towards Hinako than she does towards Shu, which I don't know. I feel like this might be just the Yuri shipper in me being like, is this a weird? I don't know. I feel like there are other people that have noted that, but I don't think so. I have to hold myself back, 'cause I don't think that was intentional. I think that's just me reading too much.
Fight it, Raymond. Fight against the Tumblr brain.
It seems more obsession than that kind of love.
Yeah, it could
I
be
guess.
that
Okay,
as well.
I should clarify. Nothing about Rinko is healthy.
Yeah, no.
Apparently not.
Based off of what I know about the game and what you have told me about it, it may be that she feels a bit of jealousy and maybe a bit of guilt towards her because she'd been so nasty toward her, but maybe she feels envious of the type of person that she is. And she says, I love you, I want to be like you, or maybe I want to be you. I wish that I could be friends with you. I wish I could be the same person that you are.
That's
the obsession I'm talking about.
There is absolutely, I know one thing that she recognizes is Hinako's ability to think through problems on her own and then be certain of her decisions afterwards. She admires that element of Hinako. I don't know if I feel like Rinko still very much buys into all the femininity stuff, but which she is free to do. That's not necessarily I want to be clear here. There's nothing wrong with being feminine, even in a traditional way. There are problems here, certainly, about how women are treated as objects to be traded around. Especially fuck you, Cube. This is the second series where I can fucking he talks about how he toys around with girls and just disposes of them like they're wet rags, and I'm like, ew.
Also, I did watch the video that you sent for us to gain context for the plot. There is a moment that was specified where both Shu and the Fox Mask guy are talking about Hinako as though she is an object to be owned.
I remember that.
I'm torn on that, whether or not that was mostly humorous to show that they're bonding as guys, as opposed to genuinely thinking of her as an object. But I do think ultimately it is it was a humorous scene because Hinako acknowledges it. Hinako was like, guys, don't talk about me like I'm not here. What the fuck?
Yeah.
I thought was what was funny about it.
I didn't know that's how it was.
I think that it still is funny, but it does still feed into the ideals and how people view women at the time.
Yes.
It does have some toxicity attached to it, which could these sorts of circumstances people will inevitably internalize, right?
Yeah. I mean, considering that's the ending where Hinako's face falls off and the entire subtext and the subtext is that she has lost her identity and her freedom as a result of marrying Koto Yuki. I think that was more of a humorous jibe at the serious nature of the actual underlying problem.
Which is fair, yeah.
I do like they were bros, though. I do like that both Koto Yuki and Shu are chill with each other.
With how the story presents both of them that was how they were. They are decent men, but they both have obviously shit that's influencing them one way or the other.
Yeah, and they
Right.
have room to grow and understand that Hinako is not just, a toy to be played with.
Yeah. And to be fair, like a lot of anime still to this day does talk about women in that kind of way. A lot of especially romance does. And it can be seen in a romantic context, and we still do that a little bit in the West of like this possessive ownership over someone that you are
she is mine
with.
and I'm hers, like that sort of thing. Like there is
Yeah.
a romantic element to that.
Yeah.
Also-
But of course you have to look at it within context to see whether or not it is romantic or whether or not it is objectifying.
Right. Speaking of objectifying, I think we gone through all we needed to in prep for this video.
Yeah.
I think I have everything covered. Hey, everyone in chat good with that summary? You get to quote Spaceballs. You get all that? All right, good.
You get all that?
Theros Rex
So-
says, this sounds like a very layered and emotionally complex story. I can guess why Synth hates it. Enjoying the cultural insights, though. Gotta love the past. Yeah, it's... Well,
Yeah.
love... Fascinated by the past. I love it. I don't like a lot of these things. I don't like the pregnancy monster. Like, this game, unlike Silent Hill 2, this game, while it didn't scare me as much as other Silent Hill games have, this one unnerved me probably the most because it has a lot of just, like, real-world suffering people can go through, and it's like, I don't want to subject anyone to that.
Oh
I
yeah,
see.
like
Yeah.
people don't really realize because of how we live in the modern day with modern medicine how dangerous pregnancy is and how frightening it can be for women and still can be to this day, because even though that we do have modern medicine, there is not zero risk when it comes to pregnancy.
There's a just disgusting. Not like there's a note that Hinako writes that talks about seeing her sister pregnant and bloated, and like between breaths she couldn't even say a word because she was heaving, and like she just sees like women pregnant as this disgusting evil thing, which is probably why she has like a lot of internalized self-hatred when she starts feeling the on-call of adulthood and like her biological processes warming up and being like she seems to me as someone who is sexually averse asexual, if that makes any sense.
Yeah.
Like she is disgusted
Well,
by
also also it can just be that she, because I remember when I was a teenager growing up, and like maybe that is because I am also ace, but like growing up there was a bit of an element of I'm excited for it because I'm going to be an adult. I am going, like all of these changes are representative of that, but also not liking the changes because, oh, I am different now. And now I'm feeling all of these different things, and people are starting to look at me differently, and people are starting to treat me differently, and everything is different, and I don't like it. Like those kinds of changes, especially for women, and how we are perceived in society can be very, very frightening.
Yes. Whereas like to kind of like, what was it? Were you listening to Taylor Swift over there? You got a new album?
No.
I heard it's kind of bad, actually.
Kaiser loves
that's
it.
why I mentioned. No, shut the fuck up. No, the meme is that I brought up the controversy surrounding that earlier. But
fair enough.
yeah, I was opening up the stream because I went to Discord on my phone, and then I guess I had a bit of the volume up, and it showed an ad.
It's all good. Izanagi says, I'm going to be blunt about Japan at this point. Japan, you wonder why people aren't having kids and your population is getting overly old. You aren't helping your goddamn case.
I mean, I feel like that's a
Isa,
different
I'll be
thing.
blunt when I say this. You are in no position to say that.
Yeah, no.
Also, like, on top of that, I mean, technically speaking, their population started to decline the more feminism started to take hold. So
I mean, that's going to be
Yeah,
a thing when you start treating humans like human beings and not as objects to use your personal
I find
toys,
it a weird thing to connect because the amount of people having kids, you can have that and still be pieces of shit.
Pretty much.
Yeah.
There's also like the fact that like, I mean that doesn't. We're talking about vastly different time periods. I mean, granted, it's the same history, of course, but the problems in regards to like that, even if you even consider it problems, is like very contextual to like how things are now.
Zero to Hero, for my time playing Silent Hill 2, Silent Hill never came off as an actual horror experience meant to be super scary. It gave me the impression that it was supposed to be unnerving and disgusting by what's around me. Yes. First of all, it is a horror experience. Like, the horror is supposed to be more dread-based. Silent Hill 2 especially has much more of a morose tone as opposed to being scary. Silent Hill 1, 3, 4 are... I mean, all of them except for 2 are much more about... they're much scarier in terms of it. Silent Hill 2 is much more morose and depressing. Silent Hill F has come off to me as much more... discomforting because it's not talking about like highfalutin things such as, oh, I've murdered a person and I need to atone for it, or this girl got burned to death in a house fire but she's being kept alive to birth an ancient god. No, the entire conversation around this game is around very real world feelings, really real world events. Like, people do get married, people do get forced into marriages. That was one thing I was going to mention about Kanta and Kimie's relationship that I forgot to bring up. You basically learn that Kanta blew all his money trying to make a restaurant venture, and his best friend, his brother, quote unquote, stole the money and ran, leaving them destitute. That's why they're poor and they have so many debts. But on top of that, one of the reasons why they arranged the marriage for Hinako is that Kotoyuki's family is incredibly wealthy and they were getting a great, great dowry for it, effectively. This seems like, oh man, he's selling his family off to pay for the debts. Well, then you find a note in the other world when you're like exploring your house that's been turned into a hellish labyrinth. And it turns out that Kimie is ill. She has a disease of some sort, potentially something like cancer that's incurable and is slowly killing her. And a lot of the bills that he has, a lot of the debts that he ended up taking out later in life, were trying to get treatment for her and trying to keep her alive. And he is desperate to try and find any solution, even though he keeps being told by his brother, his actual brother, and the doctors that her time is coming and better to make the most of it. And it's a man that's in denial about losing his wife. And it's like, God, Kanta is really a fascinating character in terms of, wow, you're a piece of shit, but man, you're going through it. Oh.
Also, because you were just yapping so long, I didn't really get to talk about Iza's note all that much.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, go. You know what? I gotta get a drink. Go for it.
Sure. So I know that like we're talking about the whole child rate of birth thing in Japan that's going on right now. A lot of that doesn't really have to do so much with feminism so much as the lingering sentiments of women in society, as well as the lingering ideals that were propped up during World War II. Again, I talked about like women's place in the home during World War II, but also World War II set up the entire country as a factory, pretty much. And that still ends up to this day being very prominent in Japanese society in work culture. In Japanese work culture, your workplace is seen more as your actual family than your family is. And so like you get businessmen who adopt men into their family so that they can take over as CEO once the older one is old enough to retire. So that man can still be part of his family, but also take over the company. You have this idea that you need to stay in the workplace as long as possible and get so much work done. Sorry, just give me one sec.
No worries. I can continue on to give a bit more context for the Japanese work culture. Everyone should know that the Japanese also have a 9 to 5 workday in general. However, people do not leave when it's 5 o'clock. The general consensus is you leave when your boss leaves, and that just basically it becomes a self-fulfilling prophecy where you just stay longer and longer and longer. And if the boss says, "Hey, let's all get drinks at the end of the night," everyone goes to get drinks because they just are staying around and being together in this sort of
it's almost expected that you have to go drinking with all of your work buddies at the end of the day, and if you don't, it is seen as disrespectful. It is seen as being very antisocial, and you won't do well in the workplace. But also going back specifically to how women are seen, women are meant to look after her husband's family and expected to quit work once she starts having children. That was a thing from the 50s into the 80s and even beyond that. That is expected that once you start having children, you will no longer want to work. And if women start working and also be a full-time mother and a full-time caretaker to the husband's parents, but also want to be a full-time career woman, well, then you kind of have to pick and choose, because women can't be full-time two to three different things at once. You can't be a full-time mother. You can't be a full-time caretaker to your husband's parents, and you can't be a full-time career woman. So women have to pick and choose. And more often than not, women will choose to stave off having children in order to establish their careers, so that they don't have to ruin their careers in order to have a family. That is a problem specifically with Japan. And I suspect that that is one of the main problems with the current crisis going on with births in Japan, is because of that. And that all stems back to how Japan did the whole thing with World War II.
Right.
To give context in this,
did the whole thing with World War. You know that little thing.
Did the whole that little thing.
No,
I'm trying to. I was trying to be very fast because I am being pulled away, and I wanted to finish my point.
Oh,
no,
okay.
Fair enough.
I just thought it was funny.
Anyway, Isa for $5. Thanks for the correction. I still feel Japan's treatment of women, past and present, doesn't help their case. Yeah, it doesn't, but let's be 100% honest. That is not something that we can totally fully get into right now. Twilight did a great job, but
yeah, I was gonna say, and it's not just their women. Like, those guys want to go home to their wives, they just they can't because of social pressure. And
pretty much
there's a reason why Japan's let's say opting out rate is so high.
Oh, there's also that,
high power, 10 for 10. Excited for a breakdown of this game. Also, there's no magic spell to solve Japan's birth rates or whatever.
Correct.
I mean, well, no. To be fair, no one's saying that, but I will say that like the problems in regards to that are influenced by the past, yes, but more so, from what I can understand, it has to do with specific social and economic related things, especially social and cultural, that are happening.
If
currently.
only our problems were influenced by the future, then we could just, not have them happen.
Okay, zero.
Okay, you know what I meant.
No, zero over here. So what you're saying is that Japan lives in a society. Also,
I mean, it does have Shigaraki, so yeah, there's that.
Well, how about we stop screaming about these things and start screaming about the things that Synthetic Man is about to say?
All to establish our
you.
Opinions on what they know of the story, what I know nothing, but even though it's limited as have played of the game, establish our thoughts on it. I'd probably give this a solid 8.5 out of 10 in terms of it. I don't know if I would want more of a Silent Hill like this. I feel like this is an interesting experiment that did a lot of things right, but I feel like it's not the mainstay system that the style that this story, the series wants to go with. I feel like it should definitely kind of look back more towards its roots and see what goes better. I'm looking forward to the remake of the original. God, they should have remade that one fucking first. God knows.
Yeah.
You know why they did.
I know
Silent
why
Hill
they
2
did.
first.
Silent Hill 2 is just too damn famous.
Yeah. That being said, I guess we can get started.
Should we start without Twy? I mean, I guess at the beginning isn't going to be as much about the story. We can rewind. I mean, to be fair, I also don't want to subject you to his bullshit too much longer. Okay, so let's go.
Go for it.
Feminism. Women get treated no differently than animals.
For some reason, I can't hear
want your
anything.
Wow.
Is the volume down to 0?
No.
Reload.
Okay, I'm back.
Okay,
Welcome back.
Thank you.
So start the last 10 seconds. Start the video over real quick because
we started. We didn't know how long you were going to be, so we just thought we've already spent enough time.
Okay,
No. We're going to have a field day with the first 10 seconds alone. Let me say.
Oh boy.
Apparently.
Oh boy. I was only pulled away for a second because my grandpa went to get some water and he wanted me to help him drag it all in.
No worries. You're good.
Anyway. Also, your stream is dead, Twy.
Oh, sorry. That's because as I was coming back, I accidentally pulled everything out of my laptop.
How could you kill your stream? It was young. It had a life.
It was 2 years ago from retirement.
Wait, 2 years ago from what?
What the?
Yeah.
Oh my God.
Well, listen, you know how Social Security is these days, to be fair.
I was going to make a joke of like, oh God, the changing timelines, the crossing streams, they're affecting even Kaiser.
Biblically accurate. Give me a moment. Fixing it. We're biblically accurate right now.
No.
It's so low. Why is it taking so long to load?
I have no idea.
Maybe, dog. Whatever he said in the first 10 seconds must have stun locked Discord Twilight stream.
You'll see it. You'll see it. Okay. I saw it, and I'll be 100% honest. I just talking? Grinned.
I don't hear her.
Twy, are you talking?
That would be a no.
Apparently not. So, do we consider this synthetic man powers or your scuff semblance?
Just like the story of Silent Hill F is two competing forces going against one another. Synthetic man powers and my scuff semblance had conflict.
Oh my God, I'm dying.
But which force represents the patriarchy? That's the important part.
Oh, that's definitely synthetic man.
I was gonna say, like,
how is it not synthetic man?
What are you saying about me? What the fuck?
Oh no!
Don't worry. I'm saying that we had Bumblebee streams anyway.
Why are
I'm not like a hardcore feminist kind of guy, but I do drink a healthy amount of respect.
Okay. So first,
I wouldn't be with him if he didn't drink some respect women juice.
Okay, enough.
All right, so let us start this video so Twy can see this absolute.
Enjoy this
godly analysis.
Here we go.
Feminism. Women get treated no differently than animals. There you go. You want your feminist message? 11 out of 10 game. I can't remember.
There we go.
Oh my God.
Yep.
Told you. I told you.
I will give him 1 point of kudos. He's playing the game with the Japanese audio, which I think is the best way to play it. No offense to the English one. The English dub is fine. I just prefer the Japanese. I think it sounds better.
What a way to start.
Going on. For some reason, I didn't hear it. I need to check my settings.
Okay, so again, this goes back to what we were talking about with how women were treated back then. They were literally treated as second-class citizens, as objects, as animals. They weren't treated as people. Only men were treated as people. So the fact that he doesn't seem to realize that he is in this mindset of, oh, this is the whole feminism thing. Ew, gross. That That is what women want you to know about how men are treating women. It's like, yeah, that is how men in Japan treated women. I'm sorry to say, but that kind of was true.
Yeah. It's
Yeah.
I can't wait because, like, again, the guys in this, like Kotoyuki and Shu, are chill. Like, they have their downsides. They're not perfect, but they're generally good people. So I that actually love Hinako for good reason. Like, it's
The last time that I've been genuinely disgusted
The hell
with
is
a video
going on?
game, and that is not an exaggeration. This
I
is
think
not
maybe
one of
it's
those
my
cases where I just tell
headphones,
you, oh,
maybe?
another
I'll have
modern
to
game
unplug them.
sucks. But yes, this game does suck, but that's besides the point. That's just a dime a dozen in this era. No, Silent Hill F genuinely.
Okay, dime a dozen in this era. Please define that, because we are eating fucking amazingly with certain games coming out this year.
Expedition 33,
Silk Song.
Silk Song. What else is on my list?
Yeah,
that-
Silk Song,
Silk
definitely.
Song is also bad. Silk Song is also bad, guys.
Oh, right, because it stars a woman. I'm sorry.
Holy shit!
I'm so
Oh my
sorry.
god! Oh my
I'm
god!
so
Oh my
sorry.
god!
No, not just that it stars a woman, but Zero told me about this one specific thing that happens to the main character.
What thing? Is it at, like, at the very end of the game, or is it like in the middle of the game?
I don't know where he was during that, but I think it's like a side quest thing.
Okay, you can say something.
Oh,
about
that side
I've
quest.
done-
Yeah,
I've
no,
done-
I know what you're
That-
talking about.
That side quest, the one where she gets a parasite inside of her.
Oh,
You
yeah,
get
that
removed.
right. Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
ew. That's not fun.
Yeah,
It's a
it's a very blatant analogy for rape and abortion.
Mark Liu, video game industry crash right now. Every game bad. I mean, I guess that's his mentality. The video game industry is heading for a crash, by the way. Not that every game is bad. It's just that, like,
Sure,
triple.
but it's not doing that because of the
Yeah,
wo-
it's
the
not doing
woke
that because of
mob.
that. Strictly because of that. Like, there may be some effect on sales to some extent, but it's also they're just like EA is just EA and Activision and shit. They're just really bad at handling their IPs.
Yeah,
Yeah.
but also
really
there's Marvel.
Disgusted.
Also, I got it.
This game is some of
Fuck
the.
you. In your first 15 minutes, you're spoiling one of the most brutal and intrinsically powerful scenes, actually two of them technically back to back, in the story, where in the Dark Realm, the Hinako that eventually becomes the Shiromuku, she has her arm cut off and replaced with a fox arm. She has her face cut off and replaced with a fox mask. And she is branded with the family insignia of Kotoyuki's family, which is visually and mechanically a representation of her losing her identity and her humanity. Again, goes back to the nature of how women were treated in the effort of getting married, in the pursuit of getting married. She is subjecting herself to shedding these things. Also, an element that I thought of last night when I was talking about, maybe he'll bring it up with a gameplay segment. Because,
But actually, reel it back one last time. I think I figured out what the issue was.
Okay.
But yes, this game does suck. But that's besides the point. That's just a dime
Okay,
a
I can
dozen in
hear it
this
now.
era.
Nice.
No, Silent Hill F. Genuinely
Imagine opening up
disgusted
like
me.
this,
This
man.
game is some of the most overt anti-natalism, anti-marriage propaganda that I've seen in years.
Dog,
Okay.
he thinks this is a freaking bar. This is how you start a video, guys. Holy shit!
Literally the most surface level of takes when it comes down to this game.
Yeah.
Like, I can
But
see
hey, at least
someone
he's
who
honest
does not
about it.
engage at all with the fucking story and is just there for the ride. I could see them coming away thinking this without ever digging any deeper.
Well, also, like, if you're already so against the idea that women deserve to have rights, that they can choose their own bodily autonomy, things like that, then even just a game that features the concept of feminism and the concept of being a woman being afraid of how her body is going to lose its autonomy in another time and in another country could seem very egregious to him, because he thinks that women should just shut up. They need to accept their roles as mothers, as broodmares, and just be happy with the fact that this is their lot in life. Because women aren't people. They don't have thoughts. They don't have their own they don't have their own ideas. They don't have their own full emotions like men do. They just need to accept the fact that women have this role in society and they need to learn to be happy with it. That is basically what somebody like this thinks.
Yep.
It's a period piece.
Yep.
Yeah.
Well, let's see what else he has to say and see how much more wrong he gets it.
Pretty clear that
I'm
the
positive.
F in the title stands for feminism. And let's face it,
Oh my god, this fucking loser. Holy shit.
You understand, that is such a fucking... Like, that was a take that people had when they first learned about the story. Like, when they first learned that it was a female protagonist, that was a joke that was being made.
No, I swear to God, like I thought that exact line in my head when we were starting the stream, and I was like, no, it's too good to be true that he would say that. If this is a joke I came up with, he's not gonna fucking do it. Oh, dog, I predicted the fucking future, man. Holy shit.
And for the record, F can mean a whole bunch of things. For one, it's the forte symbol as a musical score. So loudness, boldness, which is a theme in the game, is well, what?
Not that at all. It's F to pay respects.
Nah.
Well, also, like, it could be a Japanese word. Feminism is not a Japanese word. I'm pretty sure that in Japan they have their own term for feminism.
Think he knows shit about the Japanese language, Twilight?
No,
I doubt it.
But that's why he's dumb and stupid.
Paul, Silent Hill F fraud.
Yes, exactly. That is what he is.
Is not a good Silent Hill game. It's not a good game, period. The combat is like bad Dark Souls. And for some reason, there's a devil trigger from Devil May Cry in this as well. It is some of the most
we'll get to that, buddy.
combat, and not in the way
also,
that
I still really hate looking at the pregnancy monster. It's just so uncomfortable.
And like bad Dark Souls.
It's so wild.
Bro, we have a lot of bad Souls likes out there. You can choose.
That is true.
Yeah, have you ever played Elden Ring?
What the fuck?
Okay, so Celtic.
Yeah, no, he just wants to get murdered. Apparently.
No.
Oh boy.
I just know that it's a hot take, and I thought it'd be funny.
No, it's still funny.
Yeah.
I know that my inevitable death is coming.
Leo Ultima, the main character has a devil trigger. Now we're talking. Yeah, I mean that's just a plus to me.
Yeah, well, I was gonna say, like, I have a fucking paragraph dissertation about why the combat works in the different segments the way that it does. It's actually, guys, it might be that the gameplay is thematic to the fucking story.
Yeah, like
Don't mind your surprise, huh?
I'll say this with how everything. Oh, sorry, my apologies.
Go ahead. I was just making a joke, but go ahead.
It's more the way that I see it is that it's probably influenced by the writer itself. Is that the story was number one to the point where the gameplay and combat was probably tacked on, not in a bad way.
Yeah, I was gonna say, like, the worst part about it is more level design based. I would actually probably say that's my biggest complaint with the game is level design, because I think it's a very linear game. It feels like open-ended in some sections, but when you actually break down the maps, there's not a lot of variety in how you approach obstacles.
I do find it very interesting that video games are one of the most versatile forms of media that you have out there, because you have games that are pure story. You have games that are pure setting. You have games that are pure gameplay. There's just so many ways to create video games, and there are different interpretations of how video games should be, how to make a good video game, all of this kind of stuff, and even within genre.
Tyler, I know the pregnant monster is purposefully disturbing, and I know what I know. It's a Silent Hill game.
Yeah, he's not saying it's bad.
I'm
he's just
saying that they
it's
did their
uncomfortable.
goddamn job.
Yeah.
Like,
it is meant to be disturbing. Success.
Yeah.
mission successful.
Yep.
It is also one of the chunkiest fucking enemies to fight, so it is also very frustrating to combat.
Oh boy.
Damn, that means you gotta look at it
Yeah.
longer.
Wait, I know nothing. What difficulty are you playing on?
I'm playing on hard.
Oh, you're in for a time.
Yeah, I'm aware.
I recommend story is harder than most normals in Silent Hill, in the other Silent Hill games.
Oh.
So, yeah. Hard is actually hard.
This sounds like a great time. I don't see the issue.
Okay, well, I enjoy that.
I like difficult games. What can I say?
Is Silent Hill a children's game? There are children in it. They're not happy.
Really think about that question. And answer it yourself in chat.
Good thing I watched the Yahtzee vid, so I understand the pregnant enemy. Oh God,
yeah, he does make a joke about it.
But yeah, let's continue to see what he says bullshit-wise.
Survival horror games had bad combat, so it's okay for this to have bad combat too. First of all, that's a lie. There's nothing wrong with classic survival horror gameplay, no matter how much revisionist history shill YouTubers tell you. There is nothing wrong with the classic Resident Evil or Silent Hill games. You can play them right now and have a good time.
Wait a second.
No.
What do you mean shill YouTubers? All of these games are household fucking classics. There's way too much incentive to just say, oh, nothing's wrong with any of this gameplay in the past. Let's just keep it all the same.
Yeah, I was going to say, like, the biggest complaint people have with this game, like, one of the reasons it's the most divisive game in the franchise to date, at least honestly, this entire franchise is made up of black sheep, is the combat. Like, the combat, like, just like Homecoming was criticized for having too much of an action-focused combat. Just like Silent Hill 2 remake was criticized for having too much action-focused combat. Just like Downpour was criticized for having too much action-focused combat. All of these games they're trying to evolve the different gameplay because they don't want to just regurgitate the same game to you over and over again. That is not what they want to do. They want to provide a new experience, and they're doing it in an interesting new way. Does it work out on the whole? I think in this unique circumstance, it does. I do not think, however, that they should take away the combat system from this in future installments. But I think for the installment that this is, it works perfectly.
More to the point, the shill media and everything else like that. Bro, you will be laughed out of the room if you, like, insult, say, the original Resident Evil 4's gameplay.
Yes.
I know, actually, that is one of the most hotly debated games in the Resident Evil fandom, believe it or not.
That is correct. However, for the quote-unquote shill media, Resident Evil 4 is one of the best games ever made, and for good reason, I'll admit, by the way. But I'm just saying, for what he's talking about right now, he's not making any goddamn sense.
Isn't combat supposed to be action, though? I'm genuinely confused right now. Silent Hill has always had combat. Like, you always have, well, except for Shattered Memories where you only ran. It was purely horror. It did not have a survival element, really. But Silent Hill has always been about survival horror, and survival horror, the main focus of survival horror is resource management, fighting monsters, or fleeing from monsters. Basically, the question is, do I expend resources in order to get past this enemy? Am I willing to take damage in order to get past them? It's a lot of on-the-moment decision-making based on long-term route planning. That's a lot of what survival horror is. And I actually think Silent Hill F succeeds on the whole at producing that effect with a much more visceral combat system that is a lot more thoroughly explorable. I'm trying to word it wrong.
They're trying to word it wrong?
No, I am wording it wrong. basically, it is a much more robust combat system. That's the word I'm looking for. It's a much more robust system, but it still invokes the appropriate fight or flight feelings. It drops the ball in some circumstances in that the areas don't have more variation to how you can like maneuver. Like the maps are not as intricate as I would like them to be. There's a lot of kind of dead ends that don't lead anywhere, as opposed to interesting locations you can visit. And you're kind of get railroaded effectively. It's a lot of like, there is one set path forward that gets annoying, and then you get to the end of the game and there's a bunch of enemy rushes that happen that you have to fight through, enemy waves. I didn't like that element of the game as much. However, the core mechanics function just fine, and I'm frustrated because it does take a while to make it click. But again, I'm on my like 6th playthrough, and I would not have played this game if I didn't like it.
This combat system was genuinely infuriating. And you might be thinking to yourself, okay, so it's more left-wing propaganda and the combat's bad. Is it at least scary? No, it's not scary either. Half the game...
Small comment, by the way. It's left-wing propaganda, so the combat is bad. Did I hear that correctly, or am I just going crazy?
So it's left-wing propaganda and the combat is bad. And then he's like, is it scary at least? Like, he's like going down the line of like why it's bad.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
As you were.
Is brightly lit, as in the actual town segments with all the fog. Not the least bit scary, man. And even in the dream world segments, whatever you want to call the marriage allegory parts of this game, those aren't scary either, because that's where you power up to your demon form and just beat the shit out of
There's a
enemies
reason
past
for
the
that.
halfway point of the game. Even if you
that's not even that,
but
like, it's not even just that. You get the arm later in the game anyway. At the start of the game, when you go in those sections, you don't
you're fighting
have it.
things off with like a fucking shitty knife that has like...
even in the dark dimension. I know it's not called the dark dimension, but it's... call it that. Yeah.
Propaganda angle of this game.
Finally got to
I
the
don't
vid,
think
yes.
the story is good. In fact, it's ridiculous. I'm just going to spoil the whole game right here in the intro, so you better click off the vid now if you don't want to hear it. But basically, this entire game...
Why'd you say that 2 minutes into it when you've already spoiled
I'm just going to
us?
spoil the whole game right here in the intro, so you better click off the vid now if you don't want to hear it. But basically, this entire game is just a hallucination, a drug trip. A depressed chick in her 20s is reminiscing about her teenage years. She pops some pills and then goes on a murder spree at her wedding.
I'm glad he brought this up, because now my entire like theorizing about like why there are 2 layers of time going on simultaneously, I'm glad, because I can be like, no, fuck you. I think there's a lot more going on, because at least one of the endings confirms this has a tangible effect on the real world. Episode Guauca gets abandoned in one of the endings because of this shit. Like, fuck you. It's not just happening in her brain. It's actually happening in the real world. It's just, what layers of the real world is the question.
It comes off that he only got the one ending as well.
That's a lot of people.
I'm guessing, yeah. Which is so weird, because, like, isn't having multiple endings kind of like a running thing with these games?
It is. I will say this is another departure in that this game is supposed to be played
multiple
times,
yeah,
and each time, like, New Game Plus adds new cutscenes or changes cutscenes that you had previously, and especially once
changes
dialogue directly, and you get different scenes. So
which is totally fair, but you would think that if you're trying to review the fucking game, that you would, check out all the endings.
Does it sound like he's coming at this from good faith?
Well,
I mean,
to give him the best faith possible. I know, stupid of me to say.
No, it's fair. That's fair. I appreciate it.
I will ask this of the... I was about to say the Resident Evil because of your current model, but how long does it take to get through a single playthrough?
Oh!
In your estimation?
It took me about 15 hours.
Okay, so would you say 15 hours per, or is it 15 hours for the first one,
It's
then it's
15
10,
hours
then
for
it's
the
5?
first one, then about 15 hours for the first one, then about probably 8 for the second one, and then after that, you can skip all but because there's a lot of cutscenes that are still just regurgitated, so you can skip those. And you also know where to go, and also you know strategies. You're better at the game. You know what items are valuable. By your third or fourth playthrough, you're pretty solid on your routes through the entire game. I knew exactly what I was doing, especially because it does tell you how to get the alternate endings to some extent. I still had to look one or two things up. It tells you the criteria. There are some things you have to discover, like certain locations and items, but you know what you have to do in order to avoid certain endings and get other ones. And so you're keeping your eye out, and it's not that hard to keep an eye out. I basically got the second and third endings completely fine. It was the fourth one I struggled with, and then UFO one. Once you find a guide to it, you just follow the order. You're good. But
Yeah.
basically, you can zip through the game. Once you know what you're doing, you can zip through this game really fucking fast. Especially because in the first New Game Plus, if you're going for one of the other endings, you get a really powerful weapon right out of the gate. Not right out of the gate. You get it at the very end of that playthrough, and it carries over at the near the very beginning of subsequent playthroughs. And so basically, you just keep getting more and more powerful the more you play the game.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So
Then...
it does take some time. I'm not saying it's not a time sink. It's probably the longest Silent Hill in the franchise, other than maybe Silent Hill 2 Remake. Anyway.
Somehow, the average Japanese woman, she's a little taller than average, kills a bunch of grown-ass men and women with no guns. I guess she just beats them to death. She's
also a grown-ass woman. She is in her 20s.
Yeah, she is in her 20s.
Well,
you acknowledge that.
Plus, you've been beating people up with a stick for the entire franchise.
Plus, she's high off a fucking, a mountain.
Also,
have you ever fought someone on meth before? I have. No, I haven't.
Wait, what?
I don't care how little you are or how insignificant you think that she is just because she is a woman and you think that women have paper for muscles. If she has a weapon, she can overpower grown-ass men.
Yeah, she is athletic, and she is confirmed to have stabbed people and beaten them with a fucking pipe.
Yeah.
That gets a lot of leverage.
Just because women are on average weaker than men physically does not mean that if you put a weapon in her hands that men can still overpower her, especially men who have no training in getting weapons out of the hands of people.
I guarantee you, if someone is holding a knife, I've been held at knife point before. People have gotten it is fucking scary. And that is my yeah, there were some tense points in my family. We have gotten into arguments. They've gotten into some really nasty arguments. Back when my sister was still very much alcoholic. I mean, technically speaking, she still says, "Oh, I'm an alcoholic," but it's like a whole part of being part of AA, that sort of thing.
Ew, gross.
What?
AA is just gross.
Yeah. Also,
really?
Yeah, no. It is very Alcoholics Anonymous is very abusive toward the people who go in there. Because the whole mentality is once you are an alcoholic, you are always an alcoholic, and you need to apologize for that for the rest of your fucking life.
Oh, no, that is not at all how she treats. She's just I'm always an alcoholic, and I must abstain. It's just a reminder that you're always one accident away.
That's still an abusive mindset.
Oh, okay. Well,
you will never. The mindset of Alcoholics Anonymous is you will never be able to overcome this. You are going to always be this for the rest of your life.
Oh, damn. Okay. I mean, I think there's a deeper conversation that I'm not armed to discuss with this right now.
Sure.
This is like the first major pushback I've heard about it because whole family, we've had a bunch of interventions. So regardless, my point that I was trying to make is I've been held at knife point before by women who are physically weaker than me, and it's still fucking knife.
Basically.
Trying to disarm someone, I think I have done it once, and it was a stressful, terrifying moment in my life that I wish to never recreate ever. If Hinako chose to go on a stabbing spree, I don't know if you've seen it. I've seen the image of the guy in the the London Tube, the guy getting his neck slit. You guys seen that?
Shit.
It's one of the most horrifying CCTV videos I've ever watched. A guy just gets his neck slit, and then the next minute, he's on the floor, and there's a puddle of blood twice the size of his body. It is. Knives are terrifying.
Yeah.
Okay, so Stoned Wolf in the chat. Are you?
What's
Are
happening?
you okay? He's generally saying we're Redditards or something. So I'm just.
How is that?
I am talking from personal experience. And I am martially trained. I want to be clear. I took Taekwondo. I got pretty deep into that. Might not have my black belt, but I learned how to disarm people. And it is still terrifying. First rule of learning a martial art is never get in a fight. You never want to get in a fight.
Stoned Wolf, congratulations. You're a fantastic person. You saying, oh, ha, ha, ha. Okay, you're great. Congratulations. Bye.
Dude. Okay.
Oh, you are so edgy, Stoned Wolf.
Yeah, you're so edgy. Bye. Be edgy somewhere else.
That is 2 fucking bands in one day.
How much more? How much
No,
more?
it's not.
I'm not timing people.
Was it timeout?
I'm timing people out.
All right. I didn't know.
Didn't you time that last guy out for like 84,000 seconds?
Yes.
I hate it because I don't want to shut anyone up, but dude, why are you fucking laughing at that? I've almost gotten stabbed.
It's why I was willing to talk to, like, again, Zero's like, it's the first Redditard that made an appearance in chat. Yeah, kind of. He's just screaming, oh, we're insufferable, we're Reddit pilled or something. No, we're not.
Yeah.
I feel like go on Reddit.
I don't have a Reddit.
Get my questions answered.
Guys, there's no reason to explain ourselves. The guy was obviously trolling.
Like I'm just saying, like, to have a conversation like that, it's really weird when people just assume that you are in this certain culture online when they don't know a thing about you at all. Yeah. And it just confuses me more than angers me, because it's like, what are you talking about, dude? Are you okay? Are you like off your meds? Are you like, do you need help? Do you need someone to talk to?
If you do martial arts and are afraid of teenage girl stabbing, it's weird. Why are you doing martial arts in that case? Because
to protect yourself.
Okay, look. Just because you know how to defend yourself does not mean you are going to succeed. Any small mistake you make can end up with your life gone. That is one of the lessons they drill into you in martial arts, is that you do not go out looking for fights, and if you are in a fight, your safest bet is to still run away and preserve your life. You should only ever fight if you are forced into a corner. That is the only circumstance, because A, clear justification, and B, it means that you have expended every other avenue through to protect yourself. Like, you basically have no choice, because if you fuck up even slightest, if you make a wrong choice in what technique to implement, if you make a wrong choice in how to approach the situation, you will very likely end up injured or dead. This is the same thing with like firearm safety. Anyone that does any kind of training with firearms knows the last thing you want to do is pull your gun, because if you're at that point, the situation is completely fucked. All right?
I find it so fascinating that people who know not a goddamn thing about martial arts or self-defense are the ones who think that self-defense is like the be-all end-all and that you can like stop any kind of calamity as long as you have this one martial arts or this one self-defense technique or this one weapon, that you will be unstoppable. It's like, that's not how that works, my guy.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's not like leveling up in a video game, you know what I mean? Things don't just stop hurting you after a certain point against like other people with weapons. That doesn't happen.
And also,
as Yokai Lover says in $2 in Super Chat, weapons be dangerous. Okay. Weapons be dangerous.
Centron, you asked why did I not ban him? Because ultimately they're just a rage baiter. There's nothing wrong with them inherently. They're just annoying. No point in that. And I also if someone's going to be banned, I'm going to wait for the okay for
I would probably order it. Jake the Surgeon says, this is the same blithering toad that called the boss from MGS3 a Mary Sue, the same absolute giga sponge that complained about black space marines despite knowing nothing about 40K. I hate him.
Damn.
Yeah, I remember that. I think
I like the term
Jake,
giga sponge. That's great.
Giga sponge.
Oh my god, Jake, I just got a comment. Sorry, I just got a comment from a person called I Am the Batman that says that my old Naruto AMV is an artifact because it's 19 years old.
To be fair, that's technically retro. 17 years is considered retro.
No, 19.
Oh no, but I'm saying is like at the very least it's retro.
Yeah. No, they said, wow. This is like a piece of artifact. This video is 19 years old and it might be one of the early vids of YouTube.
No.
Now we just gotta wait until it's old enough to drink.
Yeah, no, 2006. Yeah, that would be.
No, it is. What are you talking about? It is old enough to drink.
Not in our country.
2006.
Yeah. Well, the video wasn't made in your country. It was made in mine, and in my province, you have to be 19 years old.
But I can't. Counterpoint: it is an American service, so technically speaking, U.S. law applies. Unfortunate.
Well, first things first, the boss being a Mary Sue. One, she is the single best trained person in the entirety of the series, and Metal Gear is basically just the more trained you are, it's an anime. Like fucking hell. The boss, like
she's also the antagonist.
Also, by the way, would you like to actually? No, she's not the antagonist. How dare you?
No, I mean, okay. Volgan is also. She is an antagonist. Like I know she's also like. Look, she's a very complicated character. I know how that works.
I was going to point out, by the way, that she was in D-Day. Ocelot is her son. She had Ocelot in the middle of a trench in D-Day, patched herself up, and then continued fighting.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think that's actually an argument against her being a Mary Sue.
I am not saying that, but I'm just saying that is the average stuff that a crazy Metal Gear character does. If we're going to call her a Mary Sue, MGS4 Snake walking through the microwave room.
I actually think that's a great sequence. I don't think that's what I think is better argued. Twin Snakes, just Snake and all of Twin Snake. The man's flipping over.
They're both Mary Sue moments.
Yeah.
Yay!
And when everything's a Mary Sue moment.
Let's be real here. Men do get a lot more leeway for these moments because they are considered badass.
Mm-hmm. Oh, don't trust me. I think it's really silly. Twin Snakes.
It's okay to enjoy the moment for what it is, but we have to acknowledge that it is still a Sue moment.
Mark says, I can confirm if my life is at risk that I'm running. That's what emergency services are for, since they're trained, hopefully, for such. Yeah, and to be fair, you see how often police can fuck up? Like, guys, if the police who are trained for this shit are fucking up, what hope do you have? I am all for people taking their own personal defense into their own hands, and I am big on the Second Amendment. I know that's gonna make a lot of people angry, but I also am fully recognizing that even if you are trained in a circumstance, you are not always going to succeed, and your first option should be to remove yourself from the threat. Defense only comes in last resort situations.
Right.
Shark Jumping Walrus says it's almost like fighters want to avoid fights. Yes, absolutely. Jake the Surgeon, I didn't make a video about him, Kaiser, yet.
Okay. Yet.
I didn't know
Anyway.
you were pro militia. Yeah, and who are the militia if not the populace? We can go into the constitution of that. We can talk about that. That's fun stuff. Not now. We have too much to talk about Japan. I don't think I talk about America. Yokai Lover says, "Flesh is weak. I crave the strength and certainty of steel." All right, Tetsuo. All right, Tetsuo, the Iron Man.
Excuse you, he's a proud member of the Iron Hands.
Yeah.
All right. Well, let's listen to this idiot.
Game is an absolute joke, dude. I cannot believe there's a prominent YouTuber, and I'm not gonna say who it is, but you already know.
Pussy.
Let's just say it involves increasing your skill upward in some way. Is saying this game is like a masterpiece in the future of Silent Hill. No, this
Pussy,
is
name
a
names.
horrific joke of a video game. Imagine comparing marriage to chopping off your arm and slicing your face off. Oh, and your husband, he can just mind control you with his voice, by the way. I don't...
Yes! Because it's reflective of the fucking times!
You know what an allegory is?
Also,
Oh my God.
I don't know who he's talking about, by the way, so I can't comment on
me
this.
neither, because he's a fucking pussy who doesn't name names. Are you serious? You can't act like...
What was it? A get gooder? Is that maybe it?
I don't fucking care.
Like the thing that he really doesn't understand. I think
is it voice critical?
effectively. Oh really?
So he's taking shots at critical again. Is that it?
Is it skill?
Oh
up?
maybe.
Maybe.
Well, like-
possibly.
What is the standard for this? Because like, if you're being vague about it, then people get mad at you for being vague. But like we've seen other people get shit on for naming names and be like, well, why didn't you just keep this person anonymous? Now this person is being attacked.
Well, we're not talking about like, I don't know, some like random commenter or something along those lines. Talking about another creator.
Well, yeah, no, I am talking about this. I am talking about, well, this creator is now being attacked because you name names. Why didn't you keep them anonymous? But then if you keep them anonymous, they're like, why are you keeping them anonymous? Are you a coward?
Well, I mean, the way to go about it, like, I do not think he is. I think he's trying to avoid persecution as opposed to trying to actually be polite here. Like, it more so.
Yeah.
We're trying to
comes
be
down
added
to
into the
intent.
conversation.
I'm asking in generalities. I'm not defending him by.
Oh
any
yeah,
stretch
no.
of the
What I'm saying is like using him as an example is he is doing it maliciously here to try and avoid becoming controversial, or maybe he's doing it
as
to
a smoke
stir-
screen.
It's smoke screen, as opposed to someone being like, "Look, you might be able to figure out who it is. I'm going to talk in vagaries. I don't want to have any beef with these persons, so don't go bother them. But I'm not going to name names because I don't want to. Like someone who's just being like, look, I want to talk about this situation, but I want to make sure it doesn't blow back on this person. Please don't go bother them. Like I can totally see someone more mature.
Yeah, you can.
That way.
Yeah, you can. It all depends on like how you phrase it. If you say that like, hey, you know, some people like X or Y creator say this about the game. Here's why I disagree. No harm to them. Like that's
Yugox,
pretty much it.
Oh my god, this
Why did he go?
koala-brained gooner has the mental depth of a piss puddle. That is a Lost
Go,
Coyote,
Chaz,
since
thinking
there's
of
a
all
lolcow,
the-
pass it on. Yep.
I mean, I assume he is.
basically.
Also, we have some Daigato art.
Yes.
It's
Yes, we do.
amazing.
We miss it. Oh, it's so.
I
so
miss
good
my
here.
laptop.
I miss my laptop tails.
People were talking about hearing a phone earlier in chat. That was way after you would have actually heard my phone because you would have probably heard like the Digimon opening theme. But that is my laptop. I'm sorry. The fan is broken, so it is very loud. If you can hear some noise in the background, I can't help that.
God, I love this online art program. It makes sharing images way easier, like positioning them on screen. Anyway.
Oh yeah.
care if Japan in the 60s, women under the current political climate.
Wait, what?
You with his voice, by the way. I don't. If Japan in the 60s, women had no
Is it
right.
skipping for
Oh,
anyone
boy.
else?
No, it's not
my
skipping for me.
No,
It's
not,
skipping for
not
me.
for me.
It's
No,
fine.
it's not.
He outright says, "I don't care in the '60s that women in Japan didn't have rights."
Yeah, this game is made under the current year. So the guy who complains so much about politics being injected in the games is gonna complain about how is basically making the same argument that wacko SJWs make about like, oh my god, this piece of media is made in current times. That means that's to appeal to our sensibilities, guys. What a fucking joke. This is the illusion of choice in the culture war, guys. Don't buy into this crap.
Absolutely ridiculous. You don't care that a game is set in the 60s when this shit was going down. You don't care that women didn't have rights in Japan in the 60s when the game is set in the 60s and deals with these issues. Why are you playing the game? Why are you even talking about it in the first place then if you don't care? If you don't want to engage with the game, with what is going on in the game, why are you bothering with it? Why didn't you just not spend your money on it?
Izanagi, yep, sorry, but I'm hitting the eject button. This guy's lack of literacy and just sheer distasteful views on things is making me sick. At least you four will have content to react and discuss. I mean, that's what I'm looking forward to. I'm hoping we get some snippets in here that are just embarrassing for him.
I mean, he already.
Aside from his whole
And
channel,
to be fair to Scott E, because he mentioned it, apparently he makes some good points. We'll see what those may be and whether or not that is true.
Can you spot the good synthetic man point, chat?
I highly doubt it. I'm sorry, but we've already watched one of this man's videos. I doubt that there is a good point that he could make on this topic. Maybe he could make it about the video game mechanic. Maybe he could make it about some other element of the game. But if he is talking specifically about the actual story and about the actual themes that are going on and the culture that is going on within this game, I fucking doubt it.
Yeah,
we have a right to
that.
And as we said, at least I made a point of it. It's not in a derogatory way, but gameplay very much was secondary to the story that was being told here.
Well, I was going to say also, and I'll get into it if he starts complaining about the gameplay, which I know he will. Gameplay is reflective of the story, like in a really positive way. Like it was secondary in that it was probably developed afterwards. So
correct. That's what I meant. My apologies.
Yeah.
And slicing your face off. Oh, and your husband, he can just mind control you with his voice, by the way.
He's a fucking yokai.
Yeah, I think we got past this part already.
Well, and it keeps skipping for me. That's why I rolled it back.
It was like, he can mind control you with his voice. He's either he might not be a yokai. He's possessed by a yokai. Congratulations.
Yeah,
you have a medal.
Like when we are talking about the themes of this game in relation to what was going on at the time, yes, men could control you with their voice because their voice was the ultimate authority.
Yep.
Because women have no rights, men could control you with their voice. If they told you to do something, you had to do it.
Damn, that's his paradise right
Jake
there.
the Surgeon says he's the right-leaning version of the blue-haired hagfish getting mad that demons are bad. Yup.
Exactly, yes.
Honestly, he is the other side of the pendulum. Crimson
110%.
He just disregarded the story completely. Yup.
Yeah, and in the first 3 minutes, that's
and
impressive.
then Moopa said, normally I have to pirate hentai for that kind of top-tier mind control plot line.
Woo!
Right.
Holy shit, dog. Okay.
I don't
need to
care
chill.
if Japan in the 60s, women had no rights. This game was released under the current political climate. They knew that this is left-wing propaganda. And the main writer for this is the guy who made Higurashi When They Cry, which is a pretty infamous series, and I know a lot of people like that, but just trust me, this is complete embarrassing slop. I don't care if
There's
he worked
no such thing as a period piece.
Yeah, I
his
guess
mind.
not. Apparently, those just don't exist. Or is he trying to say? Wait a second. Or is he trying to say that because there is quote unquote left wing propaganda within the game itself, like built into its fucking code, that means that it lost the right to be a period piece because it seems that the writers have an agenda in his mind. Could that be what he's saying?
It just occurred to me that Hinako would have been born like at the tail end of World War II, like literally 15. Like my math, like for some reason the math never clicked in my head. Yeah, no, she literally would have been born right at the end there. Damn.
Yeah.
Yeah.
She would be, if it was the modern day, she would be in her 70s now.
Yep.
And like, oh, Higurashi. First off, name drop Umineko, you coward. Second off, this is a author that at the end of his series has no problem having an author surrogate say, you know what? Fuck off. I'm making my own story, which very based of him.
Yes.
He does not conform to quote unquote cultural norms, even for his own society.
Also,
I mean, most of Japan doesn't.
I accidentally dropped my earbud.
Oh shit.
Oh no. Take your time.
Also, left-leaning propaganda isn't the same kind of thing in Japan as it is in the West. Like, yes, Japan does get a lot of ideas from America, from the West. The concept of eugenics was one of them.
Yeah.
So, I'm not saying that there is like a total cutoff between Japan and the West, but the way that it is expressed in Japan is still fundamentally different from America due to their collectivist society and their collectivist mindset. So the way that feminism is expressed in Japan is inherently going to be different from the individualist society that is America.
And like specifically in terms of like, oh, nice. And specifically in terms of politics, it's fun. Yes, Japan, uses parts of our culture as inspiration for things, and definitely takes some different cultural cues about it. The fact of the matter is, in terms of like specific politics and policy, you can probably count whatever inspirations for those on one hand.
Mm-hmm.
Alex Satakai, he plays these games because anti-woke grift money. That's why. God, this guy is just dumb and bad faith and all the other grifters.
I know I posted by what Kaiser and Twilight to see is unless they already have. No, I haven't. Titan. That's funny.
Yeah.
I the periodic Pete's true form. It's great.
Hey man, at least you get to be an enemy. I'm just a sad book over here, man.
Periodic
piranha,
yes.
Periodic.
Petey piranha.
A social worker once upon a time and witnessed a lot of abusive fathers who beat their wives and their children. This story is encouraging Japanese people not to get married or to have kids when their country's birth rate is already in the toilet and has begun importing dangerous immigrants just like all the first world countries in the West. And why don't we take a moment
holy
and
shit.
Okay,
hang
Western
on.
women?
Oh my god.
First of all,
wow, okay.
They just
fucking
elected
maverick.
a very conservative prime minister that is going to be very hard-nosed.
Also female.
Also
Yes.
female. Hard-nosed against the immigration thing, so that's not really, like, it seems that public sentiment is already against that, so you don't need to worry about that. But then, it's not anti-marriage. It's anti-forced marriage. It's anti-forced pregnancy. It's anti-free will. Like, it's against the idea of having that stripped from someone.
No, Titan.
Like,
I was
find
going to
it
say,
amazing. Sorry.
You first, please. No, you first, please.
I find it amazing how this guy just does not understand the concept that women still deserve their own autonomy. That he thinks that just because the birth rate is falling in Japan, that means that we need to make games that are pregnancy propaganda. Like, what are you trying to say with this? That we need to treat women less like human beings just because the birth rate is falling in Japan? Like,
Maybe
it's all a massive code.
maybe
It's
if
so
we
much a
make
massive
games that help men and other women even understand the struggles that everyone is going through, they can have more in common. And you know what happens when people have in common? They typically find they like one another. And when two people when a mommy and a daddy like one another, love each other very much, guess what happens? They get to fucking.
And you know what?
Which is the opposite of what he's doing. Anyway.
Oh, sorry. Before I know was
No, please go for it.
Well, I was just gonna say, like, we're already slowly seeing like a big shift in the way that Japan is seeing women in the past 30 years. Again, like Raymond and I are watching a much older anime, one that came out in around 1990 to 1993, Yu Yu Hakusho. How that show treats women for the most part, and versus a much more modern show like Jujutsu Kaisen or My Hero or I don't know any others, to be honest with you.
Dan.
Yeah. Like how these modern shows that are coming out within the last couple of years are treating women in comparison to a lot of anime from that era, how they were treating women. It is like night and day. Like Japan is slowly getting there, but it is not quite there yet. And we need to praise the shows and the people that make these things for what they are doing currently, and not just bitching about it because it's not it's either not there yet or because it's not what you want or whatever. Like we need to respect Japan for its own autonomy as its own country. And
yes,
what I find frustrating about Synthetic Man, about a lot of the people that we have covered when it comes to anime and stuff, is that they don't treat Japan as its own autonomous thing with
which
their
is very
own
ironic.
mindsets.
Yeah, and in fact, I'll go even fucking further in regards to the point that he's making, like, oh my god, this game will make people not get married. Shut the fuck up, dude. You absolute fucking clown.
People already
dog.
aren't getting married.
Yeah.
and
it's gonna take more than a fucking video game to do either or, dog.
Jake the Surgeon says, watch the EFAP on this guy. He has interesting thoughts on certain groups. Oh, don't you know it?
Yeah, I remember. I seen the clip, Jake.
I've seen that
I know
one.
exactly what you're talking about.
No,
Aries
I have
Archive,
not.
hey Twy, what do you think of Digimon Beat Break?
I have not seen it yet. I have been in the editing dungeons, which I am slowly coming out of now that I have finished the initial run of edits for my client.
You heard it first here, guys. Twilight's come out.
Oh my god! I was about to say, guys, she's gaining back her rights.
She's keeping the fox arm though.
So
I am.
My great comment, actually, to add to this point, was actually going to be from Titan. He says, "Tell me you don't know about Japanese politics without telling me you don't know about Japanese politics."
No, that's facts.
I
just
find it.
I say you watch too much WB Kids dub, but I watch the same thing, and I'm not that delusional.
Okay, so WB Kids dub has some good stuff in it. There's some memes there, but come on, it's not that harmful.
It's not that harmful, guys. Like, it's a bad dub, but it's cartoonified. It is dumbing down for the American audience. It's not harmful for people of Japan. It's not harmful for really anyone. It just means that you're not getting as deep of a story as you could if they had properly dubbed it.
Yeah.
The rumor come out. Does Twilight is gay? Anyway.
Well, I am Schrodinger's LGBT after all.
Yep. You get that tacked on A that sometimes falls off. Gotta get that good old nail in there.
It's like a cartoon intro where like one of the letters just falls.
We are
off.
only 10% of the way through this video. By the way.
And how happy they are with their financial independence, and sleeping around with hundreds of men in their 20s as they find themselves. Oh wait, they're the most miserable they have been in recent history.
Shut up,
that
that's
is
America.
And completely unrelated.
I was gonna say,
That's
what does that have to do with
wild.
Silent Hill?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, what does it
Did I
have to
skip
do
a page?
with like this symbolic
No.
moment where Hinako abandons her friend in the dark, which she is terrified of? Like, you gonna analyze that at all about how cruel it is that Hinako is killing off her friends and family?
Even disregarding the propaganda aspect, the story is just very poorly written and makes Hinako, the main character, look like a selfish bitch who doesn't want to grow up, was a terrible friend when she was in high school, and is just generally unlikable the more that you find out about her. I mean, even reading her journal, what she thinks of her own parents, just puts a bad taste in my mouth and removes a huge ton of the psychological horror element of this game by just spelling.
I mean,
This guy would blow a fucking gasket if he learned about half the shit that this author wrote about Umineko.
But I will
well,
say,
putting that aside,
he is scratching at a genuine complaint, is that there's not enough subtext left up to the, like, this is one of the most direct stories in terms of the symbolism and subtext. A lot of it is much more just text, almost quite literally, with the journals and the notes. However, again, I think stylistically in this story in particular, it works. I don't want this to become the norm for Silent Hill, but I think in this unique circumstance, because of the author in particular and the circumstances around it, I think it actually pulls it off. But I do recognize it's not everyone's cup of tea, and it's not always the most effective way they could have done things. I think he's just being an idiot, though, in that he's saying that it's not good at all.
Yeah.
Also, like, he's complaining that there isn't enough subtext, that there isn't enough left up to the interpretation, and yet here he is not understanding the story, despite the fact that they are so blatant.
Yeah, he's not even understanding the actual text, because from what you told us, it's very blatant. It seems, you know, the exact, at least how harmful the relationship Hinako and her relationship with her parents were, and and why she views them the way that she does.
Yeah,
so it's not like, oh my god, I just hate my mom and dad just cuz. What a fucking
and it as the story goes on, you get more journal pages for every single character where Hinako is reflecting on her own thoughts and basically coming to new conclusions.
Wait, Ryan. Also, that article was released in 2009.
Fucking loser.
Excuse you?
I mean,
Wait,
that doesn't
actually
strictly mean that article is strictly wrong per se.
No, but
it does mean it's out of date. It needs to be updated
date.
research.
Yeah.
Like,
dude, did this guy went to college?
Here's the thing that, like, I kind of did discuss with you, Raymond, a little bit, and is kind of a talking point here, is that whenever women gain rights or gain some autonomy with their bodies or with their lives or whatever, it is inherently a double-edged sword, because we are clawing our freedoms and our autonomy out from the very patriarchal society that we have. And these freedoms are given to us with thorns. So because you get the law passed, for instance, on this very specific thing, the groundwork is often not there. So women become very stressed because we now have the freedom to maybe, like, divorce, for instance, which was a very big thing in Japan when women could finally get divorced. But because there was no security blanket for women for getting divorced, no ability to maybe get a stable job if you got divorced because you are a woman who has been married, who isn't a virginal being who has not touched a man and whatever. So therefore they're very hesitant to hire you because you may get pregnant and whatever. Women can still become destitute. So there was an argument back then that women shouldn't get divorced because they will just end up destitute. So they should just stay with their abusive husband. Like, there are so many things that women have gained that, because there is no foundation for them to be able to do it properly, that it opens up argumentations for backsliding. That backsliding back to what made women unhappy in the first place is actually the better option for them when that is not the case. But that is what he is arguing.
Dakota, I'm happy you took my advice to heart. I'm happy it also panned out for you. I really hope you have more success when you're writing.
Good luck to you, my friend.
Hinako isn't a Mary Sue. A synthetic man seems to believe she has anger issues like her dad. She's reliant on the red pills to manage her emotions. Yes, Hinako is a horribly flawed person. Like, she is herself very much prone to her whims. And, like, that's an element of the story, is that she's arguing with herself that, like Twy brought up, there is safety in being married. There is an element, like, there is an element of comfort to it. It's one of those things that, like, I am very much against, like, socialized systems. And I know that's, again, I'm very much just kind of putting politics in here. I don't like that. But here's the thing. I don't deny there is a comfort in the allure of them. I understand why people are gravitating towards them. I never stop understanding. I just find, like, rugged individualism is much more rewarding, and actually overall people taking care of themselves is the better option, is healthier. But, like, I understand why people want those systems.
Go live in the woods by yourself.
Look, I'm not that individualistic.
see how long you'll last living by yourself and not with other people. But on the topic of what we were talking about, there is actually a lot more safe, and what we are discussing in Japan and in this game is there is more safety in what we have already known. That women's rights are an unknown field, an untapped thing that we are unsure about. And there is safety in the discomfort of something that has been tried already. So the fact that she could get married, she will be unhappy, but that is a road that has been traveled before, and women have survived there. So there is the allure and the temptation here is wanting to take the easy path, to get married, to lose your individualism despite how scary it is, because it will inevitably lead to safety and comfort at the cost of your humanity, pretty much.
This is an excellent point for me to interject about the combat and why I find the distinction between the two Hinakos very interesting. I actually wrote this last night when I was going to bed, and I'm like, man, I have this idea. The reason I give the combat a pass, as well as the Fox Arm segment, which includes, like, the Devil Trigger mode, is because it synergizes with the narrative themes laden throughout the game. Hinako's struggle has an external element. She's not just fighting herself, she's fighting the world, and her internal conflict is how to go about doing that. The Hinako of the past, the one that's obstinately self-reliant, has to depend on what weapons she can scavenge in order to survive, even if they're weak and may leave her defenseless, because weapons in her campaign can break. They have a durability. Meanwhile, the Hinako of the future, the one that submits to the marriage, is given tools to combat all the problems in her life, weapons that do not break, and even allow her to further strengthen herself by taking on the souls of the creatures she defeats. She goes on to become the kind of monster she's been fighting all this time, now a willing participant in the reinforcing of the society she lives in. I could take a step further and say that the rage mode mechanic is her throwing herself into being an even worse than some of the monsters she's fought, becoming a hawkish enforcer of societal norms. All of this, and we're told that both Hinakos, despite being armed with different weapons, are one in the same with reflected inventories and outfits. It's only how they approach fighting that changes. And that's where I think the actual combat of the story melds together with it.
That is really good.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And that's where, like, when you're paying attention and really pulling this stuff apart, it's like, oh, yeah, no, this makes a lot more sense now.
Yeah, and if it's still, like, you know, decently fun to play, then, like, at the end of the day, that is like the core thing that should matter in regards to this whenever gameplay comes up. Because I'm gonna be honest, this guy kind of gives me Dark Side Phil vibes. So I'm not gonna really take his assessment of the gameplay all that seriously.
You know, weirdly enough, I'm gonna give Synthetic Man the benefit of the doubt. I think he's a little smarter than Darkside Phil. I think Darkside Phil's just a fucking idiot that has somehow lucked his way in success. I think Synthetic Man is an active grifter, which requires some intelligence.
I mean, I just like watching DSP get outsmarted by every other VTuber out there.
Yeah, basically.
Well, yeah, he is the clown, and you know we appreciate him on that level.
Well,
I'm
like,
just saying he gives the vibe. That's all.
The only reason why Darkside Phil has the notoriety that he does is because he is old enough to be able to have had that. He is much older than I am in terms of that. Like, he was already a teenager by the time I was like starting to get out of elementary school. He was there for the early internet, and he got in early. So like there wasn't very many people who did this back then. So like he was one of the only people who you could watch. And so there's a lot of not notoriety, but he just has that oldness to him.
Yeah, he is the 1,000-year-old tree.
Yes.
He's chief e-beggar, yes, but he's honest about begging as opposed to being a grifter, which is more manipulative. And then also, let's do... now I think DSP is smart since he's able to avoid being canceled multiple times. No, he's just a brick wall. Like, you throw shit at him and it just slides off. And, of course, DSP's opinion on AI... He does have a nuanced opinion on AI, and I found it very, very weirdly agreeable. That was weird.
Yeah.
Well, you know what they say about broken clocks.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
They're yeah. I made them in an AI image generator. That's what.
Out a lot of
that's why
the
they're
already
broken.
obvious symbolism to the player. This is a complete joke. I don't care how quote-unquote seriously the story is told. This is basically just about a woman who doesn't want to grow up and accept responsibility because she had abusive parents. Compare that to James.
Yes, that's the story. It's interesting.
Okay, so Synth, what I want you to do here is explain where the bad part is.
Yes, please explain to me.
Yeah.
Like, especially because the story recognizes that Hinako is not exactly a perfect summer child. Like, it's
I do wonder if Hinako was like a male character, if her name was like Hikaru or something like that.
Hikari?
If the game was called Silent Hill M Twilight.
Yeah. And I wonder if he would be praising the story for being so deep and emotive, because this is a character who is very flawed, and he isn't a perfect character. He has all of these failures that he goes through, and he fears that he just doesn't want to grow up, so he acts out childishly because he feels like he's going to get the ball and chain if he gets married, and he won't have the freedoms that he will have as a man, as a bachelor in the world. And it's so
actually,
good.
Centurion as Shinji from Evangelion is actually pretty analogous.
Yeah, oh my god. Imagine him reacting to Shinji. Holy shit. I'd be honestly curious, but at the same time, keep the fuck away from him.
Bro's gone through enough.
This man is already touching Silent Hill 2. We don't need him touching anything else.
Let's see.
Murdering told. This is basically just about a woman who doesn't want to grow up and accept responsibility because she had abusive parents. Compare that to James Sunderland murdering his wife. Do you think that's on the same level of guilt of being drawn into Silent Hill? Actually, the term Silent Hill is never used in this game at any point. This is
Ebisu
if you don't have Google, if you don't have Google Translate, then sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, like, let's chalk this up to him being ignorant and move on.
Well, no, because a lot of people are saying it's not set in Silent Hill, so it's not a Silent Hill game. This has been an ongoing massive debate about
Oh my god.
how this should have been, and it should have been its own IP despite how it does have small, very noticeable, like the flower, the white Claudia is present in the story. There are elements here thematically that tie back into the like Silent Hill is not just a place, even though it has there's a lot of significance to the location of Silent Hill. And there's some bullshit in the short message that tried to say the Silent Hill phenomenon. Look, the short message is terrible. No one likes that. We can put that off to the side. I think this justifies being a Silent Hill game for a number of different reasons, from thematic to story to gameplay to setting. Like, I think all of it is very well justified. It's just a different location in the world of Silent Hill that has a similar phenomenon, not the same phenomenon going on. It's a reason it's not a numbered title either. Like, it's F. So he's going to probably make that bullshit argument. I just need to felt like get that off my chest. It's a Silent Hill game. Guys, shut the fuck up. It's a Silent Hill game.
Yeah, dude.
Clearly,
what the hell?
originally not a Silent Hill game. Some people suspect it was a Fatal Frame game originally, where instead of it having this weird Dark Souls
Fatal Frame?
Fatal Frame?
How the
Frame.
fuck do you get Fatal Frame from this?
Holy shit.
I barely
this-
know anything about Fatal Frame, but even I know that this does not look like a Fatal Frame game.
Fatal
by
Frame
any
is
okay,
literally
Raymond?
about ghosts.
Raymond, this is the part where you take back what you said about this guy being intelligent.
Oh, no. You need to understand.
I'm more intelligent than DSP.
Yeah, what is Fatal Frame? Fatal Frame is an interesting horror series where you basically photograph ghosts in order to send them to the afterlife.
Digimon Survive is closer to Fatal Frame than this game.
Almost certainly, yes. Like, this game has nothing in common with Fatal Frame other than it is a period Japanese setting. That's literally
Yeah.
Like in
Fatal Frame was the
Digimon
80s.
Survive, in Digimon
Sorry.
Survive, you need to use your phone in order to find certain things. Your
Also-
phone's camera.
Also, Fatal Frame has like multiple decades it covers, different
Mhm.
games.
Yeah, I'm talking about the original. That's the one I know the
Yeah.
most about.
It's just like I because the mechanics gameplay wise in Fatal Frame tie to the individual ghosts, and each individual ghost is actually a character of some sort, and you do learn about them. It is a radically different approach to storytelling. I don't know where he's getting this from, other than the very, very, very shallow similarities.
Involved you taking photographs and then doing weird counterattacks on enemies? That's a possibility. It's also possible this was just a completely original IP that the Silent Hill name was slapped onto because there's no way this shit would sell otherwise. And judging by the Steam player counts, this game probably didn't sell that well anyway. So once again, I'm kind
Wait, whoa.
Excuse you.
Wait, hold
that
up.
the Silent Hill name was slapped onto because there's no way this shit would sell otherwise. And judging by the Steam player
Player count.
Wait for it.
Well, 1 minute. I need to see what the Steam player count is.
I'm doing the Steam chart now.
Oh, okay, good.
The all-time peak was 22,621.
That's pretty good.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, for a game that came out a few days ago, yeah.
He's effectively saying that because it has dipped, as all games usually do, that it's doing badly.
Yeah, it's a narrative game. It has a set ending. Like, you can... I'm almost done maxing out the game. It's not that... You gotta look at total time played. Like, that's more important, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, there's 5,000 plus people playing it right now.
Damn, it's good. Also, completely ignoring consoles.
Although he did kind of give a little addendum there.
Yeah, I was gonna say,
counts, this
Yeah.
game probably didn't
Yeah.
sell that well.
Well, it's up to 1 million copies sold, which might actually be significant depending on the budget. Yes! Probably.
Uh-huh. Yeah. Might.
Oh, the number of games sold might be like how important it is based on its budget.
Oh my god.
You're right. I might have to addendum that.
Yeah. What did I say? What
Well,
did I
anyway,
say?
So once again, I'm kind of put into this situation where I'm reviewing a game that ultimately most people don't actually care about, but because it's pushing for left-wing propaganda in video games, I feel like I have to say something, especially since I was forcing myself through the absolutely abysmal combat. So all of that torture has to mean something, and that
Maybe
something
you're just
is going to
bad
be
at
this
games.
Yeah, you might
Have you
just
ever
Yeah,
thought
for
about that?
real.
review, of course. So without further ado, here's Silent Hill F.
Oh,
Okay,
that was the
as-
fucking intro.
That was the intro.
Yep.
Yes.
Oh boy.
As usual,
God,
I'm
we're
going
never
to
gonna
talk
get
about the
through
gameplay
this.
first because this is a video game. I know occasionally we get tourists here who are like, why would he talk about gameplay first instead of explaining what the game is and what the story synopsis is?
Who the
I don't
fuck
know.
says that?
You can start with the gameplay. What the fuck, man? It's
Yeah, who
okay.
gives a shit?
Dude, ignore the
start-
people screaming at you. Like, please.
You can start however you want. Like,
Yeah. I
the
have
thing about
never-
video games is that it's not all about this one thing. Like, sure,
Yeah.
you have games like visual novels, which are mostly the story because you barely have any gameplay in it. And then you have most games which fall somewhere in the middle where it is a mixture of story, gameplay, environment, what have you. Like, you can start anywhere that you desire to in order to get things, in
Yeah.
order to get the ball rolling.
It's your video.
Oh,
But
it's a
yeah, like
video-
I have never heard in my life people complain that, oh, you're starting with the gameplay or X or Y first before talking about this other thing. Like, stop this vague post.
Also, I'm gonna
To be
predict
fair-
here he's showing this moment so that he can show that with this swing, she's gonna hit the wall because your weapons can hit the wall in this game. And he's gonna show that as like a bad thing. And it's like you just didn't
Oh my
position
God.
yourself right, you idiot.
Yeah, that would have been my first thing if I was playing this game and I hit a wall. I would be like, "Oh, I didn't position myself correctly. I'm dumb."
Pretty
like that-
much.
But I will say, like, to be fair to some people who maybe want to say this, it could be that they become a little bit disoriented if they don't get like a basic rundown of what the game is before you just dive right in.
Yeah.
I suppose, but then again, I mean,
that his entire
it's-
intro covered everything.
yeah.
game and you're supposed to play
Oh,
those.
that
It's
was
an
a counter.
interactive medium. It's kind of the whole appeal. And I genuinely believe in this case, the gameplay is bad enough that it detracts from the entire experience. A game I played recently that no one cared about, Bluebird Tame's latest game, Chronos, The New Dawn. That game
Oh.
was basically just
Chronos
a
The New Dawn.
shitty Dead Space, right? Regardless, if you're one of the 5 people who tried that game, I could see you enjoying it in spite of it being so inferior to other action horror games. In Silent Hill F's case, this is one of the worst combat systems I have ever experienced in any video game. I'm not exaggerating, I swear to you, this is one of the worst combat systems of all time. And I'm gonna try...
Okay.
Dog, you have
explain.
not known app's actual hell before.
Let's wait a second. I want to hear his reasons first. If he just says like,
If
"Oh,
he
this
leaves
is
it
the
there,
worst,"
this is bad, but I want to hear his explanations because
my
Yeah.
best
it's nowhere
to
near.
explain why it was so painful. But first, before I say anything, I need to tell you I played this game on hard. And this time I actually have a good
thought he was
reason,
gonna make a
because I promised
sponsor.
myself I wasn't going to play a game on hard unless it's notoriously easy. The reason I picked hard for this game is because there's actually only 2 difficulty settings at the start. There's story, yes, they call it story, and hard. Now, I don't know about you, but every single modern video game I've ever played, story meant game journalist difficulty. That's what it means. So I have this dilemma where I have to choose between baby easy and hard is often unbalanced and basically untested.
No,
no.
I'm playing through Lost in the Fog difficulty right now, and it's hard as fuck, but it's balanced. Like, but also like the story description says it's about as hard as a typical Silent Hill game.
Yeah, like story. This is just him going off
Does
on a
man know how to read?
But
Yes.
I will
No.
say it is interesting they chose to say story instead of normal mode. I would have probably, if I were them, put it on normal. I wouldn't have said story. I do understand some people mischaracterize, because like when I was first playing through on hard, holy shit, I was roughing it. Like, I was enjoying myself, but man, I was sweating in a lot of circumstances, which is good. But when I played through on story, and I'm like, okay, this is about where I expected it to be. It was a little bit, it's still hard to some extent in certain places, but it's like, okay, this is what I expected when I first came into this game. I probably should have started here.
Well, like I can see why they called it story mode, because if you're just wanting to get through the story, you'll want to go through the easiest setting.
I hate this idea that story mode is a game journalist mode, because that's not what it is. It's a setting that allows for those who don't want to get their cheeks clapped by a game. Well, that's actually the issue that I have, is that story mode, for especially people who are relatively new, it's brutal. It's still very brutal. This game is still very hard on those settings. So it's especially like even running through with all the perks from New Game Plus on story mode, there are especially boss fights where you can get pretty messed up if you're not familiar with the systems. So I do recognize that I think story was a mislabeling. I think it was a poor choice. I think he's making a mountain of a molehill, though.
You 100%.
There's several parts of this game that give me the impression they did not test hard difficulty very thoroughly. Now again, before any tourists decide to use this information against me, just saying, oh, well, you played on hard, of course it's hard, that means that invalidates all of your complaints. Most of my complaints would be exactly the same on normal difficulty. Because I'd say about 90% of my frustration in this game had nothing to do with me dying, and everything to do with how fundamentally broken this combat system is.
You made no attempt to dodge.
Yeah, you just ate that
for
shit.
real, dog.
You saw it
ate
literally coming a mile away. Now, the timing on the dodge for this boss, this boss is probably the most frustrating in the entire game. It's a gank fight. But, dude, you had plenty of stamina. It was coming at you a mile away. You didn't even make an attempt.
I've never seen a more blatant form of skill issue.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. If you call this bad Dark Souls, I expect you to at least do the Dark Souls thing.
I called it, didn't I? I called it. He's just not very good with the game. And we saw it right now. He's just not good at it.
Because I'd say about 90% of my frustration in this game had nothing to do with me dying, and everything to do with how fundamentally broken this combat system is on a basic level. Now, the first time I tried to
you got hit, stun locked, and then from the range, the other combatant threw a knife into your back. Like,
welcome to standard gank fights.
Yeah, I was about to say, what?
This is like if I complained that Kingdom Hearts 2 had bad combat because I refused to wait.
Yeah, okay. First off, Zero, have you figured out what the block button does?
Yeah, for real.
For this segment, it ended up being about 20 minutes long. Yes, the majority of this video was just talking about the combat mechanics.
Oh, speaking of Kingdom Hearts.
Oh, yeah. Fuck off. Don't use this music.
Yeah.
I can complain about it forever, but I know you're not really here to hear about that. You probably want to hear about the woke stuff, so I'll try to condense it as much as humanly possible, but I have a lot to say.
Yeah, it's still 20 minutes, motherfucker. It's still 20 minutes.
Yeah, you got plenty.
You fucked up. Hard.
Basically, imagine Demon Souls or Dark Souls 1 combat combined with a generic...
No.
All right.
No.
Fuck off.
Combined with what? Combined with what?
Cinematic Sony slop game with that over the shoulder.
No. Okay.
Wait, if the over the shoulder, and you can get this kind of like, oh god.
This is not Last of Us combat. This is not God of War combat.
If anything, it's closer to God of War than it is Dark Souls.
100% actually, yeah.
I was about to say, just looking at it, I wish Demon Souls played like this. I played the original version of that bitch and Dark Souls 1. You don't know what the fuck you're talking about.
Dragon Ball Z, good luck surviving Mr. Synthman at full power, sneezing emote. Thank you.
Oh no. Thank you. We appreciate it.
I need it.
Combat and sliding forward to hit enemies, that kind of thing. There's no guns in this game, unlike pretty much every...
Oh, you get to slide forward to hit enemies? Wow, I wish I had that in Dark Souls.
Yeah, I'd
for real.
appreciate it actually.
I would love that in Demon Souls, man.
I
That
want to
would make
imagine
so
just
much
myself with a great sword, just like cha-cha Michael Jackson sliding before
Yeah.
hitting someone.
But it's a guy reaching. It's that I can't remember what song it is, but it's the guy with the hat reaching out and sliding towards the camera.
Yep.
Yep.
Every other Silent Hill. You're just
It's a
school
virtual
girl.
insanity. That's the song.
Jake the Surgeon. Of course he's bad. He didn't know he could level up in God of War until several hours into the game.
Oh my
Can confirm.
god!
Can
I
confirm,
forgot
yeah.
about that.
Combat and sliding forward to hit enemies, that kind of thing. There's no guns in this game, unlike pretty much every other Silent Hill. You're just a high school girl beating the shit out of horrific monsters with steel pipes. The basic combat mechanics are something you've heard 1,000 times before. You've got a light attack combo, a heavy attack combo, a dodge with invincibility frames, which has an insane amount of ending lag, and enemy hits can actually track
An insane amount of ending lag. It's almost as if mistiming your dodges requires punishment, so you don't spam it. Because they observed Dark Souls and saw people would spam dodge roll.
And even then, that doesn't work on that game all that much anyway.
Yeah.
Well, not as much as the meme.
Also,
implies,
I gotta
you
use
know.
the restroom. I'll be right back.
No
But
problem.
yeah,
at all.
this is what happens, people, when you get so goddamn culture war brain, and you use that to compensate for your own personal failings. That's the issue. Like
I can't believe this man. This man isn't real. He is a figment of our imagination.
He's synthetic, like in the name. Come on.
Well,
Yes,
I actually find it funny that he would actually call himself synthetic man because he is saying that he's not a real man.
Yo.
I mean, yeah. Okay.
But, again,
I thought a little further with that. Yeah.
the general comment on, frankly, all of this is just, bro. Did you play the games you're talking about?
No,
Genuinely,
swear.
like I
it is not my first exposure to synthetic man. It is my
No,
second.
we all talked about Synthetic Man last year around this
11
time.
months ago,
Actually,
yeah.
Sorry, I had to take a piss.
And,
These piss takes.
I think my personal bit is like, you're beating these monsters with a metal pipe. You can beat a lot of things to death with a metal pipe.
Yeah,
I was
metal
about to
pipes.
say, you
Great for
say that
beating
like
things.
It's a bad thing.
Oh, okay, so I'll throw this out there, actually. One of the most famous weapons in video games, Half-Life crowbar.
Yeah.
I was gonna say System Shock 2 wrench, but at least in the Bioshock
Also,
wrench.
Ratchet and Clank wrench.
I mean, the pipe from all the Silent Hill games.
Yeah, the
Literally,
legendary
like the
pipe.
first weapon, most like that, or like a wooden fucking plank. Yokai liver, no guns. It's Japan in the 60s. Yes.
Oh
it
yeah,
is.
true.
you if you dodge
Americans
too
being
early
obsessed
as
with
well.
guns.
And on top of all that, dodging takes about a third of your stamina bar on top of regular attacks also taking stamina.
What?
There's
There's limits to your stamina?
Stamina bar, it takes several seconds to recover it. You're punished
Okay.
to
Dark
an
Souls.
insane degree if you ever completely deplete your stamina. You might as well be fucking dead because you can't run away, you can't attack, and you can't dodge. So you're just standing there staring at the enemy, hoping they're not going to kill you.
So
My guy, you are playing Kingdom Hearts music over the scene
Yeah,
while
what?
complaining about that. Your magic system doesn't replenish that fast.
No.
Holy shit.
Not even
Okay,
close.
Shin Megami Tensei, no, this is not a Souls-like. It's not that at all. Like, not even close. It's just a game with
absolutely
stamina management.
yeah, it's a
Yes.
stamina management game, and it has a focus meter, which basically lets you do two things. It lets you do extra attacks, and it lets you get easier counters. That's all. Like when you focus on an enemy, it charges up. It's at the little flower pattern is your focus bar. It charges up a little meter here, and when it dings, you can do a heavy like a super heavy attack with your right bumper. The other thing it can do is basically slow down time a little bit, so when enemies rear up and try to make a counterable attack, it makes the counter last longer. So you have a longer window with which you can hit the counter button. It basically makes it easier for you to get these attacks in. But it also serves as a bit of a defense because there are enemies that do damage through sanity, like your focus meter. They will damage your focus meter, and when you run out of that, it will start to drain your health instead, which is important. Like it's a very versatile rule. Also, we have new art. I gotta
nice.
add not copy link, copy image. It's me living in the woods by myself.
Yep.
By himself. I miss my friends. I do. Yeah. Right? Wait, Celtic not living in the woods by himself. Why do I have sneakers? Why did that add? I guess because I have shoes on and I'm outside. Okay.
I just look fresh as fuck, man.
Exactly.
Hikaru, pipe for the Mega Drive Streets of Rage. Yep. Jake the Surgeon, don't you beat God Avatar beings in older Silent Hill games? Yes. Yes, you do. And you take down Incubus, the god of Silent Hill, with a fucking hunting rifle.
Yeah.
Like, well, speaking of this particular author and his mythology, one of the biggest things about his worlds that he likes to use is the fact that the mundane is very effective against the supernatural.
Yes.
Because science and things that you can rationally explain has its own form of anti-magic. But that, obviously, not the same series, but it's something that he likes to do.
Yeah.
And it makes sense. Because, like, all throughout history, we have been killing off the wonder, the fear, the unknown with science, with knowledge.
Yeah.
We have been sizing down the monsters of our imaginations into very bite-sized entities that we can comprehend.
But like,
every time
on top of that,
think
in the Dark Shrine, you get ceremonial weapons. Like, you get a naginata. Naginatas are fucking badass.
Yeah.
Every time I think about this sort of theme, I remember the Dark Souls, the Doctor Who bit where the silence is just like, do you have any weapons? We have been living beyond the age before you invented the wheel. We have no need of weapons. Yeah, and the guy pulls out a gun and shoots the alien dead. Welcome to America.
That's so funny.
I
absolutely
Doctor Who got America right. Anyway.
Also, there's a dodge in this game, which actually restores your attack, and you can't dodge. So you're just standing there, staring at the enemy, hoping they're not going to kill you. Also, there's a perfect dodge in this game, which actually restores your stamina if you pull it off, but the timing is kind of tight. But enemies do not stop their attack combos once you perfect dodge. So oftentimes, you'll dodge, try to get in a heavy attack, and then you'll just get smacked in the face anyway.
Well,
it's
yeah, because you were just
encouraged
standing
to
there.
keep dodging.
Well, no, that's number one. But if you're using this clip to indicate what's wrong with this here, yeah, after he dodged, he just stood there after he turned around like an idiot when it's very clear that the enemy was going to attack again.
If you had hit the attack button, Hinako would have turned around and attacked him. Not to mention, there's there's the charm that you can equip that allows you to counter.
Oh my god, there's other equipment for.
Yes, there's equipment that allows you to actually do even more things. Now you only get one slot initially, but like you can upgrade that to 3 on your first playthrough and to 5 on subsequent playthroughs. It's the most expensive upgrade because it's the most powerful, easily. But like on top of that, you're encouraged to keep dodging. Enemies don't have chill in this game. They will attack when they damned well please, whether or not they've just completed a combo or not. So you have to be on your fucking toes constantly and know their attack patterns, which is why you sit back and you observe them. You keep basically observing them until you learn their patterns and you exploit them. But it's a very tricky process because sometimes the windows can be thin. It's a difficult game that requires precision.
You also have a faith meter, which is almost like a second stamina bar that is depleted when you're in focus mode, which is when you hold L2. What focus mode does is gives you access to a focus attack, which is a charge attack that can stun an enemy. Every enemy in this game has super armor, including against heavy attacks to a degree. There's like, I guess, a stagger meter. Like the basic mannequin doll enemy types you can stun with a heavy attack, but some of the other enemies you can't.
Also, you're conflating two enemy types. Those are scarecrows. The mannequins are different enemies. They're...
Yeah. He's also talking about, every enemy has the super armor. Well, except these ones, guys. Except these ones.
Well, yeah, you
Wow.
can't stun. There are tanky enemies that I get, like these guys, these vomit guys. It's a toss-up between them and the pregnancy monsters about which are too fucking tanky, especially on harder difficulties. They will eat up your weapons.
You're telling me that these things that are standing still in a rice field are called scarecrows?
I actually don't know what they're called. But I know that they are
Fair enough.
distinct enemies to the mannequins.
Fair enough.
Oh, and every
It would
time
just
you
be
hit
really
an
funny if
enemy,
they were,
there's an
and-
insane amount of hits.
Well, all of them have Japanese names, so for all I know, it's the Japanese name for Scarecrow.
That is fair, yeah.
Stop. Like the
Well, some
whole
of them
game
don't have them
stops for
named
like
yet.
half a second to make it seem really like actiony and over the top. This teenage girl is supremely powerful. I have no idea what the hell they were thinking with this. It's almost antithetical to having horror in your horror game. But more importantly,
Because
folks,
girls, especially Japanese girls, cannot be powerful. There is no
Also,
such thing as
consider
powerful
she
women.
is theoretically, like, I don't know exactly how you marry the overlapping timelines, but she's also theoretically 20 years old. Like, this is, like, how you interpret what she is in this time period, whether or not she's as strong as her adult self or as her younger self, it can vary, I think.
Yeah, also just synthetic man. Get hit by someone with an axe.
I'm gonna
don't
give
be
a
hit stun
13. I'm gonna
afterwards.
give a 13-year-old girl an axe. I'm gonna let her run at you. I'm 10 to 1. You're gonna run away like a bitch.
Yeah.
Yep.
focus mode does something that basically completely breaks the combat system.
Oh,
It
look
gives
at
you
that
access
worm.
to a counter. Certain enemy attacks can be counter. Basically, every enemy type has at least one that can be. And you can either counter it manually by pressing R2 whenever you see a flash, though the window's pretty tight, or more likely you're going to hold L2 and wait for the enemy to go into the animation. Of course, if you hold L2 too long, it'll drain a bunch of your faith meter, and your faith meter is incredibly important for making this combat go smoothly. But assuming you do pick
The irony of this is that I went through my game and I barely, like my first time through especially, I barely used my faith meter. I never got the hang of really using it. So I just got really good at the core combat. And
Damn.
I took my fucking licks as a result of it. Like I got the shit kicked out of me, but I was obstinate until the very end. I'm sitting here like, I'm looking at this guy. You're a bitch.
Yeah, for real.
Or you can just be better at spacing. From
No,
what it looks of it.
Oh, that too.
Yeah, for real. Like, fucking, it's like the Omni-Man theme. Pathetic.
direct attack to counter, it freezes time for like 2 straight seconds, which is a really long time to react. And then you press heavy attack and you get this insanely strong counter, which also lets you get a follow-up combo afterward. Just one
What's the
counter
issue?
is enough to kill any of the most basic enemy type in the game. So it's obviously
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah, like
And?
so far,
Well, he's not-
you're describing the combat to
Well,
some
he's-
degree accurately. So
Yeah, he's not saying this as a problem yet. We'll get to the
it feels like
problem,
he's
yes.
leading to that. So that's
I'm waiting for the butt.
Yeah. I mean, he's sitting right in front of us.
Well, duh.
Stop.
what you're going to do against
Alright.
every single doll, scarecrow, whatever the fuck, which you fight like 1,000 of these over the course of the game. There's only 5 enemy types, not including the 3 main bosses. So you're going to do the same thing over and over and over again. You know, kind of.
So why are you so bad at the game?
Udoc's easy as journo mode struggles to play at journo mode. He was playing on hard. He wasn't on journo mode. So
Yeah.
he was he mischaracterized it as journo mode. And to be fair, again, I conceded a little bit that it should have probably been named normal instead of story. Because it is harder than a typical story mode to my imagining. But 3 main bosses? I mean, you have mini bosses. You have 2 of those that crop up. You have Sakuko, Rinko. You have your parents. And then you have the final bosses, which you have the Shiromuku. Then you have the Cube. You have Shichibi. Chichibe, the younger fox, the smaller fox. You have Kyubey, and you have the Tsukogami, the Tsukomogami. So we're looking at between like 7 to 9 bosses total.
And also
for the record, like
thing,
Kyubey and the Tsukogami, you fight back to back in their endings.
And throwing this out there with how he's talking about it, it's the same thing of like, oh, like Souls games are bad. You hit it with a sword and they die.
Well, he's saying
Yeah?
that, like,
I mean, essentially.
you're a weak little girl. You can play a weak little girl in Souls games. You can just make the smallest, thinnest stick
Yes.
of a girl. You can do that.
No, but it's the kind of thing of like, oh, you just do this for every single thing. Yeah,
Yes.
you hit them.
Yeah, that's how Souls
there's a lot
works.
of there's a lot
Well-
of basic enemies in the games, especially in certain sections, and you kind of have to hit them a few times.
Yeah,
you
the
can get
best
used to the
parts are
combat.
where like the entire area is populated by enemies, but like the scarecrows, they just stand there. They don't do anything. A few of them might lash out at you randomly. You're not sure which. I mean, you get a feel for it on repeated playthroughs, but first time through, you don't know which is going to be a threat. Some of them will attack you randomly. Some of them you'll provoke by accident. You never know. And that's what's great about them. There's a lot of variety here. Could you probably have again? It's mostly like those fights at the very end that get really sloggy. That's unfortunate.
Just like the Silent Hill 2 remake, except it's actually worse in this game because there's less combat options. If you flail with R1 and R2, you're going to get your ass beat in this game because one of the main enemy types is like this lanky, gangly man who just attacks like a fucking berserk Elden Ring enemy doing random ass shit. Most of his attacks can't be countered. And there's a lot of hit stun in this game as well, so he can actually combo your ass and deplete like half your health bar on hard difficulty.
Well, yeah, because look at this.
Of course,
that's how he's
sorry,
designed to be. And you know, he's actually one of the most easily exploited. In fact, I find he is more consistently exploitable than any other enemy in the game. His animations, like he's not as fast because like the mannequins have a quick stab attack that can really throw up my trying to build up a counter chain. Like, because they can just stab me, take a little chunk of health, and like it just upsets everything that I've been working towards.
New headphones came in.
Yay!
Sorry, what?
But
She had new headphones.
Oh, nice.
I have new earbuds, so now I can actually like listen to you with both of my ears.
Yay!
Can't forget, past the halfway point in the game, during just the dream segments, as I told you in the intro, as an allegory for marriage, Hinako voluntarily slices one of her own arms off and stitches this huge demonic fox arm onto her body, which gives her devil trigger from the Devil May Cry games. You build up a
technicality here. You don't get devil trigger from the arm, you get it from the seal burned into your back. Just clarification there. He's conflated.
Fair enough, then.
He's an idiot.
Meter by absorbing enemy souls, and then you become invincible for like 30 seconds and just start beating the shit out of enemies with your giant arm. This is the most anti-horror thing I have ever seen in my life, dude. It's kind of hilarious in a way and almost fun. Still not quite fun because of like the jank factor, but at least it added a little bit of variety that the gameplay desperately needed. Too bad that you couldn't use it during
Do you think he thinks that, like, say, Resident Evil 2 remake or Resident Evil 4 remake are horror games? And I'll just point to, but you have the Magnum in those games.
Yeah. It's almost as if, like, and also this is balanced around this. The combat encounters are harder. The threats are more numerous. They throw more at you in these sections because they know your weapon will not break. So it actually can manage you in these circumstances. They don't have to be worried about you being completely defenseless, so they can just keep on piling on the danger. So I don't know what this guy is thinking.
It's anti-horror because you have a big weapon that you use to beat the shit out of the enemy.
Condemned Criminal Origins is still a horror game, even though like 90% of the game you're beating up hobos with pipes. By the way, Condemned Criminal Origins is a fantastic game. Condemned Bloodshot, the second game, the gameplay is great. The story goes off the fucking rails.
Oh God.
Fair enough then.
Yeah, it's actually it's one of the most twisted like divisive sequels for me personally. Anyway,
I see.
The town segments of the game. Anyway, to get back to the point, it doesn't take a genius to see where I'm going with this. If light and heavy attacks make no sense to just pull out randomly, and dodging is only questionably useful, that leaves one option. You just spam counters over and over and over again for the entire game, because it is by far the best way of dealing with enemies, and while yes, it costs a valuable resource, it is something that can be restored with consumable items.
it's also like you can do it without expending resources. I don't usually like the requirement to build up that chain of counters to get even more power requires you do not use faith to do them. So you just get good at that and you get really good at the game.
So you may be asking, how could this combat system possibly be incredibly infuriating if all you have to do is walk up to an enemy and hold L2 and then press R2 when the time is right? Well, the answer to that is simple. As I already said, there's a lot of attacks that can't be countered, and the later you get in the game, the less likely enemies are going to use that attack, because there's like pseudo palette swaps in this game, in the sense that I think the AI actually gets smarter, because there's many times in the later half of the game where I'll hold L2 and the enemies will just stand there and not attack. Now, of course, you can always use a focus attack so you don't drain your entire bar, but focus attacks don't stun as long as a counter. They don't do as much damage as a counter either. So it's more of a consolation prize than anything. You end up using a bunch of meter of the most valuable resource.
Are you telling me that in a horror game, you have to do a bunch of resource management and you have to make a risk-reward assessment in the middle of combat in order to decide what you might need later, down in a dangerous circumstance that you're unaware of what's going to be happening?
Also, a gameplay evolving to make things more difficult and expand your moveset so that you have a better understanding of the system. How is this a bad thing?
Yeah, where are you going with this?
Well,
this one thing that carried me through the early game doesn't carry me through the rest of the game. Yeah.
How are you able to play Kingdom Hearts 2 again?
It's also not as infrequent as he makes out. And I think the reason why it feels so infrequent is he is leaning on faith as a crutch, which slows down combat. It's the reason I don't like it very much personally. I know people need it in order to try and get their counter timings right, but like once you understand how counters work, you can get the timings decently well. It's still a little hit or miss at times, but like it's not the worst thing in the world.
Then if you're fighting multiple enemies, which happens a lot in this game, then you can very likely get counterattacked and lose a bunch of health. Silent Hill F is 100% an action game. Even though you can run past anywhere from a third to half of the enemies, there's many points in this game where you are forced to kill every enemy to proceed. And even if you aren't, it's very unlikely you're going to run past some of these enemies. Those gangly male enemies I mentioned before can actually run faster than you and jab you in the back as you try to escape.
It's almost as if they make it difficult and make you actually think about your approach. It's as if you cannot just breeze through the game.
Yeah, why in the world? Like, wouldn't you be complaining if you could just run behind every single enemy and not even get hit?
Alternate universe, this game is too easy and he's just blowing by everyone. And he's going to be like, oh, what's this? The enemies can't even catch up to me. I can just run past them and no problem.
It's something people complained about for vanilla Dark Souls 2, where like most people just went around stab fishing.
Yep.
Yeah.
Like
track at one point during the final dungeon in your house, which required me to run through a narrow hallway with two of these motherfuckers nipping at my ankles, and I don't think I've gotten that pissed.
Kill them.
Kill them.
Yeah, do it, pussy.
You'll do your
better manage your resources to run past them, because they are not that hard to dodge. Once you know their patterns, you can get past them just fine. You're just really fucking bad at wasting your entire stamina bar on dodging pointlessly, because you're not actually paying attention to the enemies. They have
also,
tells, they're just fast.
He fully recognizes, by the way, this is hard mode.
Yep.
Yeah.
I don't hear him talking about how he played on story mode at all. Wonder if he would. Wonder if he mentioned
maybe.
running away. In
I think he needs to play on story
I
mode.
haven't even mentioned.
I don't think
all
he's
the
talented enough
to
times
play
in
on
this
hard.
game.
I think he needs an easier mode to play on.
Yeah.
Babby
Game
Baby
mode.
mode,
journalist
yeah.
mode.
Baby boo.
No,
No.
he needs an actual game journo mode.
I think that's too good for him.
Shit.
That have borderline forced damage. I'm not going to say that these are completely unreactable, but it definitely feels like trial and error gameplay, where they'll hide enemies around corners, and then they instantly do a grab animation on you that you probably have less than a fifth of a second.
They grab animations are frustrating, but once you understand the mechanics, you know how to deal with them. One thing that I have found for a lot of these enemies that do the grab, I found the timing for dodging into them, as antithetical as it seems, 9 times out of 10 works just fine. You dodge past them, like in Dark Souls.
I was gonna say the Souls mindset, and
Yeah.
also,
Yes.
this enemy is trying to grab me. Hit them in the face with a pipe.
I was gonna say
Yeah.
they are really they are really fast, and they're typically hard to stun when they're in the grab animations. So
Well, fair enough then.
yeah, dodging is typically your best and only course forward. But I was gonna say, like, I got really good at the timing because I got that whole you can do a counter when you perfect dodge, and so I got really good at like leaning into their attacks because that's the most consistent way to proc the perfect dodge is to try and get into the attack.
Yep.
Press circle to dodge. Or they'll have the mannequin guys crawl on the ceiling, and then they make a very quiet sound cue, which I couldn't even hear with the volume turned up and my headphones on while I was streaming. And then they jump.
Get your ears checked, buddy. It is hard to hear occasionally, but like not unrealistically so. It's very reasonable.
On top of you and slice half your health bar off. Absolutely
Also,
infuriating.
that wasn't even half your health.
I haven't even talked about the most annoying enemy type in the game yet, the one that represents motherhood. This disgusting abomination covered with a giant tape.
It doesn't represent motherhood. It represents specifically pregnancy and the worst elements of pregnancy, the most destructive parts of pregnancy. It's much more specific allegory than just motherhood.
Again, men like this don't understand that being pregnant takes a toll on the body. You are literally forming another human being inside of you, and until this person is viable outside of the womb, they act like a parasite.
And I was going to say,
but
like, there's extra layers here because one thing to note about this creature, if I can get a good shot of
absolutely
it.
infuriating. I haven't even talked about the most annoying enemy type in the game.
So this right here, what you're looking at, this bottom half, is another like humanoid body that's stitched to the bottom of the pregnant woman, supporting her. And while jury's still out on what this represents, it's probably the most esoteric monster design part of the design, I should say. There's a lot of running theory that this is a man. And this is a man that is supporting the woman on his back because he is the provider while she is pregnant and dealing with things like mood swings and other emotional upheavals that come just naturally from the hormonal disturbances of pregnancy, because pregnancy is not kind to women.
No, it does not.
Yeah.
Although I do know there are women that take to it quite well. There are a lot of women that don't take to it quite well. And Hinako had a very bad experience with her sister not taking to it quite well.
I was gonna say, synthetic man would probably look at women who don't take it well, and he would be like, have you guys considered walking it off? Like, Jesus Christ.
Jake the Surgeon, he needs David Cage. Actually, that reminds me of
Oh fuck.
Yeah, I was gonna say, don't insult David Cage for that.
Yeah.
I was gonna say, you remember that we were talking about that that May Ida artist?
Yeah, yeah.
Where she was like 2 hours after birth, she's holding up my greatest baby, and it's like, May, how are you walking? You have no.
Yeah, exactly.
You have a shattered pelvis right now.
Like, I gotta wonder, like, how many people actually know that that the baby's head is so big that the mother's pelvis is designed to break apart in order to get the baby out of there. You literally have to break your bones in order to give birth.
Yep.
Yeah.
game yet. The one that represents motherhood. This disgusting abomination covered with giant titties that births enemies out of its lower lips. I'm not even sure I can show this thing on YouTube without the video getting age restricted. But it doesn't take a genius to figure out why this enemy is so obnoxious. Basically, it pops out these little fetus egg things, and if you don't kill them, it spawns an enemy, right? And as I told you, every 2v1 situation, this game is going to make you sweat. So you go over to the egg, you start hitting it, and then the fat bitch spits acid on your head, which stuns you just long enough so that the egg is time to hatch. Once it starts the hatching animation, you can't stop it anymore. And you fight this bitch like...
Okay, can you stop the hatching animation in the middle of it?
Yes, you can. And I will also say that while it's hatching, when you're doing damage, it's carrying over into the creature inside.
Okay, so he's just, Synthetic Man being a bitch number 193.
Also, the fucking spit has a really loud tell. Like, you hear that from a fucking mile away. So, if you get the timing down, you can avoid that and then take care of the eggs. And then once... It does have a spawn limit, for the record. I found this out through different playthroughs. You can kill all of the eggs it spawns that are monsters, and then it will be left just producing when it does a spawn move. It basically makes landmines that are eggs.
Right.
So, basically, you can sit there and just kill the miniature enemies, avoid the very easy to dodge attacks because you can stay as far away from that thing as you want. It doesn't move very fast. The worst part about it is that it just takes a while to whittle down. And it has a very obnoxious AoE attack where it screams. But like, I just find the AoE attacks in this game particularly irritating. Yugox, that's why chainsaws were originally invented. Yes, absolutely true. And horrifying.
Oh God, I forgot all about that.
Yeah, they were meant to break pelvises.
Oh.
Yeah. You ever seen a hand crank? Like, that's what they were originally. Hand crank chainsaws. Not great.
Oh.
10 times over the course of the game. She's an absolute damage sponge. She rarely ever uses her counterable attack, and it takes a hell of a lot of strong attacks to stun her. And even if you master the strategy of just killing the eggs in time while dodging so that it's always a 1v1 fight, in the dream sequence there's an encounter with her that is an unavoidable 2v1 because they hide one of the dolls on the ceiling, so it'll jump on your head, slice off half your health bar, and then immediately you're thrown into the fight and can't do anything about it. Holy fuck. I was getting so tilted at this one point in the game, it was unreal.
Yes, but that's all it is. Also, if you die, there's a save spot, like, right behind that fucking door. I should know. I died, like, 5 times in this room, and you know what I did? I just walked right the back fuck in and killed their fuckers.
Literally
I lost my ability to say English because of how angry I am.
Look, the equivalent to this entire thing is just, if you as a player have the mentality of, I didn't hear no fucking bell, you can beat this pretty easily.
Yes.
Yeah, pretty much.
Quite literally, one of my favorite strategies was, I don't want to waste my supplies. I'm going to go in there and just keep throwing my face against the wall until it dies and I've expended the minimum amount of resources I feel is necessary. Like, that's literally been my mentality the entire game. And it has basically gotten me through it.
Make it stop, bro. Alright. Invincibility.
Also, it should be noticed if you didn't see it already. When you counter, if other enemies get caught in the counter, they also get stunned. So you can, if you position yourself smartly, you can get multiple enemies stunned and take them out pretty quickly.
Okay, but like the neurons in his brain don't fire that way, so
there are neurons.
Zero said me fighting the lingering will.
I
mean, it was like he did not try anything different. He just like bulldozed his way into defeating the lingering will.
Okay, but does the lingering will have a bunch of fat titties on it? All right.
Grab. That's good. Oh, and then I got grab. Oh, you can't make this up. Yeah, let's just... Hey, the other one should now use grab, and then the other one can use grab, and then the other one can use grab, and then the other one can use grab. I think that's a great idea. and then call them
It's
DSP
almost like
if
that's
they
a
fuck it.
pattern or
Yeah,
something.
it's almost as if you can, and they also typically don't. Like, they can use it back to back, but it so rarely happens because they're typically set to attack one at a time. They can attack simultaneously. That can get really dangerous because this game is just not fucking around with iframes. Like, you don't get very many after being hit. So you can get juggled in this game, but that's why you have to play smart.
No.
It's almost like you had a sound cue there telling you they were right fucking behind you. Did you hear that?
I was about.
Listen.
Grab, and then the other one can
Yeah.
use grab, and then the other one can use grab. I think that's a great idea. And then call them DSP if they fuck it up.
Dog, that was to your bottom
You took
right.
your
you
eye off
fucking
the
idiot.
enemy.
You fucking idiot.
You are not doing any kind of positioning. You're just fucking yourself over.
Why,
The
if you know
AI
that there are
enemy-
other enemies in the room, why are you taking your eyes off of 2 out of the 3 of them?
Yeah. This man is a tactical genius.
AI in this game. It's infuriating. If I stare at them, they won't attack for 10 minutes. If I'm not locked onto them,
If I get stabbed in the back enough times, I become immune to it.
shank, 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 shank in the back, shank. All of this talk about the combat, and I haven't even mentioned the survival horror mechanics yet. Yes, there is resource management in this game, and it is some of the most annoying I have ever seen. Not only do you have an inventory limit that is ever so slowly expanded over the course of the game, but you have a quick select limit too. Despite there only being 8 quick slots, there's about 12 consumable items. And the consumable items only stack up to 3, or in the case of the first aid kit, only 1. So many
Well, no, the pills you get stack infinitely. They just keep on going. But, like, that's also narratively important because taking the pills is how you get the bad ending.
Bill's here.
times you're going to have to pause the game and rearrange your quick select items in the middle of combat. Takes you out of the horror experience even more than the idea of a high school girl beating the fuck out of horrific monsters with a pipe. And there's
You say that as she's wielding a naginata, but also
He
I will
needs to
say
get over this.
this is no, like, I do find this a little annoying. I'm not going to say that's not. Constantly switching your equipment in this menu, but one, you can plan ahead. So, like, between fights, you can reorganize your inventory. And two, it's really not that much different than the classic games where you had to go into your inventory to use items. Literally, everything up through Silent Hill 3 had you pausing the game, using an item, and then coming out of pause. The only difference here is you're forced to put it on a quick select and use it in-game as opposed to having it automatically applied, which means you have to account for the frame time that a character takes to use the item. Like, you actually have to worry about being attacked while healing because it's a risk-reward system.
It's almost like in real life, you kind of get partially distracted if you have to, like, go into your pockets and take something out.
Yeah. How old was Heather in Silent Hill 3? I think she was 17 in Silent Hill 3, not 18. But I think she was close to 18. Like, I think, like, her birthday was coming up. That's why they get the birthday phone call. But she was supposed to be, like, an older teenager in a mall. Was he gonna be crying if it's Silent Hill 3? Why am I playing as a teenage girl in a mall? Yeah, I actually wonder what his opinion on Silent Hill 3 is. You've only really talked about Silent Hill 2, my man. I wonder, have you played any of the other games in the franchise?
I wonder.
items that exist solely to sell them so that you get faith points or whatever the currency's called, I already forgot, so that you can upgrade your character and use the gacha system. Yes, this game actually has an in-game gacha system for omamoris, which are like charms that give you buff effects. So my inventory ended up being too full to pick up any more items about a
It's almost like
dozen
Japan
times.
really likes their gacha systems.
Also, it's not like it's not a terrible gacha system because you cannot get repeats, and it does have a limited extent. Like you end up pulling all the omamori eventually. Like you run out. It's not that bad. It's pretty solid. And on top of that, yes, it's almost as if it's giving you another thing to consider when you're exploring the environment because it means that items that are worth more might be worth more in different ways. Like you have to actually prioritize what you're carrying. It's a good mechanic. I actually liked this element of the game.
Over the course of the game, causing more unnecessary trips back to the bonfire just so I could sell stuff, so I could keep playing the game. The worst part is it didn't have to be this way. Half of the items do almost exactly the same thing. Out of those 12 consumables, like 6 of them heal your health, with functionally no difference except the appearance of the item itself, and in a couple cases, how long it takes to use it.
No, that's also wrong. The Yokon, like the reason why they are distinct is because some of them fill multiple purposes. The Yokon, for example, heals you about as much as a bandage does. However, a Yokon is worth faith while a bandage is worth nothing. You can't exchange that at all. So it puts value on whether or not you want to carry something that you can it also is consumed faster. It has a faster animation. So it's like it puts more effort on Yokons are worth more than bandages in the equation. So you have things like that. You have the Kudzu Tea, which heals health and faith over time. It's basically a max heal, but it's slow, as opposed to instant like any of the first aid kits. The first aid kits are not as good as the Inari Sushi, and they take up, they all have a metric to them that you're thinking about in your inventory management. They all have a reason why they work that way. I will admit, it is a little annoying to go back and forth to a shrine and pay things off and actually sell items, but I would rather take that because it means I have to go in and out of dangerous areas or keep in mind where certain things are. Like it had me thinking the entire time. I like that. I enjoyed that.
I do like how his argument is essentially, I don't like how these things aren't different except in the ways that they are different.
Yeah. He has nothing. Oh.
He's trying to make an argument by saying that it is bad while technically not lying to us, but because he is obscuring the fact that they are different, he is trying to say that it's a negative, despite the fact that he's acknowledging that these things are different while at the same time saying that they're not different. So like it's weird. He's really telling on himself here.
Twy, why didn't you tell me you were on South Park?
Huh?
New art.
Oh my god. Look.
I think my favorite part is like the boobs, weirdly enough. You have geometric boobs.
I have man ditties. Those things are very square.
Oh. No, don't close that. Actually, I like this. All right. Well, back to the video. We're halfway through.
The food items can be consumed instantly, whereas the bandage takes a long time to heal you, which can sometimes get you killed. Another survival horror element is that weapons have durability in this game. Now, normally, I despise weapon durability, but believe it or not, it was rarely a problem in this game. Even on hard, I was never at risk at any point except near the very end of having all my weapons break. There's actually many points where I would discover a weapon and not be able to pick it up because you can only hold 3 at a time. Oh, and if you're wondering if there's
it's because you need to learn the movesets of the weapons that you have and how you want to prioritize that. It's decision making.
Also,
meaningful.
This isn't like, say, Breath of the Wild or Tears of the Kingdom for Zelda, where a lot of people talk about the durability of those weapons because he's like, oh, actually, you get plenty of weapons to use, so it doesn't overly
Well, I was going to
matter.
say, like, it actually paces it out pretty well. When you run out of a weapon, when you're most likely to run out of it, there'll typically either be a toolkit to fix it or another weapon to replace it. But the thing is, are you going to like that weapon's moveset? Are you going to like that weapon's damage output? Are you going to be able to use it? Heavy weapons are great at stunning enemies and doing a lot of damage really quickly. Small items like knives do a lot of damage, but they're very, very weak and brittle and they'll break fast. Middle weapons don't break very fast, but they don't do all that much damage. So it's all about what your preferences are when it comes down to weapons. And it's all about basically forcing you to get to know all the different types of weapons and get used to them.
All I'm hearing is that in this version of Silent Hill, a Londoner would be fantastic.
difference between
Also,
the weapon
like-
types.
Sorry, I was just gonna say, like, it's not all that much different than Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom. Like, I never really got the complaint about the weapon breaking system because,
Nor I.
like, I get it in the sense of, like, you're used to having your one weapon the entire time and you don't have to worry about it, but like once you get used to the idea, like after the initial panic of learning that weapons can break, it's really easy to focus on just like constantly rotating your weapons of like gathering a whole lot, learning about where the good weapons are and retaining those. And you can fast travel, so if your favorite weapon breaks and you remember where you got it in the first place, you can just fast travel there and get it again. Like, what's the big deal?
Yeah, I was gonna say, it's annoying, but this is an annoyance that he's going off on, and I just don't see the point, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
Okay, so I left out, and I'm hearing he's still being a bitch again. So
Yeah.
I
Why
have
did you think that
zero
would change?
context.
Yeah, when would that change?
Exactly, which is why I have no problem stepping out for like 5 minutes.
It's
All
you
right,
think
not
because
that
fans
long,
didn't have to
but-
deal with durability before. No, Silent Hill 4, Silent Hill 0, Silent Hill Downpour, all those games
Well, I think-
had weapon. Oh, you mean you're talking about Zelda? Okay.
Yeah, Zelda. And I did say that. Like, I said, I'm pretty sure that the majority of the complaints were because we didn't have to worry about the weapons before. We always had our one weapon.
Yeah.
And then we didn't have to really worry about that. But once you get
Yeah,
over that,
there's-
once you get over the initial shock that your weapons do break, suddenly you just go into this this hoarding mode almost, where
Yeah.
you don't treat your weapons that preciously all the time. And if you find a weapon that you think is good, then you mark that location and then you can go back to it because they respawn.
I'm just gonna go back to this random-
So I'm sorry, I just want my 2 cents with it.
No,
It's a
please.
if a mechanic in the game is consistently like used enough, that should clue you in that like, okay, this is something that you can probably take advantage of. You know, like how the game designers design it to be. Like, I can understand the initial panic, but that's
Yeah,
why I
I was gonna
said if it's consistent enough, then it doesn't matter.
Durability is
Yeah.
supposed to be something you're worried about in the short term, and you're supposed to make
Yeah.
the decision making about whether or not to fight or flee.
And
Yeah.
I kind of agree with Zero, because this is how I'm going with it. The weapon placement in the game is to ensure that you always have a weapon. Yeah, I know that there's a weapon durability mechanic even just starting the game, but it honestly feels like, oh yeah, I'll find a weapon here, I'll always have something good.
Someone's like, "Oh, Silent Hill in London would be great." No. Look, we had a Silent Hill over in Europe, and actually we had two. One in both in Germany, I think, because it was that
Of course it's the Germans.
short transmission, and then there was that one that was like a live service, like voting kind of game. It's like a live stream that was really silly. But neither of those worked out at all. Let's not go to Europe. Europe is silly.
Really, it's just attack speed, and in the case of the heavy weapons, you can actually block with them while holding L2, which is actually kind of a neat feature, except it depletes the weapon's durability, so I honestly didn't block very many attacks over the course of the game. I
Yeah.
don't really have anything else to say about weapon durability. It's just
Okay.
kind of a tacked-on element that doesn't really add anything, but honestly doesn't take away anything either. One of the consumable items in this game, the Higurashi, is completely
Higashi.
broken and almost makes this combat fun. It gives you infinite stamina for
Alright,
about
now it's a
30
Dark
seconds,
Souls,
which is more than
soundtrack.
enough to clear a combat encounter, or in the case of the Dark Souls-esque boss fights, makes them significantly easier. A lot of the general jankness
Yes.
is considerably less
Okay.
frustrating when you can dodge an attack whenever you want without having to worry about depleting your whole bar and then
It's almost as if it is a very valuable resource and you need to expend it at the proper time. Also, it is worth quite a bit of faith in the Hokoras. So you're making a decision not to spend something in order to save it for later.
It's not the exact 1-to-1, but I can't believe Final Fantasy has elixirs.
Like,
You're thinking of Silent Hill Ascension. I am thinking of Silent Hill Ascension. We don't need
Oh,
Silent
shit,
Hill
man.
Ascension.
Dang it, man. But
And getting-
yeah, you have an item that allows easier access to the mechanics. I'm trying to find the best way to describe it because it's like, yeah, it's a really good
It
item.
basically makes things easier. That's all. It makes the game easier to play, and that is true to an extent. But it doesn't last very long. It lasts about 20 seconds, which
Oh,
if
just
you're-
20 seconds? Damn.
Well, it sounds that, but like enemies can go on their attacks pretty long, so it can.
That's what I meant.
Yeah,
That's why I said dang. Like, that's not long at all.
yeah. You gotta use it wisely. You gotta know when you're gonna find an opening.
beaten to death in an instant. The thing is, these things are rare enough that you're only going to want to use them against the 3 main bosses. And to briefly touch on those, they are just straight up Dark Souls bosses in the sense that they can kill you in like 2 or 3 hits. They do these long attack combos with huge sweeping moves. And this is the one time in the game where you're going to be dodging a lot because it is the main way to avoid the attacks.
What do you mean the one time you're gonna be dodging a lot?
You talking about like a game where you have to dodge around a bunch of things
The
happening
first-
to you.
Combat tool you're introduced to is to dodge. You're not given a weapon until you've encountered like 5 enemies, some in very close quarters. Mister, I think you missed a memo.
I know I'm beating this point like a dead horse, but does this look like a horror game to you, or does this look like an action RPG or a hack and slash game? Fighting the bosses is the only time that the combat system felt semi-comp.
I will say
I mean,
the
looks
bosses
cool.
aren't particularly horrifying, but the horror I found in the story was much more thematic and character-based, as opposed to exactly... I mean, mind you, this is a character that was lowered into a lava pit. Slowly. That's pretty
And it's
horrific.
one of the
And now
ma-
she's coming to kill you. Yeah.
It's one of the main character's best friends.
Yes.
Former, I should say.
Well, again, that goes back into whether or not what's happening and how real certain things are. It's like it's just it's like Izuku in dodging. It's like Izuku in his legs. It's like he's finally dodging. Yes.
Oh my god. Oh,
I
my
told
god,
you,
I could
people
dodge.
People in real life don't get like really basic things sometimes, and like we are seeing it right now.
But Izuku is like genuinely super intelligent, like genius level.
And I've excused that by saying it took me 4 fucking years to get over a writer's block that it took you 2 seconds after I asked the question to get over.
Okay, but my contention was you were drawing comparison between Izuku and Synthetic Man.
Yeah, no,
Oh,
I'm just
no.
saying. How dare I generalize something because we're talking about both Synthetic Man and Izuku? How dare I?
Well, of
Even
course.
Someone
because
because
already
you're a woman.
made the fucking comparison. I didn't make it.
It's not like I really enjoyed them because I'm so sick of Souls-likes as it is. Now, I could
Oh,
probably
so you have another
continue to
bias.
rant
Great.
about this combat for another 10
great.
minutes, but in the interest of time,
Out of my
I'll just try
series.
to summarize why it's such an irritating jank fest. Though I think a lot of this B-roll
Well, that was your
probably
fault, you
speaks for
missed.
itself. It's a combination of
Yeah.
extreme repetition, a terrible camera angle that gets stuck in walls when the fat fucks get too close to you. Of course, you have the very flawed attack and dodge system, meaning that light and heavy attacks are often very unreliable.
Son, you dodged before she was even fucking moving.
Also, I
You
see
self-owned
this
the video clip.
I see
Yeah,
this
for real. This is
screen-
a massive self-report.
I see this screenshot of Himiko and just I have the after you get hit hard.
I didn't see
in the meme.
the news clip you shared. Somebody always taking the creeps out of thing. Longer
What?
text version for more context. Oh, you're boo, you saucy fellow. Yeah, I'll put it on board. Sorry, I did see it. I just my brain didn't register it as like connected to what was going on. So I will now put it on screens. It is I like the saucy fellow. There we go. Boo, you saucy fellow. Skyler says, you all remember when that anime with the crazy dub ghost story? Silent Hill makes me think of it sometimes. Why?
Yeah, I was about to say I've seen some clips of it. It has nothing in common with it.
Other than at the end of Silent Hill 1, I can think of they had a gag reel for all the characters, which was really fun. I wish more games would do that, where they animated as if they were like actors. They animated like behind the scenes. It's really cute.
It has a lot of lag, so if you fuck up the time versus healing items, focus often very camera angle that gets stuck in walls when the fat fucks get too close to you. Of course, you have the very flawed attack and dodge system, meaning that light and heavy attacks are often very unreliable. Dodging has a lot of lag, so if you fuck up the timing, you can easily get punished heavily and have to waste precious healing items. Focus attacks being usable, but draining a lot of your faith meter unless you have an Omamori to reduce the amount of faith you're using. And of course, all reliable, the counter, which is actually way too effective to the point of being the only thing you'll probably want to use. So the meta of this game ends up being one of the most boring things you could possibly do, which is walking up slowly to an enemy and then holding L2 right before it attacks, and then pressing R2 and then beating it to death. Which naturally, the genius devs at Neobards thought the only way to make the game more challenging is having enemies past the halfway point either stand around and do nothing, letting you drain your faith as you hold L2, or they use an uncounterable attack that is often too fast to react to with the dodge. The terrible cinematic camera often makes it so you can't see enemies attacking you from behind or the side.
It's not a cinematic camera. It's a third-person camera. This is Resident Evil 4 had an even more pulled-in camera than this originally. Fuck off, dude.
Yeah, it's bad. Oh my god, I feel like Zero is currently going through flashbacks of people talking about Dark Souls 2's camera.
Yeah, someone who actually thinks that game is all right. Bit shit. Honestly,
indicator of when they're about to hit you. And of course, if you ever run out of stamina, which is likely going to happen if you're panic dodging, you just have to
don't panic dodge.
Don't panic dodge.
Why are you panic dodging, you fucking idiot? Dude, this is a massive self-report, dog.
Absolutely. This is just the man not engaging with the fucking combat. Like, I've been watching is it Snamwitches? Is that his name? Snam?
Is he the achievement hunter?
Yeah, he is. I believe he's the.
Oh yeah, sandwiches.
He's
love that guy.
I watched him, and he was struggling a lot with the gameplay, and then up around the Rinko fight, things started to click, and he started to get the vibe of the game, and that is like a 2/3 of the way through the game. But you know what? Sometimes it takes that while for the game to really settle in, and you really to understand how you're playing, and it's like seeing him finally get the vibe and be happy with his performance is great. And that's what you need to do in this game. You need to get used to it because it does have an off feel at times, but once you get the click, it's fine. It's okay.
Around like a sitting duck and hope the enemies don't grab you or beat the shit out of you. Or the game just straight up forcing you to kill all of the enemies to proceed, which it does many times in the last 2 hours of the game.
That is the one fair critique I'll give him. I did not like that section of the game. That's a fair issue, and it's probably the reason why a lot of people hate the combat.
You see that, guys? The one good synthetic man point. We got there.
We found
23 minutes in.
No, almost 24 minutes in. We finally got a good
Ladies
point.
and gentlemen,
Holy shit.
we got him.
We got him.
We got him.
I was going to make the same point.
And slowly, all of your accumulated resources are drained, and it feels like there's nothing you can do about it. It is not fun. It is not meaningfully challenging in any way. It is padding, plain and simple, and it has
fork found in kitchen. No,
place.
Moopa, there's a fork found in Asmongold's kitchen.
Dang, man.
Holy shit.
In this game, this is not a survival horror game. This is a really bad action game with a horror coat of paint. All right, finally moving on.
Okay, and this is
This isn't a YouTube video. This is the fucking idiot. I don't even know. I don't have a
I
clever
was-
retort. You're just a fucking.
This is an idiot sandwich.
I'm gonna say it. This is a fucking No, that's an insult to retards. My God,
Honestly, yeah.
this man has no brain cells.
People with actual mental health disorders.
At least they're
or
nice.
Neurological. Yeah. 90%
They're
of them
having
are
the time of your life. You're
90%
just
are
miserable.
nice. Yeah.
One thing
And you go out of your way to make yourself miserable too. You keep doing the same shit over and over again, expecting a different result.
Take some advice from Hinako when she's yelling at Rinko. The only person that can make you happy is you.
Yeah.
I'm going to condense a lot of my thoughts on all the other aspects of this game pretty briefly, just so that we can get to the story analysis. As for level design, there's not much to talk about here. The game is mostly linear, even more linear than previous games in the series, I would argue. There's a bit of an illusion of exploration, some optional little side areas with supplies, and during the Shinto temple dream sequences, the map has the illusion of being labyrinthine in nature, but it's still a linear path. You just have to figure out where you're supposed to go.
I mean, to an extent, all games are that way, but I generally vibe with this point. I do think the game is a little too linear for its own good, and it could have done with a little more open exploration.
We've got 2 decent points in 4+ hours.
Yes.
Woo! And hey, this time, the 2 good points were closer to each other.
Yeah. And it's also like, I don't know if it's the most linear game in the series, because Downpour exists. Downpour was really, it had a sort of open world section, but I mean, if you know where you're going, you can just blow right through that game. You also didn't have as much incentive in Downpour to explore because of how the systems worked. Silent Hill 1, once you knew where you were going, was pretty linear. I am comfortable saying this might be the most linear game in the franchise. That's not necessarily the worst thing, but it's another one of those, I really hope they don't take this design philosophy going forward.
Fair enough. Yeah,
Also,
just make that like every game.
Yeah.
Repeating that this game is not the least bit scary. I know that is subjective, and I'm the type of guy who doesn't get scared easily with horror games, so I would probably
At least
say
he
that
knows
about
that it's
80
subjective.
to 90% of all games in this genre ever released. However, there are a few basic objective things that I think detract from the horror no matter who you are. The obvious thing I already went over is that there's way too many combat encounters and there's not enough enemy variety, so once you understand an enemy, they're not scary anymore. Especially since this is an action game instead of a survival horror.
That's literally the case with all the other Silent Hill games. I mean, you complained about the lack of enemy variety in Silent Hill 2. The original Silent Hill 2 had like the same amount of enemies, and you can learn them just as much. In fact, they were easier. Like, and also you said the combat was painfully hard. Fuck off! What the hell is this complaint?
I was going to ask people to flash back to the last time that we had Synthetic Man. He was talking about Silent Hill, and we played the stream clip from Zero.
Mm-hmm.
Oh god. Yeah.
Also, did you Yui Trigger? Did you get the UFO ending? I did get the UFO ending. I actually love the UFO ending. I think it's probably the best UFO ending in the franchise.
That fucking dog.
That fucking dog. It also has a bop of a fucking song. It's awesome.
Nice.
Do you think that he dressed Hinako in the pink uniform bunny ears because it was the closest he could get to a sexy costume in the game?
Probably.
Oh, I hadn't even realized he'd been using the pink outfit. Wow.
Yeah, he had been.
On your first playthrough? Really? You're not a serious person.
Yeah, I was about to say you were complaining so hard that this shit isn't scary to you and you can't get into the atmosphere because of this and that, and you're actively making it harder for yourself to do that.
I will say I didn't find it as actively scary, but I found the content far more unnerving. Like I go back to, I think the themes and the topics they cover they hit a lot closer to home than something like murdering your wife who is ill.
Of course, because you have an IQ above room temperature, but that's not what we're dealing with here.
It's not to dissuade anyone from playing the game or to dissuade the story in any way. Its horrors are very banal in the best way.
Yeah. Also, fun fact, they had a glitch where even if you didn't buy the day one download, or if you didn't like pre-order, you still got the pre-order bonuses. So I was like, wait, I didn't pre-order. I guess I just got these. They took it away. So like in my first 2 or 3 streams, no, I think actually all through my streams I had them, because on my second playthrough I was going into the white uniform, and then I loaded back up personally when I was later at night, and I was like, wait, where'd my uniform go? And apparently they had updated it out. I still got the faith for the bonus fucking Abara Shade. I still got that shit. Can't take that away.
To give Synthetic Man possible credit, as people have pointed out in chat, maybe this is his second playthrough.
Looking at his HP and faith, I'm betting not.
Fair enough then.
Game, so instead of managing a resource,
my bet actually, he only played through it once, and he looked up the endings on YouTube.
Probably.
Because that's what the other YouTuber, what was it, his name that I wanted to maybe cover at some point, because he had
the Mayo guy, the one with
Mayo.
Yeah.
That's what he did. He didn't even finish the first ending. He didn't even get to the end. He stopped in the first, like in the first gauntlet. Yeah, he stopped in the first gauntlet.
Hey yo, dang.
So he just turned off the game because he couldn't handle the combat. He's a bitch.
Weak.
Yes, and he just looked up the endings on YouTube. Even though the story changes, the cutscenes change, you get different things for the different endings, not just the ending itself. It's almost as if there is more to this story than just the first playthrough.
Than what meets the eye. Anyway.
You're slowly getting better at the game over time, and the more confident you are, the less scary the game is. The other obvious thing is that the game is too fucking bright, especially during the town segments. I don't care how dense the fog is, this just doesn't look scary in any conceivable way. Other than that, I think the game...
I'm going to contend that there are times where the fog turns like almost black. It was really weird, like especially near the rice fields. There are times where the fog becomes this really suffocating, like, presence. I do wish there was more around the rice fields, honestly. I like the rice fields as a location. I wish they were more expansive.
Mupa is correct. You can adjust your gamma settings, sir.
Yes, but even that, like, I don't disagree that it's bright, but I disagree that it's, like, the source of it not being scary. I think they're going for a different kind of horror here. It's not really jump scares necessarily, but discomfort. And I think they pull off on that.
Why do you have to have a very specific kind of tone in order for it to be scary? Why can't it be scary in a different capacity?
There's a great game that just recently released in full that had a demo for a while called No, I'm Not Human. That's a full-on horror game, but it's just because everything is drawn and everything is staged very discomfortingly. It's not scary, it's uncomfortable. And that's the kind of horror that I think Silent Hill F really excels at.
I think people are... Sorry?
I was going to say a majority of Alien Isolation is really, really bright.
Yep.
I think that people are spoiled by things like modern horror movies and things like that. Like, we have this thing about us where the more things that we are subjected to, the more we're going to get used to it. And then the more things that used to scare us or used to be really overwhelming to us when we were younger just doesn't do anything to us anymore because we're used to it. That's how humanity is. So if you spend all your time being subjected constantly to these extremes, then the extremes are going to be the only thing that you care about because it's the only thing that gets you to the emotional point that you are looking for.
Yeah, I was going to say, like, I haven't been, like, scared by a game in a very long time because the more I understand the mechanics at heart of how a video game works, the more my brain just doesn't register it as a very visceral threat anymore. I play horror games because I find the content, and this is actually how I tell that horror games are good, is when the actual content of the games, the gameplay is fun, the characters are, the story is well written, and the designs are creative, interesting, and have a depth to them. Like that's what attracts me to horror games now, not the idea of being scared. I can get startled, but like startling someone, they can flash a scary face on screen and startle you. It's not that hard.
The scariest game that, and I don't play horror games, to be fair, but like the scariest game that I've played had nothing to do with horror. It was just an animal survival story. It was a game where you literally are just a dinosaur in the Cretaceous period, and you just have to survive. And I've told this story Saurian. I've told the story a couple of times on Jacked, but I will say it again. Like, I was in VC in the tundra, and I was just like chilling out with everybody playing this game. People were probably complaining about Ruby and yada yada yada. And then I just screamed.
Yep.
Because I didn't realize that a Tyrannosaurus Rex had just spawned right behind me as I was looking out onto the map and then ate me.
I think the only children actually get scared by media. Usually when you become an adult, most horror media is effective if it's disturbing. No. People still get scared.
No.
People do get scared.
I am a fucking baby, okay? If I have to watch a horror movie, I have to watch it in bits and pieces because I will get way too overwhelmed and I will need to stop and calm down for a little bit before I move on.
I was going to say, Moopa, you and I are a different breed.
Wait, what did they say?
She said that only children get scared by media. No, people get scared.
Nah, not even close.
So yeah, I actually get more scared at movies because I feel like there is nothing I can do. Whereas in games, I'm far less scared because I have agency.
Yeah.
So I get frustrated with like set in stone endings. I can't do anything about that. Fuck you.
What was that movie that we watched, Robbie? That I had to ask you to pause it. I don't remember what it was. Oh no, my chat crashed.
Yeah, it does that. Don't worry, just reload. It'll fine.
Yeah, I just asked Robbie a question and
Shutter
now I
Island?
can't see the... Yes, like it. That's not even a
horror. It's more of
like,
a thriller, but it leans some.
Yeah.
Horror.
Yeah, it like the moment where he went into the abandoned asylum, I had to ask him to pause it so that I could breathe. I got so scared. I'm such a baby. I'm such a wuss.
I was gonna say I was terrified at the very start of Kingdom Hearts 1 when you're just led out into the streets of Traverse Town by Leon.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Back then, I was definitely
back
scared
then.
of it.
I literally had to put the game down for like a month, and I came back to it and finally fought. But like, man, I was scared for a while.
Ooh.
Duh.
Game is just kind of lazy about the whole horror aspect in general. There's not enough true psychological horror in this game, which is ironic given the nature of the twist of this game. You would think if nothing you see is real, the game would go way more over the top.
He has to have only done one ending because he's like, oh, the twist. That's not the twist. There is no, like, it's not really... We'll move on. We'll see what he has to say later.
Messing with Hinako's head. But I think the only
the
time
best
the
room in
game
the
is
game,
kind
by
of
the way.
experimental with that is in the house dungeon, and even then it's pretty tame. Of course, aside from
it feels random and it feels overly oppressive just to walk in there.
fighting a bunch of enemies, going from point A to point B, there's also quite a few puzzles. I'd say for the most part, the puzzles are pretty simple. There were only a couple that truly stumped me. One that got to a lot of people, which is the box puzzle. I'm not going to go into it, but it was a problem of simultaneously the clue being too vague, and you also had to have somewhat of an understanding of Japanese culture to even know what the solution is.
Oh, what a surprise. A game that requires you to actually understand the setting that it's in. I wonder if that would play into something like its story. Also, yeah.
But he's so smart.
Also, I do not bet you did not play on Lost in Fog. That's for sure. You played on hard, my man, which I did too. And some of those can actually be brain busters.
I'm not really a weeb, and the way the puzzle is designed doesn't even make it clear how many images you're supposed to select for each solution.
Yeah, I was going to say, weebs get more bitches than you.
It changes with each of the 3 levels. which makes what should be a really simple and easy puzzle a matter of trial and error. Though if I have to praise one aspect of the game, there was one legitimately good puzzle that also, coincidentally, was arguably the scariest part of the entire game.
Yes.
When you're trapped in the dense fog in the rice fields and you have to select the correct scarecrow. Normally getting really close to horror enemies would make them less scary, but knowing that they could jump and attack you at any moment if you pick the wrong one was actually really tense, and in later parts of this segment, a couple of the scarecrows actually move towards you when you turn away from them, which I know is a concept that's been done in a lot of other horror media, but it still adds to the overall tension of you wanting to figure out the puzzle.
It's
they're
not,
weeping angels.
They are a little bit. It's not quite as... Because it's not specifically the ones that are part of the puzzle moving towards you. It spawns in new enemies that like start moving towards you. And if you're not keeping track of the number of scarecrows in the field, you'll lose track of it, think it's supposed to be something you're examining, and it'll attack you. But like on the second playthrough, I had very little issue with this other than it being the more difficulty setting. I like in terms of like how scary this is, it was unnerving for about 5 minutes, and then I'm like, okay, it's a good puzzle. That's about where my brain went. I liked it. I really liked the mood it set and the feeling of this place. But like, again, it's like just the nature of like, I don't get scared at these parts because I know I can just reset at the checkpoint.
Right.
As soon as possible so you don't get stabbed in the back. Also, since this is an Unreal Engine 5 game, I will briefly comment on performance. I'll definitely say it's above average for a UE5 game, but there's definitely still stuttering, specifically in the town segments. I've heard claims the game runs perfectly. That is a fucking lie. I have the footage to prove it, but it definitely wasn't bad enough to distract from the experience.
That's fine.
And as for the visual aesthetic design of everything, it just kind of looks like a traditional Japanese town. It's set in the 60s, and of course it's got the trademark Silent Hill fog. There's this red rot everywhere that's supposed to represent death that follows you. In the Dream World segment,
death and rebirth. There's actually a lot of symbolism to the nature of it encroaching on the town, and the idea that it's necrotizing your childhood. You know, nothing big.
Yeah, no.
are like in
I love it when
traditional
people just downplay everything about every single aspect of things and then complain that there's nothing deeper to it when they've thrown all the deepness out of it.
Yep.
Yeah.
And temples.
Quite literally throwing out the bathwater with the baby.
Yeah.
Yeah, for real. But like, which is very ironic given what this game is apparently about. But some people, not saying anyone in chat has done this because we love our chat. Our chat has been pretty smart for the most part tonight.
For the most part. Yeah.
But there are probably likely going to be some people out there who might say that we are making the theme's defense, right? But what we're saying is that the game is clearly portraying like its thematic exploration at the forefront of what it is and how it wants the player to experience it, and it's a mistake of as a creator to not be willing to at least engage with it somewhat. Aside from just the surface
it's not
level.
the fact that like he's making an argument that the theme doesn't work. He literally just disregards the theme on the face of it at all.
Yeah, he just says he doesn't care.
Disregards all the other work that goes into supporting it. He is actively ignoring every element that constructs this game in order to bash it because he doesn't like what the underlying message says, because he doesn't understand the underlying message.
Yeah, I was about to say, he gets the underlying message wrong. He looks at this game and just can't stop looking at Anita Sarkeesian's face, man. It shocks him in the night, you know?
Man,
it makes him wake up in a cold sweat.
The lady died as a relevant being like over 10 years ago. Get over it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know, man.
Well, she unfortunately still has a hold on the gaming industry, like as a consultant. But
yeah,
like that's I haven't seen that in a while, so maybe she's finally faded out of relevance.
Maybe.
Yeah.
And I really don't have
her
much
about
to
her
say
was
about
when she
that.
married herself.
Oh right, that was
Right.
hilarious.
What was?
She had Anita Sarkeesian having a self-wedding.
She married herself.
It was
I'm moving on from this.
It was
No.
birthday.
Please don't explain it. I just don't want to.
Fair.
I don't want.
Fair. It'll be something to the next Silent Hill game.
I guess it's a vague,
I can imagine it.
interesting setting contrasting with the small-town American vibes of the other Silent Hill games, but if you play a lot of Japanese games, I'm sure you've seen all this shit before. The enemy symbolism in this game is pretty obvious. The doll or mannequin-type enemies are supposed to represent other high school students. The gangly lane...
No! No! The mannequins, yes. No, sorry, not the mannequins. The scarecrows, yes. But also her fear of, rice fields, because she got lost in one. But the mannequins represent the view that she perceives women being perceived as. It is her interpretation of how the world sees women. They are porcelain dolls meant to be played with, discarded, lumped away, twisted and mangled into different shapes for the pleasure of the men around them and the world around them. I guess also the other women. They're
Yamato Nadeshiko.
Yes. And then these, what he's going to say about this?
Yankee dudes are obviously supposed to represent men. The giant...
Yes. But to a different extent, because the ones that are in the other world represent men who are themselves enslaved. They are chained to the society that they are in. They don't have a face. They are not allowed to perceive the world around them. They are supposed to act in a certain way. They are actually themselves also a slave to the system, but they do so through much more aggressive violence.
Yeah.
Almost like it's supposed to be a mirror to what's happening with her dad.
Yeah.
Fat dude with a butcher blade is just straight up revealed to represent your father. And the
not quite. It's because of her father she views other men the same way. So it represents other men when she encounters them because they're loud, boisterous. They don't have eyes or ears, but they have a loud mouth that demands your attention by stunning you, and they drain your sanity. So it's like there's some depth there. It's a little more straightforward with him, but you're also completely neglecting the mother, who literally doesn't have a back. Like she doesn't have a spine. Like that's
obese titty monsters represent motherhood. The boss is all
they may represent pregnancy. They're like a hybrid between a pregnant belly and a tit. Like they're both kind of. They're supposed to be the swollen women during pregnancy, her swollen sister in specific, and also a man potentially.
I've gone through this story. I've read both of his other novels. This author does not do that subtle of shit. It's not hard to get this.
No, it really isn't. It's really not.
Also have pretty obvious symbolism. The first one being the friend that Hinako abandoned. The second being her romantic rival, who was in love with Shu, which is basically Hinako's childhood friend that she friend-zoned. She admits at multiple points she had no intention of dating him, yet she's still upset and jealous at Rinko for wanting to date him.
No, she's obsessed. She's upset because Rinko won't take her seriously when she says that there's nothing between them. Like, Rinko is always asking whether Shu and I are an item. I tell her every time that we're not, but she never seems to buy it. I heard a rumor that Rinko was gossiping about me behind my back. I suppose love can tear apart even the closest of friends. I don't know what to do. She's frustrated with her friends.
Yeah.
Like, I don't know how you miss that. Also, there is both she and Shu like each other as they are. They both want to be stuck in the past. Like, they both like their friendship too much to go forward with a relationship, even though between them there is a blossoming chemistry. And that is a frustration to both of them. It's not just one-sided, because Shu at any point could have reached out and asked her out, but he also understands her well enough to know that she wouldn't want that. Like, they are more complex characters, motherfucker. It's almost as if they have complicated relationships with one another, and they are trying to sort things out, and they are not comfortable with any of the solutions they're finding.
No, that's impossible, Raymond. We can't have nuance in this game because it's a game that has women in it being important characters. That must mean that it has to be really dumb and stupid.
There's also there's someone that theorized that Hinako might actually be pregnant in the present time period.
Oh.
And that she and Shu actually at least had one tryst before her wedding. And that there's scenes in the evidence was that there are scenes in the game where Junko is like, "Have you killed it yet? Have you made sure it's dead yet?" Which I still think is mostly in reference to her past self. That has she killed her childishness. But some people are interpreting that maybe there was a whoopsie at some point, and she's referring more so to an abortion.
Yeah, like,
I did
mention earlier that the Japanese did prefer abortions over contraception.
Mm-hmm.
Honestly, I feel like in a way you can kind of interpret it as both, because assuming that Hinako in the present, did have a one night stand before her wedding with Shu, right? They had their affair. You could interpret that act as like, I don't know, Hinako having a last ditch effort
to rebel.
To rebel by like using a bond from her childhood days, something like that.
But then there's also like the reason I don't fully buy into it is like one of the arguments to make is like maybe that's why Shu self-deleted, because you see him hanging in a certain scene, and it's like, but I don't think he did, because in the same ending where they're describing as the strongest arguments for it, Shu is at the wedding. He's actually apologizing because he realized he fucked up with giving her the pills, and it's now driven her into a psychosis. So
got it.
He's alive. He's not dead, and I don't know where they got the idea that he is.
Never mind then.
This is why I say I'm pretty sure no one is actually dead by the end of the best ending. I'm pretty sure everyone is alive by that point.
And so the two hate each other. Am I supposed to feel sympathetic?
Hinako doesn't hate Rinko. She's frustrated, but she still loves her as a friend. Like, what the fuck?
They're good friends.
Yeah, well, Rinko is not the greatest of friends to Hinako, but Hinako still likes Rinko as a friend, and Rinko later comes to realize, but you probably didn't read that fucking note, now did you? Oh.
For Hinako, she's just as much of a fucking bitch as any of the other women in this game. As for the story, I'm not going to go too in-depth here.
Wow, it's interesting how women aren't being portrayed in the greatest of lights in this very feminist game. Like, I wonder if there might be the things, and it might not be as black and white as you say.
Well, he's assuming that the game isn't like actively
criticizing
giving
them.
Attention. Yeah. Which seems to not be the case.
Hey,
but,
I was gonna say, you're playing as Hinako, and you see Rinko mistreating Hinako, who seems to only very much like her friends, and like, maybe not thinks the most highly of them, but seems to respect them, and seems to care about them very deeply, and goes so far as to put herself through hell to try and make sure they're safe. Like, everything about the game tells us to like Hinako, so someone maybe backstabbing her might maybe be something that we're concerned with.
Nah.
But what if women deserved less, Raymond?
I'm not going to let that slide as an autism thing, but be advised that defining with the fantasy of a piece of media is not a requirement for improving quality. What?
I was reading that whole conversation. So there's somebody in the chat who says that they would have liked the game better if Hinako was a white woman. And they defend that by saying it's an autism thing because I find it hard to sympathize with a character who doesn't look like me. And I was just about to ask them, I was literally just about to write and ask them, how far does that go? Like, if the main character is blonde, but you have brown hair, do you fail to sympathize with them then? If they have green eyes, but you have brown eyes, does that make you impossible to sympathize with them?
There is no subtlety in this game, no room
Okay.
for interpretation. That's a staple of Silent Hill. No, there's plenty of room for interpretation. I will say there is less subtlety than there should be. I think there should be more subtlety in a lot of things, but I think there's still plenty of interpretation to be had. To the fact that, like, I very much disagree with most of the current fan theories about how the game actually ended. Like, and what actually events occurred in the game and what's real and not. So, like, I disagree with that. But back to the point of, like, oh, I can only relate if it was a white woman.
How the hell does that work?
I am
Especially
going to
in
be
context
benefit of the
this
doubt.
story.
That is very unfortunate for you. I hope
Yeah.
that you find a way to work through that. I hope you don't intend to enforce that because in any way.
Also, is this a troll? I just gotta ask.
No, because
actually...
they said that it is an autism thing for them, that they find it hard to sympathize. with
That's got to
someone
be
that
some
doesn't
strong
look like
fucking
them.
tism. You got to be pretty far on the spectrum for that, my good.
Yeah, I was about to say, like...
Okay, no.
How do you play almost any like Japanese-based game then?
That's not autism. That's nepotism. What? Wait, no, you're not hiring
What?
someone
No.
for a job.
What?
What? Never mind, it's a troll. Are we
aspiring-
sure it's a troll?
Oh,
Yeah, I think that their latest comment solidified them as more trollish.
okay. I didn't
was-
even see it. Never mind. All right, moving
Oh my
on.
God.
Here because I pretty much covered all the major points in the intro. Basically, this game is split into two parts. You have the town parts and you have the dream sequences. The town parts are Hinako reminiscing about her teenage years, while the dream sequences are an allegory for women losing their identity when they get married.
Okay. I too reminisce about my teenage years, where my best friend turned into a fucking flower bed. Excuse me, I don't think she's reminiscing here. I think there's a little more going on, you dumb fuck.
Sure, I could go into a lot of details of the story, but honestly, the characters are not that deep. They're pretty one note, so there's not that much to talk about. Sakuko, the forgotten friend, only has like 30 seconds of screen time in the beginning. Rinko is the
Yeah, but we see her elsewhere in the other world, and later on we get more notes about her. Again, most of the story is told through notes, but I doubt your ability to read.
typical rival girl, like I said before, who hates Hinako's guts and wants to get with Shu. And Shu is just the boy next door childhood friend character. Of course, in the dreams,
Who also ends up fucking drugging her.
Yeah, that seems to be it seems to be like an interesting, like, active choice that the character made, you know?
He was trying to help her and ended up in the bad ending driving her into a fucking mad spiral.
I honestly don't think I've ever, like, heard of a character in a story, like game, movie, whatever, otherwise, that made the decision in that way for that specific reason.
Yeah. I mean, this is all pretty unique. I actually quite find it hard to parallel any of the characters with other elements. So
sequences, you have Hinako's fiance in their arranged marriage, and he is represented as a demonic fox spirit, you know, a kitsune for all you weebs out there. Of course, you have
he is possessed by a fox spirit, and no, I don't think he's a kitsune. He is something different.
No, he's not.
He's a fox spirit.
He's I can't name it off the top of my head, but he's not that kind of yokai.
Yeah.
Or at least not possessed by that kind of yokai.
There are similarities, certainly, I mean, the fox motif and the trickster elements, but, like, no, he's possessed as well, motherfucker.
Right.
Hinako's parents, with the father being a stereotypical alcoholic, abusive dad, and the mother being the complete pushover who's basically a servant to her husband. Now, of course, in a vacuum, I don't think it's feminine.
Yeah, no, did you miss the cutscene where she talked about how she wrung dirty rags into his tea for 3 days and didn't talk to him in private at all when she genuinely got super mad at him? Like,
Jesus.
That is some true petty shit, and I kind
she
of appreciate
has
it.
power, and he came crawling back to her and apologized. Like, it's one of the most heartwarming cutscenes in the entire game as she's explaining that their dynamic is not what Hinako thinks it is. That they have a much different dynamic in private. And, like, in private, he's actually a genuinely sweet and loving person. He just doesn't... He feels social pressures and doesn't understand how to connect with his daughters, which leads to abusive behavior. There's no there's no excusing that. But he is a much more complicated character, and she is a much more complicated character than you're painting them to be. You are literally seeing the surface level the game wants you to see in order to lull you into thinking you understand the totality of the situation. Jeez, it's so bad, man.
This is really, really bad. Yeah.
Or left-wing propaganda to represent an abusive father in a video game. There's many of those in real life. But I think it is pretty telling how Hinako describes both of her parents in her journal in-game. And Hinako despising her mother just for wanting to keep the peace and not getting divorced seems very petty and childish from a woman that's actually in her 20s. Even
though she is being abused. I wonder why she would dislike her mother.
Because again, cultural context is important. Remember what we learned about divorce?
Mother just for wanting to keep the peace and not getting divorced seems very petty and childish from a woman that's actually in her 20s.
It's almost as if she is stuck at the age of 15 and she needs to grow up and realize the world is going to be very mean to her no matter what she wants. Like, it's not going to be easy. And, like, she is living in the past. That's the fucking point.
Well, also, like, it's okay for her to be frustrated with her mother for not even choosing to have different options. Because this is an older woman who was indoctrinated during World War II to be the perfect mother, to be the perfect wife, to be the perfect woman. That was big propaganda back then. And she still has that mentality to this day, I would imagine. And so instead of realizing that you have different rights now, that it is 20 years later, that you can have these options. But yes, these options are scary. And maybe someone who is younger doesn't quite understand the ramifications, the thorns that come with these new freedoms that women have, because it is still a very sexist culture and a sexist society. But she still would find it frustrating that her mother wouldn't even consider the other options.
And more than that, it's very obvious that Himeko has a very warped, one-sided view of her parents until the very, very end.
Yeah.
Which makes sense for her to have that view in the first place, because, you know, I don't know about y'all, but when you're young and you're not, and you don't have like the proper avenues to understand, you know, the people that you love doing something wrong to you, seemingly anyways, you're not going to go out of your way to look at the other side of the aisle and see their perspective. That makes sense.
Yeah, the point is, the home is supposed to be a point of safety for children. She grew up in a hostile environment, so then the town became her cradle of safety because she could be with her friends, she could be outside of the house, she could be away from her father. But then she hits 15, and I think this is another reason that 15 is big. She starts really hitting her stride in puberty, and thus the world around her starts to respond to her differently. There are characters like the monsters that have no face in the fog world. There are versions of them that have like these, you know, flowers and stuff coming out of them, and their jump attack licks you. It's really uncomfortable. It's one of the most disturbing enemies in the game by my measure. But, like, she describes them basically in the way of being just pervy old men leering at her. And that's what the rot represents. It's not just death, you dumb fuck. It is literally the entire world around her becoming corrupted with the thing that she saw at home. It is the very thing that she ran away. It's her last bastion of safety. Everywhere it becomes infected with it. Even Rinko's home. The only place that's not directly infected with it, actually, now that I think about it, is Shu's home. Wow, I just picked up on that. Shu's home is the only bastion of safety. And then after she goes to the other world while she's there, she comes back and guess what? It's all infected too. So, it's almost as if there's a thematic point to it.
And if it is framed as her being a teenager for most of the game, it's revealed she's actually an adult in the end. And of course, the final character, one of the villains of the story, is Hinako's older sister, Junko. And Junko is framed as a villain just because she left the family to go get married. That's all she actually does wrong, by the way. Since
Did
the
she
whole game
get married, or was she forced to be married?
Yeah.
There's a difference.
And I can't remember exactly whether or not she was forced into it or if she willingly went into it. I think more so it was an arranged marriage. It was probably an arranged marriage, but I think she also came to peace with it.
Yeah, but that is also the thing. You can go into something willingly through coercion, through different environmental factors.
Yeah, that's
including...
what Hinako did. Hinako did the same thing. Like, the reason why she was going to get married is that she accepted it. Like, she had her father says that she has the choice to not get married. She has that choice. He was crying on his knees to her, saying that I just want you to be happy, because he feels like he failed.
And we went over it originally. We talked about it when a woman left the home in that day and age for that society. They were considered no longer part of the family.
Yep.
Yeah.
And that that no doubt causes rifts for more than likely siblings that remain.
I was about
Hinako feels abandoned by her sister because she was the only buffer between her and her parents.
I was about to say yes. So it makes sense for, again, this young girl who is in this position, who seems hyper aware of these cultural and gendered expectations, would absolutely feel betrayed that someone that she loves, seemingly, in her view, abandoned her. Granted, it's more complicated than that, but it's almost like that's the point of the story or some gay shit like that. I don't fucking know. Let's just keep moving on.
Game is just a drug trip. Everything else is just a figment of Hinako's imagination, that she's eternally pissed at her sister for daring to get a life. If I'm being charitable, she's really mad just because no one was there to defend her anymore from the horrific parents. But the main antagonist of this game turns out to be you. More specifically, the Hinako from the dream sequence that becomes like a fox demon. And so the final boss is Hinako just fighting the Dark Souls demon version of her.
The way he talks about it, the final boss. This isn't the final boss. This is the first final boss of, like, 4.
I was gonna say, I ain't seen a giant
just taking all the drugs and murdering all the people at the wedding, I guess, is what that part represents, right? She gets high as fuck and kills the concept of marriage by murdering her husband and all the people there or something. Again, I don't even know what to take away.
You should have taken away that the Shiromuku is still alive at the end of this. She didn't actually kill it in that boss fight, showing that it's both of them. Both of them have gone on this killing spree. You are your own antagonist. You actually got that right, but it's not in the way you fucking think.
From this story, other than
he's so close to a good idea.
Angle. It just seems like complete nonsense to me. But the way this game's story is told feels so pretentious, like it's digging at this deeper message somewhere, but there isn't one. The first time you play this game, you get locked into a bad ending. No matter what your choices are, you get the same one every time. And then on subsequent playthroughs, to get better endings, you have to never use the red pill item throughout the game, since, as I already told you, the pills are what created this drug-fueled massacre in the first place.
How do you explain the rest of the game when there are no drugs being used?
Yeah.
That's also another argument I have against anyone that says this is all just a drug trip or a hallucination. How do you explain it when she's not using the drugs? Like, she did use them briefly at some point, but like because narratively that you have been taking them for some time, but at the point in the game you stop taking them and other things start happening. So I don't know how they
but I'm not going to torture
I
myself
find it
by playing
really
through this.
Oh.
weird that he's like, oh, I'm scratching the surface for the deeper themes of this, but because I don't really want to engage with the story because I am a sexist pig and I don't care about women and their struggles, I don't understand the deeper meaning, so therefore there isn't one.
Well, it's not he doesn't understand. He doesn't want to. He said he
Yeah.
made that clear from the very fucking beginning. Oh, all this cultural context that might influence the decisions that the game made to present things the way that it did. Fuck all that.
Yeah.
Who gives a
Whole game
fuck about any of
again.
that
Yes,
shit?
There are some changes in the cutscenes on New Game Plus, but you still have to suffer through the combat, as I said earlier in this video. So let's just get to the whole woke element of the
Yeah,
game.
for
even though
real.
I've sort of already covered the basics on that. Although I got a lot of my rage out during the intro about the overall feminist message of this game, I think it bears repeating again how ridiculous it is in this day and age that we're getting yet another game pushing for anti-natalism and anti-marriage messaging when women are more unhappy now than they have been in any other point in the past 100
Oh my
years.
God!
Yes.
Stop referencing that goddamn study for a number of reasons. For
Dog, we're
find better. Like, I guarantee you, someone else has probably done more recent research on. I'm pretty sure I've seen that research.
Dog,
It's still true, but not relevant to this because that's Western women. Which is
I'm
different.
sorry, man. I am not going to sit here and let the motherfucker who had a Sopranos style panic attack after seeing a black man wearing Space Marine armor preach to us about the bonds between men and women and how we gotta bring shit back to the basics. Fuck off.
You guys
Also,
have
by the
no
way-
say on this game unless you played the originals. Fuck off. I can have an opinion all I want, and I will.
Also,
You will tell me why I am wrong.
Also, like, man, I don't. No, I lost my point. I'm sorry.
I was going
My
to say, at least for the Warhammer thing, while we're waiting for other things, like, oh, he had a conniption about a black space marine. He's aware that salamanders exist, right?
Apparently not.
Oh, unfortunate. Vulcan's the best Primarch, by the way.
Okay, what about playing the game though? Yeah, you have more data points to work with. If you play the game, you can better support your arguments. But if you haven't played the original Silent Hill games, why not? If you can support your arguments with references, you can support your argument with references. You don't necessarily have to have experienced it flat out. It just means that you have a better standing, but it doesn't mean you're going to necessarily be right. It's the same thing. You can arrive at the correct answer for a math problem by doing the wrong math equation. Like, you can do that.
Okay, I have my point now.
Yeah, go for it.
So he's referencing the study from 2009, which is already more than a decade old. It is also specifically for American women, but I would wager that he didn't actually read the article. He just read like the big title and the subtitle about it, and he didn't go into like why women are maybe more unhappy. Again, it goes into the idea that when women have their freedoms, it is clawed. We clawed our way to that, and because men usually, because they are the ones in power when we have these, they usually don't want to give it to us. They are usually begrudging about it, or they are simply ignorant about everything that it takes to properly give it to us. So we don't realize that there are things that can go wrong when you don't have a support structure for it. Again, with the whole divorce thing in Japan, a lot of women had the ability to get divorces, but they didn't have a support structure for them to be able to support themselves outside of marriage. So you could either it would be the same thing as if they didn't allow divorce in the first place. If you left your man, you would be destitute. So
yeah, it creates an illusion of choice.
Yeah, it's the illusion of choice. So maybe women are unhappy because there isn't a support structure there for these things that they are now allowed to do, therefore creating a more stressful environment for them. Yeah. Maybe that's why we're unhappy.
I don't know.
Like, God.
Nah, you should just dodge, man. You should just dodge.
Please, yeah,
Yo,
at the very least, dodge better than Synthetic Man does.
No, what are you saying
For
that
real.
Twilight needs to like go up to like the court and like learn the court's attack pattern to dodge?
Dodge the gavel.
Essentially.
Like,
Yeah,
it really baffles me that this man has such little care for women that he wouldn't even try to understand where women are coming from when it comes to them being unhappy. He just sees women are unhappy, therefore them trying to become actual human beings in society is wrong, and they need to go back to prior to the 1920s.
Yeah, essentially, it's why I kept saying this, but this really needs to be hammered home. Is the illusion of righteousness that the fucking culture war bullshit has sparked within people, and I'm getting so goddamn sick of it. And it's fucking hilarious at the same time. I'm sick of it because it's the same joke being said every single time, where you got all these moral busybody fucks on either side of the political spectrum telling people how they should and shouldn't live while having zero life experience, zero goddamn understanding of basic human interaction, and just zero respect for other people.
Skelly Bongos, men don't know 0.0001% of women's pain, ONG. That's not the mentality, because men have different, everyone, men and women have their own individual struggles. We do not need to discredit men's suffering in order to recognize and try to solve women's suffering.
No.
You don't have to make a...
Yeah, I think that you are misunderstanding him. I think what he is saying is that I am saying that it's impossible for men to understand. And I'm saying, no, that's not it. I'm saying that men choose not to listen and to understand because a lot of them feel that they already have a basic understanding of what is good for women. And instead of listening to women and women's voices, they think that they already know what is best for us.
Yeah, like there are, like, for example, I suppose, like when we were talking about that Emu Emmy chick with the whole Saber Spark drama or whatever, and we were talking about why, the decisions that she made and like other alleged survivors of abuse have made were, optimal. We were coming at it from the sense that, oh, we know better than them. We're coming at it from the standpoint of, we have seen these situations time and time again on the fucking internet. And when you react this and that way, it objectively, by all accounts, does not work out. If you want to have a better chance of getting justice or some kind of closure, these are the things that you can do. And we did so while still empathizing with what people in these positions would likely want out of it. So I don't understand
Skelly
what we
Bongos,
are not
I'm
understanding.
Ask you never say the word goy slop ever again.
Okay, no. All right, we're
what?
What the fuck?
That should get a timeout, in my opinion.
I'm gonna give him the warning. Don't fuck with us. That's thin ice. And it's only because I caught it this time and no one else, and everyone else is more gung-ho than I am.
Dog, I swear to God,
I'm very
dude,
forgiving.
Synthetic Man brings all the freaking wackos to the yard.
Yeah, holy shit.
And they're like, it's better than yours. Damn straight, it's better than yours. I can teach you, but I have to charge my laser.
Like,
Sorry.
When we are like, here's something that some people don't understand is that when we were talking about women's issues and how some men don't understand those women's issues, we are not saying that men don't have issues, because I have seen someone say that in the chat, whether or not it was sarcastic, ironic, or they were being serious, it doesn't matter. I just want to say that.
It's not all men either.
Yeah, that's why I say some men or most men or whatever, because there are inevitably going to be exceptions to the rule, obviously, but it does not erase.
I
the
can't
fact
deny, like, when Twi says things like that, it does rile me a little bit, because, like, I'm sitting here and, like, I know plenty of guys that are more than receptive to listening to women and trying to help them out and all that, and trying to be on their side in any struggle. But, like, we've talked about this before, me and her. It's like, that's still just an emotional reaction because I feel attacked and I don't have a reason to be. When I know she's not trying to lump us all together, it feels that way. And it's one of those, like, discomforting things that you just have to kind of figure out how to deal with.
Yeah, it is. I'm pretty sure that also is part of the whole not listening to women thing, because it is the whole idea of you don't want to be personally attacked, so therefore you're going to fight against this thing instead of having the conversation, instead of actually, like, listening and separating yourself from the issue for a moment to hear the complaints. You get defensive about it and then you fight back. That is kind of the thing that is being talked about a little bit. And that doesn't mean that you're a bad person because you do that. That is completely natural. Everyone does that. But in order for you to have a proper conversation, you have to get past the emotional point in order to have a proper conversation about it. And sometimes with some people, you just can't do that. And especially when we're talking about, like, wider society, that's practically impossible.
Upgraded, Leo Ultima upgraded. How is Silent Hill 2 about autism, Rafflecopter? Okay, you know, what? You know, at least it's not as bad as the fucking foreskin gate. At least you're not going to that argument.
What? You know, I'm not even gonna ask.
Silent Hill 4 had a wild fan.
Okay.
Well, yeah, the wiki page got fucking bombed. It was crazy.
Unique, I suppose.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
Are unhappy now than they have been in any other point in the past 100 years. Yes, even under the horrifying nuclear family, marriage is like slavery. It's like
Japan wasn't under the nuclear family.
They were
not until the
not.
1940s.
Yeah, they were.
Yeah, no.
They had something different going on. They have a much different structure.
Yeah, no, they had a pure patriarchal family structure. And I actually talked to Zero about this right before the stream started, how I found MHA actually kind of interesting because the Todoroki family was a traditional Japanese family structure, and it was also considered the most abusive.
Yeah.
I was wondering when Celtic would bring up the circumcision. Were people counting down to me bringing up foreskin gate?
Why are we coming back to this?
What? I was going to drop it. People were like, "Oh, I was waiting for." Why were you? What? I brought it up like what once before, back during the Silent Hill 2 streams a year ago. Like, and that's because it's just a really weird thing in the entire fandom that just comes up occasionally. Like, that's, but like, why did you expect me to, anyway, why did I come back too? I don't know. Why did you come back? Why are any of you watching us? We're just a bunch of nerds on the fucking internet.
Well, we appreciate you watching.
Yeah, we appreciate it. It's just like, but why? Like, I just sit here and run my mouth and reveal my discomfort talking about women's issues because I sometimes feel blamed for them. I don't know. I feel like I've just kind of bared my soul a little bit, and we're focusing on the circumcision here.
Well,
speaking of, I did post this in the Jack General chat, but I do find it kind of wild that I can just find somebody who has watched the Jack streams in the wild. Like, I went onto another YouTuber's server when they made an announcement that there was a couple of people in the server who were actually AI bots. Like, they weren't using AI, they just straight were AI accounts to try and like sell helping them write or something, because it is a writing server. And I was just chatting about things in the server and someone was like, "Oh, hey, it's you from the Jack streams." And I was like, "Holy shit, people recognize me."
So shout out to that guy.
Shout out to you, Avalon.
But yeah, we are 6 minutes away and he is getting only more inflammatory with his bullshit.
Oh, yeah.
You have to do everything your husband says. No, it's much better to be a career woman and work until you're 40.
That's not the conclusion. She doesn't
Oh
even know
my
what she wants to
God.
do by the end. She just says, I want the ability to choose. That's
She's
it.
she's also not even close to 40.
Yeah.
She's not even 30.
Honest to God, man, if you're so afraid of a woman not being married because all you are giving her is a choice, a choice at around her early freaking 20s, that says a lot more about you than it does about this game, man.
I also gotta wonder, like, if being a career woman and working until you're 40 is such a bad thing, then why do you do it as a man?
Yeah.
If it's such a horrible thing, why do you do it?
Well, it's because he doesn't have the. Well, he doesn't have the eggs, Twilight.
There's like one in one more frame. It's just like, who the fuck starts a conversation like that? I just started talking.
Yes. This is the perfect representation of me whenever I just hear it.
Whenever I speak, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, fucking kids, your egg carton's empty. You got 5 cats and are constantly stinking of piss. Still
Okay, the cat part sounds fine, but I don't know where you stink of piss.
Apart from the stinking of piss, what is so wrong with that? What is so wrong
I have
with
3 cats. 3 cats.
He reminder of what he said before that.
Oh yeah,
No,
you're not
I
married. Your
missed
eggs are
it.
dried up. Yeah, no, we were past that part. Look,
Okay, making sure.
Yeah.
I know.
Yeah,
no.
he's stupid.
It's the whole thing about a woman's function is to be a birthing receptacle. And that is the important thing for this game, because up until around the 60s, women were just considered to be birthing receptacles.
Now,
That is what second wave feminism did for Japanese women.
it should be known, like this game is not downplaying that, because guess what? Childbirth, bearing children, very much one of the most unique things about women. They're the only people able to do it. And so it is incredibly important to their identities when they choose whether or not they should have a child. And it is very important, I think it's very much should be encouraged and supported in many different ways, that they have them, because obviously we like to keep our civilizations populated, but it should never be forced upon them. It should never be made.
Yeah.
Unless they want to be brood mothers, they should not have to be brood mothers. So let's not force that mantle onto them, okay? That's what this game is coming to, is they're being forced into these situations.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, honestly, as weird as it sounds, if someone in this hypothetical alternate universe where he actually shut the fuck up and someone explained to him the actual full messages, he probably wouldn't have much of an issue with it.
I don't think he'd believe it. I think he'd.
I'm trying to say this nice hypothetical. It's a wide multiverse out there, my man.
Yeah.
Honestly,
no,
it's
this
not
is a
wide
canon
enough.
event. I know this is
a canon event.
I do think that on some level there may be a way to unindoctrinate him from this kind of mindset, but it would be very difficult to do. And also you have to take into account the fact that he would have to start to agree with the concept that it is not bad to make stories about this. And that just because somebody wants to make a story about this kind of thing, that doesn't mean that it is some woke propaganda, because we're in different countries. And I'm sorry, dude, but just because some fuck shit may be going on down in America doesn't mean that there is some fuck shit going on in Japan.
And that's the thing, right? This whole entire shit, this is what the culture war does. It creates a fucking feedback loop of a trauma response, because a part of this sort of outrage can come from a meaningful place where it's like, oh, all these crazy feminists are doing these things to these games or pieces of media or a bunch of people trying to integrate progressive politics into their media a lot more blatantly, and as a result of them doing so poorly, it just makes the work suffer in a number of ways. But the problem is that at this point, the only way that you could, like, I don't know, get out of this mindset is if you recognize that there is a difference, a meaningful difference between a story with progressive themes that or like in progressive, like, depending on the culture and the time period, whatever, and actual in a story with progressive themes that are done poorly or just straight up propaganda. And I don't think he has the mental strength to actually recognize that.
I was going to say,
any
what you need
longer.
is a game that tricks him into thinking has the Giga Chad energy he's looking for. And what you need to do is slowly, throughout the game, twist the ideology on its head. So by the end of the game, he's making decisions in the game mechanically that are against his ideology, like actively diametric opposed to it. And by the end,
Raymond,
have him look in the fucking mirror.
Wait, Raymond, I granted I haven't played it, but I've only heard these things about it. Isn't that what God of War is?
The Norse duology?
No, it's not actually.
Okay. I just wanted to be sure.
No. Yeah, no, I can agree with that.
Ugox, I don't have a choice but to... Oh, wait, the critique of lack of choice for both men and women is the point of this game's narrative. Duh. Yes! Exactly!
Yeah.
Konoyuki was also a victim!
Yeah.
Everyone was a victim in this game of the gods' machinations! And the idea is that it's supposed to be the overlaying presence of society. It's almost as if it all coheses together very well narratively.
We live in a Silent Hill game.
We're like, the whole point of a lot of issues when it comes to gender equality and gender division isn't necessarily that only women are oppressed. It's just that women have it worse than men. Like, men also have it shitty, but because they are usually the ones that are controlling everything, that they're kind of stabbing themselves in the gut. And then also simultaneously stabbing women in the gut.
Stabbing women in the gut by stabbing themselves through, it's at the same time, same stab. It's a very long knife.
I was excited to say it's a nice, it's one of those bastard swords. It goes straight through you.
Oh yeah.
I was gonna say, he would hate Silent Hill 3, because Silent Hill 3, you have Heather Mason, who's a 17-year-old girl. And the entire plot of the game is the villains trying to force her to birth the evil god, and she aborts the motherfucker in the last cutscene of the game before the final boss fight.
That wasn't
Agaflotus, and she vomits it out, and the main antagonist eats the unborn fetus and becomes possessed by the evil god in an attempt to try and birth it herself.
Well, okay, but that wasn't made in current year, so it's fine.
Yeah.
Chasing the high of that Chad who fucked you one time when you were 20. I mean, come on.
Right. He's talking about what women want to do when they're 40 and catless. No, sorry, with cats, whatever.
With cats.
Catless.
Why even
it's catless behavior, my friend.
Need to tell you how ridiculous it is to equate marriage to chopping your arm off, slicing your face off, getting a huge ass brand on your back, and your husband literally having mind control over you. Can you?
It's almost as if we were going over this.
We've been over it.
If somebody made a game about marriage today and it showed the horrors of the divorce court with women taking half of the man's money,
honestly, you could. That would be very interesting.
You honestly could.
You could make an entire game about the nature of modern day relationships. But that's not what this game is about. This game is about 1960s Japanese relationships.
Yeah, it's almost like the cultural context and the time period and the country and everything to do with the setting is kind of important. So it's kind of weird that you say that none of that fucking matters to you when it is very important to understanding why these things are happening the way that they are. You are so focused on modern day America that you cannot comprehend that no other country is modern day fucking America.
Oh.
I'm just gonna say this flat out. You're absolutely just like the crazy SJWs you make fun of.
Yeah.
You're 100%
You
like
are
those
just
people.
as much. You are so enshrined in this. And I understand
are
it is
full of
so
shit.
easy to fall into that trap. It's incredibly hard to keep yourself fucking on top of things in terms of like,
Yeah.
you gotta stay away from going into the extremes. But you've
Yeah.
gotta fucking do it, because when you lose yourself, you lose all sense of reality. You know
In the
what?
music,
I
you
take it
hold
back.
it, you
You know-
won
you know
it,
that
you
you
don't
did.
where to let it go.
You know what he needs? He needs to go to Silent Hill.
Ooh.
I think I
No,
already
you
said
know
that
what?
last time we covered him, actually.
I think you did, actually.
No, you know what? Honest to God, I think the only way that you are ever going to you sir, going to have a good relationship is if you actually get with these crazy feminist people, because you guys are exactly alike.
I mean, can
Y'all
I can
deserve
imagine
each
that
other.
horseshoe relationship.
That
Yes.
is
The ultimate no, guys, this is the ultimate enemies to lovers story.
Yeah.
Oh no! The politics of enemies to lovers. We found it, guys. We finally,
We found
an
it.
entire week later, we finally got to the point of that video.
we never ever thought we would find it, but we found it in Synthetic Man of all places, and for that
The
we must
One
thank him.
Piece is real, dog. Fucking imagine a light novel
Man,
called
can you imagine
"Time
what
I
this
Fell
man's
in
gonna
Love
be
with
like?
a Feminist."
You man, what this man's gonna be like after he gets laid for the first time? Anyway.
Having custody of the kids, showing how these single mothers subtly abuse and neglect their children. They end up being these soy boy redditor cuckolds when they grow up. Obviously, everyone would call that right-wing propaganda, but this game comes out and some major reviewers are shilling the hell out of it, calling it some kind of deep, artistic masterpiece or some shit. I
'Cause
feel
you
like
missed
anyone with a
everything.
working brain and even
Yeah.
a modicum of maturity, because I certainly consider myself pretty immature, all things considered.
You
But
are.
even I thought this is just
well-
edgelord shit, the cringe
it's
kind.
because you're immature
Where
and you
Hinako
missed it.
thinks marriage is so fucking horrible, it's like brutally mutilating yourself and losing your entire identity. It frames this whole story as a melodramatic bout of hysteria from a drugged up woman, and she's
You say there were other endings. Did you look into
We-
any of them? I'm actually kind of. Did you not even look at them?
I don't think he did.
No,
I think we
because
can
the only
confirm
thing
he
that he
didn't.
talks about is the UFO ending.
No, you mean
Well, or the bad ending.
The bad ending, yeah.
actually rewarded by being able to somehow murder a bunch of people at her wedding, which is
She's not rewarded. It's
that's-
the bad
wait, what?
ending.
So,
What are you
for
talking
one thing,
about?
where is the reward of murdering a bunch of people at your
I was
Like,
about
wedding?
to say what?
Yeah, like you kill like the people that you love. Where's the reward? Is the reward
Like,
with us
you've
in the
killed
room right
your
now?
mother. You've killed your father. You've possibly killed your mother and father. You've possibly killed all three of your closest friends. You've possibly killed the man you are about to marry. You've possibly killed your sister. You've possibly killed any number of people who were just randomly at the wedding. You've ruined your life. You are a wanted suspect. You are probably going to get shot as a result of you going on this fucking murder binge.
Also, the death penalty is a thing.
Yeah, there's
And
that too.
you're and more than likely, with Shin Megami Tensei pointing it out, she's probably like one step away from overdosing.
Yep.
Pretty much. Like in like, keep in mind, guys, like murder sprees like that in Japan, as far as I remember, are incredibly rare.
They
Yes.
are
Like
exceedingly rare.
it is the thing, the fire that happened at the Kyo Annie building is like was like a complete shock to
That was like 40 people.
to the news.
I was
that
gonna
was
say, like,
40 people.
There was like a mass stabbing in Japan, I want to say in the mid 2010s at some point, where it was like 20 people got stabbed, or was that in China maybe? I know I know it was a big deal when it first happened, but it was like 20 people died. It was crazy.
Oh, damn.
Such a dog shit twist ending because of how ridiculous it is. How am I supposed to take this story seriously on any level when it is cartoon shit? Silent Hill is not cartoon shit,
You
man.
are made of
This
cartoon.
is a joke.
You are
Another conspiracy-esque element you can think about is Japan's birth rates are lower than ever, and they're also importing more immigrants than any
does
other
that
point in
matter?
their history.
Where is this coming from?
I'm gonna be
like what? Okay. Is the conspiracy going to be that this was made by a Chinese studio because it was in conjunction with the Chinese studio? God. And is it going to be some sort of propaganda from China to try and even lower the Japanese birth rate and accept Chinese immigrants or something like that?
He's gonna make a Brazzers joke. Watch.
You know what I think that this is? That his fundamental misunderstanding about this is that he is one of those chuckle fucks who thinks that media informs society and not that society informs media.
I mean, yes. I've always viewed them as like symbiotic in that one can do the other, but like it's more often society.
When was the last time that a single piece of media has actually changed society to any significant degree? That was over 100 years ago.
That's the first one that came to mind, and it happened. Yeah. So you know what? It's still something.
I'm not saying that it doesn't happen. I'm saying when was the last time that it did happen? Because we have seen a lot of shit, a lot of like really politically motivated shit in our media. Some really big shit, like Crazy Rich Asians. How much has Crazy Rich Asians fucking changed our society?
Well, it's also like, first of all, I think someone pointed out Jaws, which was 50 years ago.
Yeah, 50 years ago.
God, that's
and even then that was highly what's the word? Contingent on the fact that people already were predisposed to not like sharks or have stereotypes about sharks.
To be fair to this, actually not even to be fair, what I was going with it is like I feel like he was standing in front of like a blackboard with like pages in front of it. He slaps the blackboard and the page falls down to just say immigrants.
Well, there's another element to this that he's completely missing, which I find very interesting, is that Silent Hill really isn't as all that popular in Japan. It's actually been more so of a success over in the West than it has ever been a success over in the East. So what he's banking on here is that we'll see what he says banking on, but he's going to like hang his hat on a theory that it's going to try and lower the Japanese birth rate when it's probably going to be more successful over here than it is over there.
As if he ever really truly gives a single fuck about the Japanese birth rate.
Oh, absolutely. He doesn't. He does not.
Like I don't think we really established that throughout this whole thing, even though he kept bringing it up. If you even think for an iota of a second that this guy cares about Japanese culture, much less whatever the fuck they're going through, you are a fucking fool.
He's not even at the first step. He doesn't call him. He says, "I'm not a weeb" or something. It's like, well, weebs care. Like that's where a lot of people making similar arguments are coming from. Is that they're weebs and they like what's coming out of Japan or what they got from Japan, and they don't want it to change. It's a very shallow justification, but where's yours? It's just all political vehemence.
Tyler Preston makes a good point in chat. This isn't the first time, something that was made in Japan does a lot better in the West. The Big O wasn't big in Japan, but it became a classic when it came over to America. Yes.
I mean, Gundam Wing wasn't all that significant in Japan when it first came out. Like, it had its fans, but it only blew up after it came to the West.
Yeah.
Also, what is Soup saying? I don't comprehend the words that is coming out of his fingers.
Are we at Soup?
Soup Nazi? You guys are fine with any plot point as long as it's explained in lore because of autism while not even considering they chose to tell the story in the first place. What?
Okay, so don't feed this because the guy also said, "Hey Raymond, let me come on. I'll be way funnier than anyone here."
No.
All right, yeah, this guy's a troll.
I just scrolled up and he's typing the N-word in Leet speak.
Wait, what?
Okay.
You're getting timed out for that immediately. That's gonna be a 30-minute. That's 24 hours. It's gonna end the stream. I'm not gonna. I don't care if it was in lead speak. I'm so angry I didn't catch that sooner. That
Yeah,
was
fuck
not
that.
cool, man. I don't care if you're trying to be funny. That's not cool.
Seriously, is it? I don't think we gotten this many crazy people the last time we covered this guy.
We're
I
bigger
don't know.
now.
What is up with today?
We're bigger now. We just have bigger reach, I guess.
I
Cool.
suppose.
This show's really bringing out the oddballs. Yeah, it is.
Yeah, like
And to be fair,
It-
we're
it
getting
is-
some good. There are good people in here. Yo, not everyone.
yeah,
Not everyone.
no, we've
yeah.
gotten a lot of really good conversation, especially out of some of our chatters. And even like with some of those people, we did have some good conversation. So we have used them for our own benefit.
Yeah,
Let's be fair.
Yeah.
Yeah, we
So you
But-
know the views are nice.
we countered them, guys. We found
We
their
countered
their
them.
attack timing. All right.
We did it, Patrick.
It's
We
just-
saved the city.
Holy shit!
It's just
This is the dodge
really
timings.
funny. It's just really funny that the thing that got us to notice him was some like really
Hard to understand statement that made not like it was like you don't
did
care.
Did you
if it's-
even English
Yeah.
at that point?
Congratulations. Their lack of English got you timed out for an hour.
I guess their name being Soup
Well,
Nazi should have
whatever.
No. Soup Nazi could be just a reference to Seinfeld.
Oh, that's a Seinfeld joke?
Yeah,
I
there's an
wouldn't know.
entire episode about the Soup Nazi, who is a guy that's like the best soup maker ever, but he's a complete and utter hard ass, so they call him the Soup Nazi.
Of course.
And like, famously, if you piss him off, he goes, "No soup for you," and he kicks you out of the shop.
Oh,
Oh,
that's,
there you go.
Yeah.
that's where it
That-
comes from.
I'll have to look up that episode then.
It's like every first world country in the West right now. So again, do not doubt for a second, this is more globo homo propaganda. Shinzo Abe is rolling in his grave right now seeing this shit. And to add to
Don't.
the absurdity,
my
this
God.
You don't
Shinzo
even know
Abe
what
seemed like a
you're
decent
talking
guy.
about.
Don't put his words in your mouth at all. Don't do anything.
Well, I
Don't
don't know.
reference him.
Your words
I mean,
in his
apart
mouth.
from
I mean.
apart from being a part of a cult, but
Apart from that.
like you don't even know what you're talking about. So why are you opening your shit ass mouth?
I mean, to be fair, he didn't have much of a choice. The incontinence really caught up to him there. Anyway,
game was developed by Neobards,
Oh my
the
God.
shitheads who made that terrible Dead Rising Deluxe remaster last year. They're a Hong Kong-based company. So this is a Chinese game telling Japanese people to not get married
God.
and
You
to
were
not
right,
have
Raymond.
kids. Are you gonna tell
Yeah.
me
Oh my
right now that isn't
God.
propaganda? You can call me a schizo if you'd like. That
You're a
is
schizo.
voice-
high five, IKN. High
Well-
five. We got that.
I was about to say, I mean, if you want me to do it, just kneel down and I can knight you Stir Skits a lot right now.
Don't tell him to kneel down. He probably thinks it's for gay shit.
Oh,
my
no.
Does he understand the concept that some games are made by multiple different companies in different countries?
I
Well,
can
he-
one
he-
Like,
hundred.
he's pointing out, I think they did do the remake of Dead Rising, which honestly, I did not like what I saw of the remake of Dead Rising. And while, yeah, they did, I mean, like, it was a horrible stereotype that they replaced, I think, in a couple of spots. The entire game is filled with cartoonish stereotypes of all makes and matters. Like, it's not a very serious game. So, but, like, that's besides the point. They did a fantastic job with Silent Hill F, and you've literally not engaged with it from word fucking go. It is a completely different experience.
A reminder to the audience and to the panelists right now: he's gotten 2 decent points, and
Back
both
to
of them,
back,
for the
and
most
both of
part,
them were very, very minimal.
yeah.
Holy shit.
100% on purpose. Despite my numerous significant complaints with this game, while I was editing this video, I decided to play a little bit of New Game Plus on story difficulty just out of pure morbid curiosity.
Oh,
I wanted
no.
to see how much easier the game is, and holy fuck, the enemies only do like half as much damage and take less hits to
Actually, they do about a third of as much damage. They actually are so much easier to deal with on story. Just putting it out there.
kill on top of that. I know it's just a stupid meme on a certain basket weaving forum, but I genuinely believe if you played this on story difficulty, you didn't beat the game. Regardless, I decided to do the
What?
Wait, hold on. What did he say?
He said if you didn't
you-
beat this, if you beat this on story difficulty, you didn't beat the game.
Well, you
Shut
didn't get
the
all the
fuck
endings.
up. You didn't
get all the endings, asshole. Neither did
he's
you.
getting the UFO ending, isn't he?
Ending, since you can do it in like the first 3 hours. And man, they even found a way to mess up a joke ending. At first, it's actually pretty cute. It's just a series of manga panels with an old traditional art style. And all the weird happenings in the town are obviously explained with an alien invasion. And the giant faceless wedding creature, the other half of Hinako, is actually a robot that Sakuko built to find the aliens.
Yes.
But then there's a really cringy joke about Shu being a perv and all the women beat the shit out of him. Yeah, man, this is just fucking cringe.
That's basic manga 101.
So I want to say
I should clarify, one of the reasons why this is the best joke ending in the entire series, it gives us our main characters interacting in a very casual, relaxed context, and we get to learn more about their dynamic as a group of friends, and it's wholesome as fuck. And it shows that Shu is actually a little bit of a pervert. That's fine. He's okay. You can have that.
one of the best jokes from Persona 5, and I'm a huge fan of the game, is that there's this whole big emotional bit where everyone thinks the, like, for lack of a better term, the dumb friend died sacrificing himself. Like, all the female characters are, like, really sad because he's a good guy. And then he comes out from behind screen, like, man, that was really intense, and looks around and it's like, why, what's the issue? And then they all, like, start approaching him. It cuts to black, and you just see him getting the crap beaten out of him right next to the dumpster.
But I was going to also add on to this. Shu being a pervert is, like, they're all trying to say something that proves they're not an alien. Like, they're doing that gag. And, like, he says something, like, he's, like, keeping track of their bra sizes, I think. Or the one of them, like, he knows their bra size because he accidentally saw them changing once. I think it was Hinako. or I think it was Hinako that he accidentally saw changing at one point, and he makes a comment about it, and he tries to dig himself out by saying, no, someone else's boobs are bigger. And that just pisses them all off more. And it's like, it's him trying to prove he's human by basically giving an embarrassing anecdote and then just putting his foot in his mouth the entire time. It's all very much innocent and in good fun. It's not like his perverted size is just a little bit. It's a flavoring, and it's great. I love this ending, and it's not bad. What the fuck?
But in any case, I thought this was worth mentioning for the video. Let's wrap this shit up.
You didn't have to.
So in conclusion, should you buy this game? Hell no. This game...
You should buy this game. If you like survival horror, buy this game, play it on story, and then maybe go into hard for future playthroughs, because it's a hard fucking game. I highly recommend it.
I can highly recommend what I've played so far.
Pissed me off in many different ways. I can't
you're an
even
idiot,
remember the last time I've gotten this enraged by a single player game.
Silent Hill 2.
Last time. And I would imagine that you got this pissed off with any other game that you had played in the 11 months since we last talked about you. I can guarantee it.
Yep, I guarantee you have this energy because this is your entire fucking shtick. You want to talk about enemies being one-trick ponies? I'm looking at the one trickiest of all ponies.
Yep.
It's not a very good trick either. You just kind of lift one leg and piss everywhere.
Oh my god.
Actually, it's just pissing and shitting yourself. That's all you do.
And it's not just because of the propaganda. It's not even just because of the gameplay. This is an insult to Silent Hill. It's an insult to the horror genre. It doesn't do anything right. It's not scary. It's not fun. It doesn't tell a good
You said that you don't get scared, so how can you say that it's not scary?
Also, what do you mean it's an insult to Silent Hill? You only touched on it. It doesn't have anything related to Silent Hill, even though it does, because it's in Japanese and you're just fucking uncultured. That was the only thing, was literally a name. That was the only metric. There was nothing about themes. There was nothing about characters. Nothing about the writing or the setting or the lore at play. There was no arguments from any kind of basis other than the fucking name of the town, which again you got wrong. So how is it an insult to Silent Hill? Tell me. I mean, you can't. You're a video. But
I was about to say, I don't think we ever want to talk.
I'm
to
sorry,
this guy.
I'm Clint Eastwood talking to Obama's chair. Anyway.
Oh my god!
People on
Yeah,
this platform, my fellow YouTubers who highly recommend this game and say it's the future of the franchise. What a fucking joke, man. It's incredibly obvious that Neobars was trying to make a Silent Hill game for women. And the worst kind of woman.
But it didn't start out as a Silent Hill game. That's what he said earlier. Remember that.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay, that's fair.
At that, the far leftist, communist, champagne socialist, feminist type who absolutely.
Yes, an entire game.
Are we just going to?
Theme is explicitly free will and the ability to choose your own choices regardless of the consequences. That's an incredibly left-wing.
Conservative women could never understand this game. They would just hate it. Conservative women don't like freedom of choice.
I mean, neither do champagne socialists. Are you fucking kidding me? They hate the concept of people doing their own thing.
Yeah, how dare those people be different?
Yeah, Mark Liu, just buzzword.
Yeah. Are we going to just hyper combo break all this freaking buzzword shit? Like, all right, freaking champagne socialists, feminists, leftists. I don't even know, man.
Mark Liu says rage bait slop. That's all synthetic man in a nutshell. Yep.
Yeah.
Someone's like, oh, if the bad guy from World War II sympathizer tells you to not buy something, just buy it.
Yep.
I don't like calling people that, though. I don't like diluting it.
Yeah.
Is it worse to say they stood for something and he didn't?
Communist.
Because he's just a shill.
Yeah, basically.
He's just a fucking shill.
He's a car salesman with no cars.
Anyway, finish this up real quick. I think
he
there's only
despises men and other women and her parents and basically everyone, and yet we're supposed to feel sorry for her. So it's a Silent Hill for Karens, basically. Wow, what a concept. I don't want to go over all the flaws with this game again for this conclusion. You're just going to have to actually watch the video this time if you're one of the people who skipped to the end. I don't even want to talk about this game ever again. Genuinely, what a horrific waste of my time. Hopefully, we all forget about this game in a week and just move on to the next slop. Like Ghost of Yotei, which no doubt my review will enrage a lot of people. Well, I'm looking forward to crapping all over Sony fans again. So that's about it. See you next time, guys.
I thought it was Yotei. I could be wrong.
Yeah, I'm pretty
not
sure
going
it's
to that.
DI, right?
Yeah, it's Yotei.
Oh, never mind then. My apologies.
Anyway, we are
so
free.
He got another thing right there at the very end. He pronounced the title right. Oh,
okay. Well, he pronounced the title right against a dyslexic. Truly a high bar.
for Synthetic Man.
Okay, you know what? Fair.
I was gonna say that bar is like 2 inches off the ground, and he needs to like jump from a get a running jump to grab it.
Fair enough. Yeah.
Oh man,
I'm tired.
Yeah, he has that effect on people. How I have not heard a take that I like from this man. Like, he has had 2 things that were mildly accurate, basically just by luck.
Yeah,
because you can't lie. You can't lie about a game enough to say something wrong every single time. Like, it's just physically impossible. I have my reason for calling him that. He put the bad guy of the latest Indiana Jones game, who is one of those guys, on his list of characters he sympathizes with. Now, hear me out. I don't know anything about that character. You can sympathize with people who are those things. Like, it's actually one of the things I got annoyed with in an analysis video I watched that was pretty good overall, was I'm not saying I sympathize with the father. No, it's okay to sympathize with bad people, because at the end of it, in fact, it's important that we sympathize with bad people, because the more we understand about bad people doing bad things and the direction they come from, the easier it is for us to avoid committing the same mistakes, and also for us to help people who are going down that track to avoid going down that much farther. Like, it is very important. Sympathy is an incredibly important human ability.
Do I
mean,
not
here's-
defeat my enemy by making him my friend?
Yes.
I mean, in fact, the matter is, in regards to character analysis or enjoying characters in media, if you're not able to sympathize with a character, how the fuck can you connect with them at all?
And it's just important to empathize. Empathize is something different. Empathize is like sympathize means I understand you even if I don't have a direct reference for what you are going through myself. Like I empathizing means I have gone through the same thing and I can relate to you on an even deeper level. Empathize is an extra level of specificity and intensity. And it should not be conflated with sympathy. It is a very different. Sympathy is an excellent thing to have. If you have empathy for everything, everyone you meet, for everything that's happened to them, you have something like wrong with you.
It is a very significant thing that a lot of people, when discussing autistic individuals, that they always mention that autistic people on a whole have low empathy. And it's gotten kind of to the point where it's almost like a bullying tactic, or it is something to deride autistic people for the fact that they have low empathy. But we have high sympathy.
Well, I was going to say
that is something that never gets talked about.
Yeah, I was going to say, like, one of the things I hear about constantly from neurodivergence, and speaking from personal experience on that count, is trying to tell someone a similar thing that happened to you so you can attempt to relate. When someone says, "Man, I scraped my knee," my first thought is, "Oh yeah, I did that once when I was young." And I go into this little story about how that, I go super long-winded on, so it's not really so little. But like the I go on to that because I'm trying to relate to you and kind of say, "Hey, you have a friend in arms. I'm here to relate to you. I'm trying to connect. Help me connect. Yeah. Please understand that empathy is a sin, supposedly. Is that like supposed to be the Charlie Kirk quote? I don't know what his full quote on that. I know people drag that up, but how did anyway? Speaking as an autistic person, there's a ring of truth to that Celtic. Exactly. Like that's how everyone I know who is neurodivergent experiences that. I share the memes from that to people who I know who are also neurodivergent in similar but different ways that I am, autistic or ADHD or what have you. And they're all like, "Yeah, mood, exactly that."
Yeah, exactly.
Wow.
Oh, well, so go support Silent Hill F. It's a great game, although be sure, like the thing that I want to make sure I hammer home is I love this game. I really like it. There's a lot to love about it. I really hope that the next Silent Hill game has a little more openness in its gameplay loop. I hope it's a little more subtle. I hope it's not as written out. It kind of lowers down on the writing. But otherwise, I think it's a fantastic game, a wonderful story with a positive conclusion on the whole. And Synthetic Man is a big doo-doo stupid boy.
we just regress down in our insults because of how
that's all he deserves.
Yeah,
he deserves.
Look, man, we're tired.
Insults. Yeah, that too.
I mean, the chunkiest part of the stream was at the very beginning where we were talking about all of these deep things and how significant the feminist movement and how women were treated in Japanese society would inform a lot of the things that you experience in the game. And then, of course, that did become relevant later when he was just like, "I don't care."
Yeah, nameless. My brain just contracted terminal dumb from Synthetic Man's crap. Who wants to listen to the Silent Hill song? That's a great idea.
Feel free to sing it and listen to it.
UFO ending song. Pull this up while we're signing out. So really not pulling up the song? I have to search on YouTube.
Apparently not.
I don't know. I feel well, I don't know. I'm just tired, man. I'm just tired.
Yep. UFO. Where? UFO. There we go. Okay. I'll put in the watch together so we can all listen to it together, and then we can have everyone signing out.
Woo.
Woo.
All right. There we go. All right. Does anyone have anything they want to announce?
Nope, nothing. I'm tired.
Oh.
I am going to try and set up streams again once I am finished with the video that my client is making me do. I am finally finished with it. I'm just doing the I'm doing all of the final bits of it to make it look good and to put some things in that I missed and maybe see if I can get some breathing that I missed, because I did notice that I did miss some breathing, so I'm gonna like look through it again, and then I'm gonna put it all together and just send it to her, and hopefully it'll work out okay, and then I'll be free for until the next time that she sends me a video. But hopefully that'll be shorter.
You I know nothing? Anything?
I'd like to say that I've got a video, everybody, but no, I've got a book for everybody soonish, so...
Yep, his first one is linked in the description down below.
I appreciate it, thank you. But I'd give more details, but now I'm tired. I want to go to bed.
Celtic, can I show the fan subreddit? Yes, we do have a Team Jacked fan subreddit, so go check that out. Sam Sketchy Stories.
I had no idea we had that.
Yeah. And that's all good. I have nothing. I was gonna say, like, my last thing is hopefully episode 13 of Fixing Ruby Volume 7 this Friday. Bad Fanfiction Night on Friday night. So be there for it. And that's all I have to say. So thank you all so much for joining us. Anything else? Anyone?
Nope.
Yeah, I'm good.
We all said our pieces.
All right, everyone have a good night. Catch you all on the flip side.
Goodbye.
Bye-bye.